everybody. It's now just after 9:30, so it's time to resume the inquiry. First of all, the usual announcements. Mobile phones, please, could you switch to silent? And can people hear me? Just about. Right, okay, let's see. Fire. There's no fire alarm today, so if we hear it, it is a real thing. We go out of one of the two doors, either side of the room, down the stairs, and congregate in the council's car park. Obviously, don't come in until we're told it's safe to do so. Everybody all right with stairs? Everybody, yes. Okay, thank you. Right, well, we've got more air conditioning units, so we're hoping that things are going to be okay today, but we'll just have to see how we go, I think. Don't really want to enter into a large discussion now about it. I think we need just to get on. So the main thing is, I think, whether we can hear each other. I think the main thing is to speak. I see you at the move back, Mr. Bell. Hopefully that'll be more comfortable. If anybody feels uncomfortable or doesn't feel they can carry on, please say, all right? Just tell me and we'll stop. We'll try and go on till 11, but if you feel that you want to have a break before then, anybody, Mr. Wild particularly, I would say, please say so. We can have more frequent breaks. But as I say, we'll see how we go. So is there anything anyone wants to raise before we start? No? All right then, thank you very much. So, Mr. Bell, your questions, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wild, speaking from a more cooler position
Morning.
Today. So I'm going to carry on kind of broadly where we left off yesterday. And we've been talking about the 63% figure.
Oh, yes.
In respect of internalisation. And you've been explaining that 63% is the output. So I want to have a look at what we understand the input to be.
Yes, sure.
So if we can open up the transport assessment, so CD 7317.
Really sorry, would you mind properly trying to shout, if that's okay, when you ask your questions? It's just that we are struggling a bit just because of all the kit. What your mic was on, but just because of all the fans, it's not you, it's just the...
I will try and channel my inner Brian Blessed. So if you turn to CD 7, 31.7, page 103, and if we go to paragraph 3.2.9,
Yep.
and at the end of that paragraph, we have a list.
Mm-hmm.
Starts with A, education.
Yep.
Are these the inputs that go into the 63% figure?
They are sort of best described as a summary.
A summary.
Well, I say from an input point of view, they are the actual process is, as I explained before, it's quite a complicated joining up of processes, of trips, purpose and zone. What we're trying to do there is...
I'm so sorry, we can't, none of us can hear.
Oh, okay, apologies.
It's not your no, it's not your, it's not a criticism, it's just that... I think it's all just the kit that's on.
Yeah,
but we can. I think if everybody really tries to shout, we might be okay. But I can't.
Do we need all that kit on? I mean, it's only 20 degrees. It's there's a lot of it on. There's a lot of equipment on, and it's only 20 degrees. So I think we probably just need to get a sense of proportion and turn some of that off. And then if it gets worse in the day, and we can have it over lunchtime in the breaks. But yeah, I don't think we need all those on, to be honest.
Could we just turn down the air conditioning a little bit?
yes, I think now. Is that better?
It's definitely got more quiet.
Right, let's try that.
So, sorry, Mr. Wild. So I just asked you whether or not this was a list of the inputs, and you were explaining, I think, that it is a list, but it's a summary.
Microphone, sorry.
Keeps getting turned off. It's an attempt to summarise in a table form, or sorry, in a text form, in the report, the types of the way in which assumptions have been made throughout the spreadsheet.
So if we have a look at, say, leisure and sports, which is at point B.
Yes. Yep.
So we've got leisure and sports. What are we talking about there? Attending sports clubs.
It's the components of the site on internal. So it would include things like muggers and various other facilities within the villages that are being constructed to serve residents.
Okay.
Development,
So we're saying internally 100%.
Yes.
Okay. And then local centres at C.
Yep.
100%.
Yes.
Not particularly surprising. It's what a local centre is.
Yep.
There's a category of other, which is under D.
Yep.
2% of residential person trip generation.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that breaks down into internal 10% and external 90%.
Yep.
What is envisaged there as the 2%? So I'm presuming it's 2%, 10% of which is internal, and 90% of the 2% is external. What are you envisaging there?
So, because the methodology started with headline person trips, so in the case of the residential, for instance, we're saying that we are assuming, using, you touched on the TRICS database earlier, as the headline person trips, say in this case the residential trip generation. The exercise has then gone to say, well, I talked about joining up trips and saying, well, so those people are going to go to, some of those people are going to go to, say, primary schools, the local centres, and in doing that, we're trying to, we're achieving a balancing of those trips. So it's trips that can't be accounted for in the other assumptions.
In the other assumptions.
Yes.
So can I just ask in layman's terms, give me one type of trip that would come under other?
Going to another person's house, a friend's house,
Fine.
so residential to residential or something to that effect.
So that would be an internal other trip, going to a neighbour's house, or...
Oh, no, it could be going to
It could
anyone's
be
house.
either.
Popping to a friend's house or something and for a cup of coffee or something. So it wouldn't be so necessarily linked up to another land use that's proposed, and therefore it would. So, in case of employment, for instance, that we're not making the suggestion that the employment accommodates all, or the site accommodates all of the jobs.
Yeah, so it's
in any way.
7% is employment. That's right, isn't it?
I think that's what we've got for the internal trips. Yes, I think that's set out later on, isn't it? So the trips to employment
trips to work,
from residential.
7%.
Yeah.
So it's under F, the bullet point that expands at the end.
So yeah.
Now what we struggle, and I'm going to use leisure as an example.
Yep.
So we have 100% of leisure trips are assumed to be internal.
Mm-hmm.
But what I don't see here is any assumptions being made in respect of trips to Sittingbourne for leisure purposes. Now we know that Sittingbourne has a bowling alley. It has a cinema.
Sorry. I should clarify. The leisure there. That's the leisure as the land use on the site generating activity.
Okay.
Is 100%. So the if you look under the residential trip rate. So you're talking, I think, principally here about somebody who a resident who's going to enjoy other leisure activities outside of the site.
Yes.
Yeah, so that wouldn't be a trip generated by the leisure land use on the site. That would be a trip generated by the residential element. So there is a significant proportion of sort of external residual trips from the residential headline trip rate which are left to go out off-site, so aren't accounted for by the on-site leisure. So that 100% internalisation of leisure would have nothing to do with attendance at the bowling alley in Sittingbourne.
So the same would apply in respect of the resident who wants to go to kind of a higher level shop, say to do the weekly grocery shop, and comes to the big Morrison's in.
Yeah, although I mean it's a peak hour assessment, so some of these topics start to become fairly minor in a peak hour forecasting exercise. I mean, leisure activity, the dominant shopping activity for the main shop, tends to take place on a weekend, Saturday, for example. So we're talking about weekday peak hour forecasting. So we have to be a little bit careful. I personally don't go to the bowling alley in the morning peak hour, but so you have to be a little bit careful there in terms of how much they contribute to the peak hour forecasting.
So where are your assumptions in respect of the trips from the developments into Sittingbourne to do, say, the big weekly shop, or to attend to stores that there won't be locally? So we know that Sittingbourne has a Currys, for example. People will want to come and buy a mobile phone or something. If there's not a mobile phone shop envisaged within the local centres, where have you made any allowance for that?
With the caveat that, again, mobile phone shopping in the peak hour, retail tends to be focused on the Saturday peak, or later in the evening, for instance, or possibly during the day if you're lucky enough to have that opportunity. That's calculated essentially by, I think I said earlier, the approach we've taken is to discount from the headline person trip rate those trips that can be reasonably accounted for on site, and therefore all of those other trips are accounted for in the what's left. So if there isn't a reasonable assumption that people can enjoy access to, so like for instance, the local centres provide a level of provision, maybe top-up shopping, etc., those sort of activities, but it's we've left a significant amount of residual trips from all of the land uses that go externally, which is why I come back to those headline vehicular external trip rates that we're left with at the end, and it's built all within that. So when I was saying to you that I did this has all been subject to this sense check that I was referring to earlier about what is the net vehicle trip generation from this development, and it sits in line with what Trix would say would be the headline vehicle trip generation. So that exercise has been undertaken as a sense check, but it's important to note that we haven't sat there and gone, another person is going to go from this development to Currys or whatever it is to purchase the mobile phone you're referring to. What we've said is the residential development will generate X amount of person trips according to Trix, and we can reasonably and confidently assume that a proportion of those can be accommodated internally, and the rest will go externally, and then are distributed accordingly thereafter.
So on the higher order side of things, if we broadly call it that, it kind of is what you're saying that you've discounted those on the basis you don't think those types of trips would happen within the peak hours?
No, not at all. No. The higher order trips you're referring to, so the higher order retail outlets, are within the residual trips that are left to go out beyond the network. So the focus is about only discounting trips from the headline trip rate that can be... the better example is probably the education. I use the education because it's the one where there's a clear split between it. So the assumption that's been made for the purpose of the development is that essentially primary education is accommodated on site because it's a locally generated use. Secondary education is only partly accommodated on site. And I use that example because that's been achieved by, and I use this as an example because we have discounted the practical reasonable assumptions for internal secondary education provision, and then the external is the result of the difference between the two in that regard.
Where can I find within your analysis the place where you deal with the idea of people heading into Sittingbourne, how those assumptions have been made? I mean, we say these things, let's have a look at leisure again, kind of coming back to an example. We get the education.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it's important because in the peak hour it's a really significant contribution to the trip.
Okay, so looking at peak hour, we have a situation where a resident say, a resident, say, might want to heading to Sittingbourne to meet friends who are finishing work at X o'clock and they're going to go to a pub.
Mm-hmm.
So Sittingbourne has a range of pubs and restaurants. Has that been taken into account?
So I think it needs to explain, possibly, there's a very standard way of doing development trip forecasting, and it relates partly to this trend point where you set down a number of, or quite a long list of assumptions that you could make. I need to differentiate it between the approach that says you use the TRIX database, which is an aggregated assumption of combined trips in the peak hour, person trips in our case, for a development which encompasses all of the activities that might take place within bear with me a second. And then there is an alternative method which is rarely applied but can be applied, which is a first principles approach to trip forecasting, which is where you attempt to estimate all of the journeys in the peak period that you're referring to and quantify an amount of a volume to them. So you say, well, I think 0.3% of people from the development are likely to go and visit their friends in a location over there. I think so many people are going to go to a mobile phone shop over there, and I'm going to attribute an assumption to that. And you go through all of this process. But my experience, and in fact, if you look at the vast majority of assessment work, says that approach, especially when you end up having to apply a degree of caution and robustness to those assumptions, ends up with numbers, outcomes, when you compare it to empirical data of trip generation from development, that's almost always ends up overestimating, because you end up, the practical reality is we're back into the uncertainty of forecasting. It's not pragmatic or reasonable in that first principles approach to estimate every single trip that might take place and attribute a volume to it and a distribution. So the standard methodology that's adopted, and we do here, is to aggregate that down and say this land use, based on the empirical data in the trip rate, in the TRIX database, predicts this level of trip generation. And from that encapsulates the assumptions you're making. All we've done, for the purposes of this, is to then go, if you've got a development that has all of these land uses on it, which just comes back to my headline trip rate point, person trip generation point, it would be completely unreasonable, and I refer back with the para 116 in mind here, to assume that every single residential development will enjoy its services outside of the red line for a development of this side, and every single education trip would be origined from outside of the red line, so that would be clearly unreasonable.
And that's not the point we're making, though. What we're making here in this point is we can't see clearly where you've taken into account this, and what you seem to be saying is, obviously we're looking at this as peak hours, but we're dealing with a slightly unusual development with significant infrastructure. So we're looking at a large, a massive housing development.
Which is why we've had to do this exercise. Yeah,
series of housing developments. And you're approaching this on this vision-led basis. So
in the context of the transport assessment, the master planning has followed a vision-led approach. And I know I don't want to repeat myself again from yesterday, but the document you're referring to, the assessment is more akin to a traditional method of forecasting.
What we're struggling to see is where, within the vision-led transport approach, have you taken into account the fact that not everything leisure-related or shopping-related is going to be provided within the development?
Well, I think the fact that the site generates, according to the forecasting and the transport assessment, a substantial external person trip generation and an external vehicle trip generation, by the calculation we've adopted, which is commensurate with what you would expect from the basic land uses, hence the sensitivity test, that is embedded within there. You're correct, and I would suggest it's not useful or appropriate to be able to say to you, of that, I'm going to break that down into every single trip purpose that's taking place, or that I've made assumptions to that. That's not how, frankly, any sensible transport assessment would attempt to do it.
So that's not what you've done. So if I look, I won't be able to find that breakdown.
Well, my assumption of people going to buy mobile phones from Currys, because
that's just one example.
Yeah, but
as an overall package, of people going to higher order shops.
Those are aggregated together of all of the trips. We've only discounted from the headline person trip rates those activities that can be reasonably assumed to be accommodated on site. And therefore, all of the rest is what goes. This is why you get such a difference between the AM and PM peak hour in the internalisation output I referred to, because education is less of a bearing on the PM peak than it is on, or virtually no bearing on the PM peak, apart from someone who may work and live at the school and is leaving slightly later. So that's why you get that difference, because something like that has a significantly less impact on that assumption.
I mean, this comes back to my opening summary as to what our case is.
Yep.
Effectively, is we don't think you've done a full enough analysis of this. And I take your point, and you're obviously entitled as an expert to say, this is what I've done, this is what I think is reasonable. But we're sitting here as a residents group, effectively, looking at an analysis that says things like leisure and sports will be 100% internal.
The land use is on the site.
Land use is on the site.
Well,
but we're then not able to see how you've broken down the external trips into Sittingbourne. And I mean, I think...
broken them down into journey purpose.
Yes, into showing us how you've anticipated how many people at what point are going to be travelling to Morrison's, to the pubs,
Okay,
to
so
the restaurants.
I'll try one example. Pick up any transport assessment that's used the TRICS database or the TRICS method, or even if it was decide and
I'm
provide
looking
now.
at this transport
Well, no,
assessment.
but I mean anyone that sits there and breaks down the forecast external person trips and tells you every single journey purpose to justify it. Sorry, I went into.
Yeah.
Apologies.
So
It's you're not going to see that, because that is the first principles approach I talked, which is spoke about earlier.
surely there would be a breakdown showing how many trips are anticipated to be into the higher service centre.
So you're suggesting that the absence of an assumption of travel to specifically, say, higher order retail in the AM peak hour within the external distribution is a failing of the assessment?
Well, I'm saying it doesn't show that you've considered it. If it's not in the assessment, then how can we be sure that you've considered it?
Right, as I point out, it's quantified within the substantial external person trip generation that results from the development, and it's included within there. The examples you've given are unfortunate insofar as that they are highly insensitive to the peak hour generation. So it's not ideal, because you've used an example of something like higher order retail, which is not necessarily going to be a significant contributor to the AM peak hour.
Let's have a look at the other. So if we have a look at the types of shops there are, for example, in Sittingbourne, you've got a W.H. Smith's.
Yep.
There is presumably not going to be a W.H. Smith's locally.
Okay.
I know it's for detailed design.
Yeah, I know. Well, I just don't know about W.H. Smith's particularly. There could be.
There's DIY shops.
Okay. Yeah.
I think a B&Q. I'm not sure. There's a Lidl. There's a Morrison's. You've got Halfords.
Yep.
And you've got Curry's, and then you've got a range of pubs that are easily accessible from Sittingbourne train station.
Yep.
So if you've got people coming to meet, are they going to come into Sittingbourne after work? What we don't see...
just to pick on that point, that would be a combined trip. So the fact that someone goes to the pub on the way home from the train station having...
No, someone coming out from the development to meet someone who's working in Sittingbourne. So heading in, a birthday party, anything like that.
I'm sorry to. Sorry, I don't want to obviously interrupt the flow, but I do, Madam. He has. I know the Rule 6 party might not like the answer, but he has given an answer, and I don't know what the answer's obviously going to be the same regardless of how many different sorts of shop we go through, because of the answer he's given. So I do wonder about the value of going through every single possible destination.
It is Mr. Bell's cross-examination, isn't it?
I didn't quite hear that, madam, sorry.
I said it's your cross-examination, so I'm sure you won't want to go through everything
I'm
or
coming.
repeat yourself.
I'm coming to the end of it on this particular point. But in addition, obviously, you've got doctors' trips. Kind of people will already have their surgeries and maybe travelling.
I don't think the residents of the site are going to already have surgeries.
Yes, but there are going to be some people that are going to have to go to come to Sittingbourne to surgeries and dentists. We know that dentists get oversubscribed, for example, even new dentists. But in your evidence in chief, I think, and it was at a point where I couldn't hear terribly well.
Okay, sure.
But I think, did you say that you expected 15% of external trips to be to Sittingbourne?
Yep.
So, of your figure of 63% internal,
Yep.
that leaves us 37% external, and of those,
can you repeat that bit again? Sorry, just to clarify. The 63. Yes, got you.
63% is the internalisation.
Yes.
That leaves you 37%
Yes.
to play with
Sure.
in terms of
I see where you're
external.
going. Sorry, yeah.
And I think if you're saying 15% of that, is going to be Sittingbourne, everything else is Faversham or Canterbury or Dover or London. But it doesn't seem to us that 15% of external trips being to Sittingbourne, when you have a look at the facilities that Sittingbourne can provide, that we do not believe that the development will be able to provide internally, the bowling alley, etc.
Yep.
It seems very low.
So that is derived from opening up another potential topic of discussion, the census data for the source information that was used. So it's the distribution of where people externally leaving, and I think in the case of the distribution it was using Bapchild as a donor zone, if I remember correctly from the model. So those who leave that, how many go to in the peak hours, it varies very slightly between peak hours, how many go to Sittingbourne, how many go to Sheppey, how many go to elsewhere in Kent, how many go to Medway. And it is set out within the transport assessment where that method, and it's broken down by journey purpose. So again, there are, I think, 4 classifications, because the modelling doesn't, and I really don't want to bore people with a conversation on strategic modelling, but
I'm trying to avoid modelling as much as possible, but
strategic modelling
appreciate my cases.
Strategic modelling isn't a single, it requires you to, there are multiple demand matrices based on journey purpose, depending on whether they are home-based work, home-based other, home-based employers business. So there are you have to code it separately. So that distribution to Sittingbourne. So the 15% I've given is a weighted average based on.
It's a weighted average. So you start with the census data.
Yep.
And then
that's what the model is based on. As well.
And then you apply an uplift.
Yep. An uplift.
So, is it the same uplift that you've applied to reach the 63%?
No. Sorry. The strategic model uses, among other things, census data to develop its distribution of where people from zones are going, how many people are going to certain areas. We've adopted the same methodology using a local, it's quite normal in modelling to use a donor zone to distribute traffic. So this is different to mode split assumptions, but a lot of it's based on similar data sets. We've not been making any uplifts at all. We simply said that an appropriate donor zone within the model, and this is a very common approach to take in modelling, so you need to distribute external trips from beyond that zone by means of so you co-opt a zone nearby and say, this is relevant, people in this zone here, how many of them go to X, Y, Z?
So what zone did it?
It's a Bapchild area was used for the distribution.
Not the Iwade.
No, because Bapchild was used because it's geographically closest, and it's
Right.
so that's just to clarify, that's not. Although the model is based on census information, that was if you want a zone within the model.
Okay.
It was used. Sorry, wait for the next question.
Oh, right.
I mean, the problem we have, and you heard Mr. Bamber, and you've seen it in his proof, and you heard him in chief saying he doesn't understand how you've reached some of your figures, and it's
just to clarify, I haven't heard anything in evidence from Mr. Bamber to challenge that figure.
No, I'm just saying.
And that evidence is in the transport assessment, so I haven't heard at any point Mr. Bamber make
63%.
the distribution assumption of the external trips.
Oh.
So nothing in Mr. Bamber's evidence in chief or in writing has ever said, and it's set out for modelling is a complicated exercise, but Mr. Bamber is a professional, and it is easy to derive that as a professional, that distribution assumption from the information. Again, when I say that 15%, I do it only with the information that's available in the transport assessment. But that's not been challenged in evidence anywhere. The bit that Mr. Bamber has challenged is the census data for mode split to that distribution. So I think it's important to highlight that I haven't heard any challenge to that point. I'm answering your question in good faith, but I haven't seen any evidence. I'm doing it, if you will, on the fly. I haven't actually prepared for that evidence response.
So I want to move on to the Iwade data with a slight sense of trepidation. So Mr. Bamber, if we turn up his proof of evidence, which you'll have to bear with me, it's just frozen. And if we open Mr. Bamber's proof of evidence and turn to PDF
43.4.2, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we turn to page 15, PDF page 15.
Yep.
And 3.9.
3.9.
Yeah.
Oh, PDF page 15, apologies. Yeah, gotcha.
And so what Mr. Bamber says here, he quotes from you, essentially what you've done here is you've used the observed sustainable mode share for Iwade as your baseline.
Yep.
And if we could have a look at PDF page 49, and this is appendix BRB1, which is the Swale area 007. Sounds more exciting than it is. And here is Iwade. If you come down onto page 50, we've got some of Mr. Bamber's tables analysing it, but I want to come down to 51, which are the maps of the Iwade area. So if we have a look at the first one, map of Swale area 007, now we can see here that the area described as Iwade is made up of two main built-up developments, which is Iwade and Kemsley. And of the two of those, Kemsley is the larger area of development, just looking at that.
I don't have the statistics. I mean, I know Kemsley's been subject to quite a lot of build-out, hasn't it, latterly, around the Northern Relief Road. So I don't know I don't know what the relative population statistics were in 2011 in the data set, but just a reminder that map underneath is today, I think.
Is what, sorry?
The map is today, but the 2011 census data is.
Are you
just so it is, you're right? I would argue they're possibly broadly similar.
Broadly similar.
Yeah.
So I mean, in terms of the makeup of the two areas, Mr. Bamber in his proof, and I don't think I need to take you to it, but for reference, it's paragraph 3.12. He describes Kemsley as being a large area of employment and housing. Would you disagree with that as a description of Kemsley?
I think the employment is a little bit further to the south, isn't it? I mean, it depends what you're trying to picture. Kemsley's got some employment areas, but it's some pretty low density stuff. But so it's housing in the first instance, I'd say. But it's a mix. It's definitely a mixed use. Yeah.
And as he understands it, the housing kind of largely forms part of the northern built-up area of Sittingbourne. So if we have a look
say
at
that again.
So that the housing kind of part of Kemsley on Mr. Bamber's account largely forms, is part of or goes into the northern built-up area of Sittingbourne.
Oh yeah, okay, yes.
So we can see that from where the black line is. You've got
the urban
Milton Regis, which I understand.
It's contiguous with, I think right. It's
contiguous
with the urban, the urban form, yeah.
So looking at that, it's Kemsley and not Iwade that is contiguous with Sittingbourne.
Yes.
And the proposals that we're looking at in this inquiry, they couldn't be described as contiguous with Sittingbourne, could they? They're separate. There's a small.
There's part. I would argue that parts are comparable, and a number of parts are differ slightly from Kemsley, but remain different to Iwade also. So if you were to just sort of aggregate it as well, to use that word, and that's what we do a lot of in transport modelling, I'm afraid, you might suggest that the development as a whole, just in location terms, is closer to and more contiguous than Iwade, but in some areas less so than Kemsley.
I mean, with Kemsley being contiguous,
Yep.
it's easier to walk into Sittingbourne from Kemsley than it will be from most of the proposal that we're examining.
Easier in distance or easier in facilities?
I mean, in terms of distance, if someone wanted to get into Sittingbourne from Kemsley, it would be easier for them to walk to than it would be from...
Are you talking walking specifically here now?
Yes.
Yeah, so as a mode of transport, specifically to walk, I'd say that there are some areas of the development that are comparable, and there's some areas it will be slightly, I'm sort of loath to use the word easier, but you might in current trend terms, or historical trend terms, sorry, say that there are some areas of the development that are a bit further than Kemsley, which I think is the question you're asking. I mean, I'd rather do it in quantifiable terms, to be honest, rather than the slightly more subjective.
So if we jump back
Yep.
into Mr. Bamber's main proof away from his appendices, and if we go to page 16, and at 312, this was the
312.
Yeah. This
Yep.
was the point that I said we didn't need to turn up at the time. It's where Mr. Bamber describes it being a large area of employment and housing, with the housing forming the northern part. And then at 3.13, he explains that if the source data are to be used as a baseline for external trips between the proposed development and Sittingbourne, no internal trips should be included. And at 3.14, we
Yep.
have Mr. Bamber's criticism of your methodology, because he says large parts of 007 are contiguous with the existing Sittingbourne built-up area, and because internal trips and trips from within the 007 area have not been excluded. 315, he then explains the detailed analysis of the census data that you've used, and that takes us back to Appendix BRB1. And then at 316, he explains how he's reproduced the 33% baseline of
Yep.
sustainable mode share by interrogating the table, and those were those tables that we
Yep.
slightly glossed over when we were heading towards the plans of the Iwade area. And at 3.17, he says that you've included car passenger as a sustainable mode of travel. He's right, isn't he? You haven't excluded the internal trips within the 007 area when looking at comparing it to the proposed development.
So, I've presented in my rebuttal what I think is relevant from what Mr. Bamber has said, and we have used the Swale 007 area as a starter. Mr. Bamber used the phrase baseline. I've used an evidence starter for 10. So we have taken a very simplistic exercise of saying we need something to give ourselves an indication of what the general pattern of movements towards modes might be as a starter on what to build that on. And looking to the census data for that is an obvious place to go. I'm not convinced that the internalisation removal is materially relevant in the way that Mr. Bamber claims it is. It could be seen as a factual point, but given that we're not taking that and applying it verbatim, it becomes immaterial to the consequences. Likewise with the point regarding that you touched on earlier regarding, the second point you mentioned then in your question related to car passenger. The reason for not discounting that is a perfectly valid point, in my view. And the reason for not discounting that is that if we look towards Transport for London, for example, Transport for London is very clear now that the way that you look at promoting sustainable travel is that you don't attempt to go down a route of minutiae forecasting of who's going to walk, who's going to cycle. You say the focus is non-car primary car travel, so getting people out of their cars. In that respect, being a car passenger is a sustainable mode of transport when it represents a move away from car ownership and it moves away from a dependence on owning the car. So if you want, it's a step towards the process of not being car owning and car using. So and this is something that's consistent across the industry, in that you're saying that is we're getting away from primary car usage as the main thing. So the whole intention of the SWAIL 007 data is to go, where are in 2011, all of the geographic disparities aside, the distance of Iwade from the site, for the age of the data that I've highlighted, what is our starting propensity for car use as a percentage of primary car use as a percentage of trips for people in that zone of 007? And then we start from there and we build on that to say, let's start looking at the locational characteristics of the development, the intent, the aims of the development, the proposed infrastructure, the benefits of the traffic reductions in Sittingbourne as a result of the link road changes. So that's all of the steps. So it's a very initial exercise. It's an initial starter. And my main criticisms of Mr. Bamber's approach is that it is just constantly going back to effectively strict adherence to the application of the census data for an inappropriate zone in that respect.
We understand your criticisms, and hopefully you understand Mr. Bamber's criticisms. I do, yours. And at the end of the day, this is going to be an issue for the inspector to weigh up.
Yeah.
I mean, we will hear in a bit, and coming on to a point later, about kind of with transport kind of data, as we kind of have heard throughout these sessions. Professionals have different opinions. They're entitled to have different opinions, and there can be a myriad of different opinions.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which is why, when one's cross-examining...
Yeah, absolutely, it's very tricky. Yeah.
It's an absolute nightmare to get into transport data.
Yeah, I think inspectors hope to avoid it altogether.
But I think...
Aspiration at the start.
I mean, it's almost as much as a nightmare in trying to pin down what the definition of aspiration is and how one justifies it. But
I mean, that's a big.
But if we have a look at, just very quickly, table 3.2.
Yep.
And here we have Mr. Bamber's flawed and corrected sustainable mode share.
Mm-hmm.
And we come to a phrase that I'm rapidly learning to detest, which is at 3.19, comparing apples with pears.
Yeah.
And I think we had a discussion about not comparing apples with apples. Now, appreciating you're not going to accept what Mr. Bamber says here, where have you, and this is going to probably be, no, actually, it's a bad question, I'm going to move on.
Yep.
But essentially, Mr. Bamber shows a significant difference between the level of sustainable modes with his correction to your flawed methodology. He's right, isn't he?
Right about what? Sorry.
In his calculations, that you haven't taken an appropriate baseline, and in fact, what you've ended up with is effectively an inflated sustainable mode share assumption.
Right. Well, I think, given the disparity of opinion between us on the way in which we do that, clearly going down and breaking down these minutiae of assumptions is, in my view, is a foolish exercise, and it doesn't help us. Personally, it's often useful to apply the sanity check, to go look and say what is reasonable. That's that. We come back to that word again, and Mr. Bamber has a paragraph in paragraph 3.24 where he starts with a reasonable sustainable mode share. So for me, the way that this should be looked at, particularly in light of the MPPF's terminology of reasonable, is to look at the outcome of this exercise. And Mr. Bamber's position there is that he considers a reasonable mode share for trips to Sittingbourne would be a 93%, effectively. That's what he starts off with, excluding car passengers. So that's his definition of what constitutes reasonable. Our view, paragraph 3.2 4, Mr. Bamber sets out a subheading called a reasonable sustainable mode share for trips to Sittingbourne, and then excluding car passengers suggests that he considers reasonable to be 7% total non-car trips, not 15% in non-car primary.
And you disagree, and I think you put this in your rebuttal.
But I think this is the critical point: is that is Mr. Bamber's view as he if he was doing this exercise, he would align himself rigidly to the Iwade census data. He would apply all of the assumptions he's made, and he would come to the conclusion that 93% of car trips to Sittingbourne in the peak hour should be assumed to take place by car, as a primary car trip. My argument is that is wholly unreasonable to assume that for the reasons that have been explained. And that is what we should be looking at as a difference between us. That's the valuable piece of information.
I mean, kind of on that basis, on your account, your clients were lucky they didn't instruct Mr. Bamber, because otherwise we wouldn't be here, because he wouldn't have designed a scheme in this way.
No, because actually, I mean, I touched on this in evidence in chief. If we took Mr. Bamber's assumptions and applied it through, and I think this is a question your very first question you asked me, and I think you'll probably come back to it anyway yourself, but the premise was your clients are concerned that there's errors in the modelling exercise, and they think, and if they are right, the consequence of that will be severe. And one of the main reasons I picked this up in evidence in chief about the sensitivity to these assumptions is to refute that claim. So actually, in practice, I did discuss this in evidence in chief, if Mr. Bamber's approach had been adopted for the mode share, I think I applied it based on the 15% with the car passenger included, for the journeys to Sittingbourne, which is the bit that he challenges, the actual sensitivity to the assessment is tiny. So if we'd done that, it wouldn't have made a very significant difference. In fact, it would have made an immaterial difference to the assessment. So I think that's, again, another really important point, because... Sorry, I'll let you... Sorry, just let me finish talking. Sorry. Maybe I should just carry on. Sorry. Yeah, so that is critical to that. The premise of your question was, if Mr. Bamber or your client is right, and I'm wrong, then the implications would be severe. And the whole point I've tried to set out in evidence chief is that in itself is wrong. And actually, fundamentally, there isn't any evidence that I've seen, anything valuable or anything useful or reliable, that actually says what the consequences of adopting your client's assumptions would be. There's no sort of contradictory evidence. What there is we think this is wrong, and therefore it will be terrible. But in reality, I've tried to explain that if, and I don't say we are, but if we are wrong, the consequences are de minimis or insensitive to the assessment. And I think it's, if you don't mind me just turning to a bit of my evidence, because I think this is critical, and I was going to raise it immediately when you said it, but I thought I'd wait for it to come around. It's pretty well established, and I think I referred in my evidence in JWR 8 to a recent appeal decision at Possingham Farm, where, and I don't need to tell the inspector this, but
I mean, it might help whilst we're turning this up just to explain kind of one of the responses. We are not here designing a scheme.
No.
Mr. Bamber isn't here to completely redesign your scheme.
Not design.
Mr. Bamber explained...
Provide evidence as to the likelihood of there being a severe impact in para 116 terms.
Mr. Bamber explained how he'd looked at your scheme, and he went quite candidly into the instructions he'd had from the action group as to the level that he went down in, and he was criticised for that.
Just to clarify, the para 116 test says planning applications should only be refused where there will be a severe impact. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, tell me if I've got it right. A severe impact in all reasonable scenarios, right? So you could argue the burden of proof is on demonstrating that there's a severe impact.
Yes. Not
demonstrating that there isn't a severe impact, not proving a negative. But obviously the planning system puts the burden on the applicant to do the work. We've done that and demonstrated there's a non-severe impact. But the leap to saying, that there is a severe impact requires a burden of evidence beyond simply going, there might be a problem in that assumption. And that's why I wanted to turn to this appeal case in my evidence in JWR 8, because it says, the inspector acknowledges that and says, I think you touched on saying there are multiple ways to undertake transport assessment, and there are lots of ways of doing it. If I could just turn to that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, can you just bear with me? I just need to pull it up.
So it's my rebuttal appendices, JWR 8.
Which PDF page is that on? Sorry.
I'm just going to find it. Bear with me a second. I did have notes, but I've got so many notes I've lost track.
And
I've opened the wrong one. Sorry.
your appendices are helpfully bookmarked, but not.
We did put coloured letters around the outside of it.
Well, I haven't got any bookmarking.
Right, bear with me a second.
Helpful if I had.
Oh, the hard copy didn't have them. Sorry. Let me just. Bear with me a second. I'm just looking for my JWR8.
So it's page 92
Ah, you found it, have you? Excellent.
is the
Thank you.
the header, and it's the
And I think
the
it's
Possingham farmhouse.
That's correct. And apologies. If I just quickly look for the reference here, it'll be quicker. I did write it down earlier.
So highways starts at paragraph 21, which is on page 97. Is that where you're going?
Yes. It's quite a long section though, so it
Yes.
needs to be taken to. Maybe I'll find it and come back to you, but essentially it's really just to reinforce them. I don't want to waste too much time trying to find this, but it was just to reinforce the point that there are multiple ways of undertaking forecasting. Simply identifying an error or a perceived error in an assessment isn't sufficient. The materiality of that it has to be sufficiently substantial as to undermine the conclusions that are reached by the assessment, which is why in evidence in chief I went beyond just saying I think Mr. Bamber's wrong, but going on to say even if he were right, without prejudice to my view, it doesn't have a consequential impact.
And we accept that this is going to boil down to a consideration by the inspector of the positions adopted by two experts and the non-expert locals. And she is going to have to decide whether or not you have discharged the burden of proof. And what we have done is we've put in the points that we were able to put in based on our understanding of your proposal and the analysis that you've done. In terms of quantifying the implications, the sensitivity of the concern is something that doesn't require a modelling exercise. I did the exercise only with the information in the transport assessment to derive my conclusion that the sensitivity to Mr. Bamber's concern with respect to trips into Sittingbourne, I think I suggested 1%, it's in that region. That exercise could have been done using a piece of paper and the TA available. You don't need to revisit the modelling. And that would have been, I think, valuable information to understand, because you could have... Sorry. Thank you. I think we can move on from Iwade now, move away from modelling for a bit and just have a look at Highstead Road and the Woodstock Road corridor.
Oh yeah, okay.
What I want to just find out from you, so we had the original transport assessment and then your supplementary forecast. Now, is essentially the only physical difference between the proposals from the original TA, or kind of physical difference of significance, say, between the original TA and the supplementary forecast is what is proposed by way of adjustment amendment to the Woodstock Road?
No, this is set out in the document that's accompanying the Statement of Common Ground. So the 34.12.2, I think it is.
Which statement of common ground?
So the KCC Statement of Common Ground, one of the supporting technical notes to that is 34.12.2. To try and expedite matters, I won't take you to it, but we set out there the assumptions that of the physical interventions, and just to give a rough assumption, Woodstock Road was one of the points. Obviously, we included the.
Where are you going in this
So just to go to whereabouts in the document.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can say I can.
For my notes.
So there is an Appendix B to 37 point, what did I just call it? 34.12.2.
Yeah.
And within there is a subsection called Section 3, which talks about the changes that are suggested.
Section 3. Is it on a page?
Sorry? Section 3 on PDF page. Apologies.
Yeah, hold on.
PDF page 26.
Is it what paragraph number?
Well, it's just that whole section, really.
It would have been really helpful if they'd have been tabbed and properly indexed, really, these documents, wouldn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, those ones were statement from ground rather than evidence.
But they're still... All right, I'll have to look on.
And it's something to review later. I don't think we'll drag through it, but I just want
Appendix B anyway.
Appendix B, Section 3. It was only really, Mr. Bell, to highlight that reviews Woodstock Road. It brings into account the additional active travel facilities on the Northern Relief Road.
So the segregation of the walking and cycling corridor.
The alternative bus routing with the suggestion of bus routing to Sheppey, the opening up of the bus gate at Highstead, which was proposed but then was coded into the modelling, the introduction, as within the 106, of enhancements to the ped cycle facilities along the A2, which came about latterly and are now embedded into the 106. So there's a range of interventions and measures that are set out there to describe what can be done to more reasonably demonstrate, if you want.
In respect of cyclists, is the idea that this is to make it more attractive for cyclists to use?
Yeah. Yep.
So I think, I'm coming back to kind of my note, that when we were discussing, or you were discussing in chief, the number of cyclists on Woodstock Road, I think you said something like, considered it to be just below 300 per hour, even if it was to exceed your aspirations.
Mm-hmm.
Now, not too sure as to where that 300 or below 300 figure has come from. And one of the difficulties we have is that we've not been able to find where you've broken sustainable modes into individual modes. So where did that figure of 300 come from?
Well, it was actually derived based on not even doing that exercise. So actually just focusing on what would be the total sustainable travel modes. So without the breakdown, but going through the process of external person trips, breaking it down through the distribution to Sittingbourne that we talked about earlier, then breaking it down to the routes available to take, and then without even breaking that down into percentage mode, how many cycle versus how many bus.
Why didn't you do that?
Because the number came to less than 300 without it. So at that point, if you're comfortable that the total sustainable demand on individual corridors falls below that, then, and the purpose of doing that is to ascertain whether or not what threshold did we sit within LTM 120.
But so if there's no breakdown, there's nothing that we can point to the inspector within this that would show the inspector the assumed number of people who would walk or cycle down Highstead Road. We've just got the amalgamated approach.
That would use. It comes back to my point about the aggregate sustainable travel.
Are you here?
Sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
Ryan.
Do you think
So-
moving forward would help? Would moving forward help?
It's very hot in the middle.
It.
It's probably cooler than it was yesterday. I will try and shout again. Sorry.
Yeah. Right, could you just repeat that bit?
Yeah, so what I was saying is, where you've undertaken this amalgamated approach, if the inspector was to want to have a look, like we wanted to have a look, at...
In what context did you want to have a look, sorry, just to clarify?
Well, we were having a look at the breakdown as to see how you'd taken into account or given thought into the individual modes.
So this is back to the original question about...
Yeah.
So not necessarily related to this 300 point, but...
Well, it kind of feeds into it because it's part of the point of, well, we wanted to see how many you thought would be using this road and how they would do it. Because given it has to be attractive, we want to see how you thought that happened. But I'm not going to be able to find that, am I? That breakdown of walking and cycling, say.
No, because we touched on that. We haven't done that split. But you could go through, and again, this falls into this category. And it unfortunately, it's a complicated exercise.
Well, it's like the 63% figure. It's not specifically set there, but if we dig through and we can do the maths and work it out.
Yeah, you can. I mean, and again, it's an exercise that was undertaken as part of the design forecasting exercise and sense checking the appropriateness of the provision. So, and it can be done. Again, it can be not the split between cycling and walking and public transport, but the percentage allocated to sustainable modes can be derived by information within the transport assessment and the supplementary forecast. So,
I want to kind of talk about the Highstead Road Sustainable Travel Gateway.
Yep.
And the attractiveness of it for pedestrian and cyclists as well. So if we can go to CD 7315, which is the... Bear with me. Is the sustainable transport strategy.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go to page 51, and we're looking at figure 6.2.
Yep.
Have you got that, madam? It's all the electricity is being directed to the fans as opposed to the internet. So, 51. Oh, sorry, 51. PDF 51. So what we have here is a diagram that shows, if one zooms in, and it's the blue track is that's the shared footway cycleway, and here it's only 3 meters wide, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And now we know, don't we, that from LTN 0122, sharing of this type of thing is only really to be used as a last resort.
That's the wording that's used within LTN 120. Yeah.
Now, why does it say that?
Because particularly in high flow environments, pedestrian and cyclists, there is a potential for conflict.
And by conflict we mean?
Well, people trying to use the same space.
Yes.
I mean, you could argue that the same thing occurs with just pedestrian facilities.
And
the more users you get in an environment, the more risk there is that it exceeds the capacity.
Yeah.
And therefore you need additional width or additional provision. So whether it's cyclists or pedestrians, the same occurs.
If you're going to share a footway, a wider footway, less risk of conflict.
Yep.
So going back to there's no such thing as safe.
Oh yeah.
How does a narrower footway, particularly one where it's being a shared way, a narrower shared way, how does that affect the attractiveness of it to a cyclist or a pedestrian? Are people going to be put off using it?
The width, well, I mean, if it gets to a point in terms of the relative demand where the conflict is likely to be an impediment to use, then I guess you could say, yeah, that it might reduce the attractiveness.
So, and if we go further, on the northern section,
Yep.
so cyclists are then expected to rejoin the carriageway, where they'll share it with buses, presumably not pedestrians, but buses.
Yeah, that's the idea, yeah.
And does that have an impact on attractiveness for a cyclist?
In that context, no, I don't think it does.
So coming from a shared footway where your risk of conflict is a pedestrian,
Yeah.
to going into a carriageway where your risk of conflict is with a bus. Appreciating bus is a bigger object.
I don't think it's
pedestrians.
the size; it's the frequency that's more the problem. I mean, cyclists are in most areas made access to bus lanes, for instance, and I think anyone who's ever cycled in any urban areas where that's available would find that the cycling in the bus lane is generally quite a amenable place. And it's quite. I was only doing it the other day actually around Medway, and actually cycling the bus lane was pretty good actually, because you're separated from the traffic, and if you're in a high pedestrian environment, separated from the pedestrians. So in that particular example, given that it's a section of road where the bus frequency will be pretty, comparison to normal traffic levels, good for a bus frequency, but low for traffic frequency.
So you're expecting low frequency of buses to use?
No. High frequency of buses. I mean, you could have an incredibly high frequency of buses, and it would still constitute a low frequency of traffic, wouldn't
Yes.
it? In terms of if you had a bus coming every 5 minutes, it would still be if you imagine a road with a vehicle passing only every 5 minutes, that wouldn't be considered to be a busy road by any measure, would it? So that environment would be a very low traffic environment, even with a very high frequency of buses.
So, I mean, we look at this section where the cyclists join, and the busway itself narrows, doesn't it? It goes down to 4.8 metres.
Well, it's actually sort of widens actually.
So where does it widen?
So there is one.
There's a junction, isn't there?
It's one or two houses which are.
Yeah.
So the reason it's widened beyond the 3 metres. So it's 3 metres in order where the only vehicles that we're using it will be the buses, and then it widens to 4.8 to allow for it to be access to the private residents that are kept within. So there's 2 houses, isn't there, that are accessed. So it widens to the north, I would have said, rather than narrows. Is that what you're referring to?
Bear with me one moment.
Am I on the right page? I'm looking at the Highstead Road.
So it should be page 51.
Yeah, PDF.
So if you're going north, there's a section of the bus only which is 3 metres wide.
Yeah, so sorry, I think I've kind of come up too far. So 3 metres wide, you've got the narrow bus lane there.
And then it widens out as it goes
And then
past.
it widens out, but it doesn't widen out enough for 2 buses to pass each other, does it? So buses are going to have to give way, the southbound and the northbound bus.
I think at 4.8 metres it's probably, that's right on the very limit, isn't it, I think there. So yeah, you're probably correct, it would need to be.
This is the Highstead Lane one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's to the
Highstead
top where it
Road.
joins, I think it's Brenchley Road, isn't it, and Swansea Avenue
Right, okay, it's fine.
to the north. I mean, it's probably good, just worth noting, there are other pedestrian cycle routes available as well going through the adjoining residential estate. So, it's worth noting there is a distribution.
Yes, although there's other routes. The design of the idea is to make this particularly attractive.
Yeah, but there's also,
cyclists.
if you're going sort of slightly more to the west, for instance, you've got that breakthrough of the public rights of way and going into the network.
But are we saying that we're planning on providing this dedicated cyclist stroke pedestrian route, but if you don't find it attractive?
No. What we're saying is that this section of it, you've got the residential development as proposed would probably make both best use of this. Anyone else coming from further to the south might choose to, particularly in walking sense, go into, and I forget the name of the estate now, is it Eden Village? Forgive me. You can go into there, and I think it's shown as a whole network of cycle and walk routes within that area.
I mean,
come off of Highstead Road.
With this issue in particular of the width and the buses, and
Yep.
kind of saying it's on the edge of buses.
For being able to have 2 passing, yeah.
So when you say it's on the edge, are we looking at the type of manoeuvre that a bus driver might not want to
Yeah,
make.
or the type of bus, actually.
The
as well,
type
yeah,
of bus.
yeah.
But we don't know, again,
No, don't know.
concept
Concept, yeah.
we're coming to, so there is a possibility that this might need widening.
No, I think the actual consequential result of that might be control. To make sure that.
So introducing the control, which would introduce more delays for the buses.
No, because you use bus priority control. So you do something so that so you might have to delay. On the rare occasion when two buses meet in this relatively small section, you'd have some structure where they could be controlled so that one passes the narrowest that section first and then the other goes, as opposed to, say, for instance, a timetabling solution to avoid it. So there are numerous ways you could deal with it that are not going to incur.
But numerous ways to deal with
sizable.
it, which presumably are for further down the line. They're not. You don't
Well,
think
absolutely.
they're
I mean,
needed
yeah.
for now?
I mean, this is. I think this falls squarely into sort of
Detailed
determination of
design.
access.
Yeah. I mean, so we have this dedicated area for buses to use. It's potentially going to be subject to some form of control. There are going to be cyclists coming on and having to share it as well. I mean, our concern with this is how attractive will this be as a route for cyclists to use, for people catching the bus if they think, well, actually it's going to be quicker if I drive and use one of the other routes, that type of thing. I mean, this is being presented as an answer to kind of a shift to sustain part of an
Contribution,
answer.
yeah, part.
A contribution to
Yeah.
sustainable transport. But is it an example of a paradigm shift or a potential paradigm shift? Surely it should be as free-flowing and easy and attractive as possible.
I mean, the language there, it's risks of the paradigm shift language is. Are you adopting that because that's the language to use, say, for instance, the decide and provide guidance for the way in which this is a paradigm shift in the way we do transport planning?
So, I mean, what's your view on it? Do you think it is a paradigm shift, or is it just this is good enough, the best we can do, business as usual type?
No. If you look at it from the context of the fact that this is a route that will be, it has to be looked in balance. A road that will be closed to traffic. So that's an input. That's a stick.
Yeah, close to traffic, not buses.
Well, yeah, but the point is that what contributes to someone making a decision to consider a route to be attractive and makes them want to shift mode. It's not just. Again, it's a bit like the carrot and stick we talked about earlier, isn't it? So the carrot is the facility, the stick is that you can no longer drive down that route. So if you're making journeys where this is the preferable route that you would drive down, you have to take a substantially alternative diversion to do that journey. So that's part of the balance of decision making on journey.
Yeah, part of the balance of decision making. But if you look at it this way, where you have a cyclist, and having been knocked off by a van, I wouldn't put myself down as the most confident cyclist in the world. But if I suddenly found I had a development where I had this particular route, would I look at it and think to myself, I'm going to cycle it, but there is a risk I'll collide with a pedestrian. Maybe I'd take that risk. But would I want to cycle it at the point where suddenly I'm going to be riding with buses coming in either direction, where it's quite a narrow passing space?
Personally, I don't think it. If you imagine yourself being, just as the most local example, the section of the proposals that are close to this area, as an example, if you sit there and go, well, I can get in my car now, I want to go to the centre of Sittingbourne, and I can drive down and go to the Relief Road, or I can go down to Cromer's Road, or whatever I can do, or I can just make an absolutely direct, far shorter, far more precise route on this corridor. To not call that attractive, both in and itself versus just a road that you cycle down that's open to all traffic, right? Bypassing through, cycling down any other road you want to pick. It's, as a standalone entity, it's considerably more attractive. In a relative sense to your alternative journey, it goes even more so.
But we're looking at developments where we're trying to encourage the maximum number of people to use sustainable transport, in particular cycling. And the issue you have here is, are you just looking to cater for something that is only really going to be attractive to intermediate or confident cyclists?
Oh, not at all. No, I mean that would. I think if the suggestion that this facility, which is a shared facility and then an area that shares a route only with buses. Okay, we're not outside a bus depot or something, where they're every 10 seconds, and 2 dwellings. If the suggestion that this is an environment that would only be used by confident cyclists, I understand the concept. There are certain parts of on-road cycling where we err towards saying this is only for confident users. I think the suggestion that this comes anywhere close to that category.
I mean, some people would look at it and say, okay, it's a longer drive, but would I rather come out of it intact?
I genuinely cannot see what's provided there as a facility that would give rise to anybody saying this is a safety impediment to my journey. The idea of having a largely traffic-free route.
So if we come down to the southern end of it, where the cycleway it starts.
Yep.
We're not clear as to where it's envisaged that pedestrians get on at that point. Where does it join up?
Well, essentially, what we've done there is we've taken that up to where it breaks out into the boundary of the site. So you can see the site boundary marked up there. So essentially, everything beyond that falls into this category of essentially subject to master planning.
Yeah.
What happens to Highstead Road? What happens to the, if you want, as an access point, is all to be, regrettably, I'm sorry to say that, but to be determined. How that gets treated. So that can only be resolved when we do the holistic master planning of the site more widely.
Yeah,
and that applies to the whole route along Highstead Road as well, actually, as well.
And this is an example of you, I guess, working within the constraint you have, being the red line boundary. Remember we had that discussion about...
I would say the opportunity, once you're inside the red line boundary, is actually it's the opposite of a constraint. So once you're inside the red line boundary, the constraint is lifted and your opportunities are sort of endless in that respect.
So could we say if it wasn't for the red line boundary, or if the red line boundary was a little wider, a better approach could be taken with a wider carriageway and a wider footpath that would make it more attractive?
So the section through there, as with any retrofitting of measures to an existing part of the highway network, and I don't think there's anything in LTN 120 that would, for example, that would challenge this, is you have to work with what you have. You have to interventions for you shouldn't not do something because you can't achieve the absolute perfect scenario. The LTN 120 is saying to us, when we have a blank sheet of paper, when we have a complete, we can do anything, we should aspire to go way beyond what's necessary to achieve attraction and plan for a future when even more people are doing it. When we get to constraints on existing networks, you do necessarily have to be pragmatic and work within those constraints. So there is that's a necessary reality.
Yeah. I mean, it does feel to my clients that what's been proposed here is just, it's almost window dressing. It is putting something in and saying this is attractive, when actually when one looks from their perspective at the realities, it's not that attractive for cyclists, it's not that attractive for pedestrians, and the delays potentially would make it not that attractive for
I think you've heard my position.
I just put it to you, that's our position.
Okay, fine. Okay,
so let's have a look at 7.31.6 now. Which is the highways infrastructure proposals.
Yep.
And if we go to page 48,
PDF page 48.
Hang on.
so page 48.
Yeah. I haven't got the document yet. 7.
Sorry, madam, I do struggle to hear you, so you might have to Brian
sorry,
Blessed as well.
I haven't got the document, and I don't think I've got the right reference. Which?
So it's 7.31.6.
Oh.
So it's volume 6 of the transport assessment, the highways infrastructure proposals.
Yeah, okay.
48.
And what page was it, please?
Page 48. So these are going to be similar points about the attractiveness of it, and
Yep.
I'll try and deal with it quite quickly.
Well, I mean, we might be able to deal with this really quickly. If you
Really
want.
quickly,
Well,
because
only
you're
simply
not
to say-
going to agree with me. We know that. So,
Well, no. I mean, very simply, as in taking my point about once you're within the site, the opportunities are available to you. This junction, and in fact, the entire movement corridor,
Yeah.
sits within the red line, and
So-
therefore the emergence of the design for that has the opportunity. And I think I touched on this evidence in chief. The opportunities to increase this for LTM 120 compliance
are boundless.
Boundless. Yeah, absolutely.
I
yeah.
can't remember which advertising slogan that was. Might have been Orange
I don't
Telephone.
remember. Sorry, I don't remember.
But yeah, we kind of come on to that. But
Okay, fine, all right.
As we have it here, so for the people at home, this is the Stockers Hill Highstead Road junction.
Yep.
And so if we look just to the north of Cromer Road, what we can see here is the footways and cycleways, and they end where the junction ties in
Yep.
with the existing
Yep.
Highstead Road. So at this point, pedestrians, cyclists, and buses would all end up sharing the existing carriageway.
Yeah, so I can explain. When this design was originally constructed, we talked about earlier about this access that's on the next page that's be redundant.
Yeah.
So the development parcel had an access through
Yeah.
there previously, and the permeability for pedestrians was
So-
assumed to be there. So that would need to be
Yeah.
varied.
So the point here is that's not LTN 120.
no,
compliant, is it?
not at all.
But again, this is something that could be expanded upon. So there can be improvements.
There could be, yeah. I mean, in fairness, that section of road there, obviously that benefits from the closure at the top end, because I think, as Ms. Councillor Bonney said, it's quite, at the moment, in the absence of the infrastructure, it's quite a well utilised route. But obviously that will change quite markedly with the closure at the top end we were talking about.
It's envisaged, isn't it? The buses are still going to be able to travel down that.
Yeah.
And our position is that it's not wide enough at the moment, or kind of on the basis of what is proposed for two buses to pass
At
safely.
the top end where
Highstead
Swansea
Road.
Avenue was, or Swansea all the way.
Top end of the junction.
Yeah, it's top end of the junction. Yes, yeah, we talked about it.
So yeah, our position is not safe enough for two buses to pass.
Okay, yeah.
So now, Mr. Simons put to Mr. Bamber in cross-examination that this potentially would be a good cycle route to take to the station. But the position we have is that, as is currently proposed, it actually wouldn't be safe for pedestrians and cyclists to use that route, given the buses that are going to be travelling down it and the width.
Okay, I mean,
So it's not an attractive route.
well, I've cycled that route quite a few times.
You've already said that you're a fairly competent
Did I?
cyclist. I think you did. If you did,
I think Mr. Bamber said that.
Mr.
I don't think
Bamber,
I said
sorry.
that.
Too many traffic consultants.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not. I don't think I would claim to be any type of cyclist. But in terms of categorise myself, no, I've cycled it. I mean, even with all the traffic that's on there currently, it's quite a nice route actually. So I would concur with what Mr. Simon said.
And you've got the chalk pits in that area, isn't it, as well? On
Yeah.
The southbound. So if you're going to be looking at kind of expanding or making it kind of more attractive, how are you going to deal with the chalk pit?
I think that's a section that you could, based on my own experience of it, and with the closure of even with current traffic levels, that could operate quite effectively as an en route cycle. Yeah, so an on-road cycle route. It wouldn't necessarily need shared facilities or dedicated facilities. I cycled along it, found it quite amenable even with current conditions.
I mean,
So-
there are blind bends, aren't there, on that road?
Blind bends is a dangerous terminology.
Okay,
I mean,
there are
limited
tight
visibility.
bends.
But that aside, I didn't find it particularly intimidating. That's with a lot, with through traffic on there.
I mean, for all cyclists, a bus coming around one of these bends, and cars.
I think it's quite an amenable. I think I'm going by my own experience. It's quite an amenable route. It's one that would fall into, particularly with the closure at the top, into something that National Cycle. I mean, National Cycle Route 1, for instance, I think goes along sections of Lower Road at the moment, which Mr. Bam has highlighted as being a heavily trafficked and highly unsafe environment. I'd say this is way better than that. So this is an area that would probably quite happily be identified as a cycle route without any problems at all.
But, I mean,
excuse me, I'm actually a bit lost here. Are we still talking about Highstead Road?
Highstead
Yes.
Road.
Right, and we went to page 48 to show where it would join the Southern Relief Road.
Mm-hmm.
And now we seem to be up at the top
We're in the middle,
again.
I think. We're in the middle.
Yes, sorry, we've kind
So are
of
we
moved on a bit of.
We are on the other drawing now, are we? Or are we still on this drawing?
It's the bit that's in between, I think. I suspect. Is
So
that
it's
fair to
where
say?
kind of you come up to the point where the compass point says north. If you see in the top
All right, you're right
right-hand
up there.
side.
I see. Okay. Right. Okay.
So I'm not sure, madam, if you visited that point on foot at all. I'm not.
We didn't go there on a site visit.
No, I'm just thinking. I've walked most of this now.
I think it's one of the roads that there were some concerns as to how easy it would be to walk on it given the
our
traffic
conceptual
conditions.
on it.
But our position would be that if you're cycling along that and you've got one of the buses coming round the bend, the bus takes up most of the carriageway on that road.
I mean, I was passed by some large vehicles when I've been cycling around there. It's not actually that narrow a road. I mean, we could be careful in presenting this. It's like there are sections of carriageway where, vehicles are passing each other happily.
Is it a road with a white line down the middle?
I'm trying to remember now. I think it doesn't in places. No, I think it does at the bottom end, doesn't it? But and the top end maybe.
I mean, madam, it may be worth you having a look at that road.
Highstead Road.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the way of doing it.
I need to do that.
Maybe Mr. Simons can lend you his electric bike.
Gosh, no, thank you.
I don't know if there's a bus you can get on to. But,
Okay.
I mean, in respect of the, I think, I want to just bear with me one moment. I think I can cut through a few points. I want to just have a look at the bus gates.
The bus back up at the top.
Yeah, but if we go back onto the junction, and they're on the northern side, aren't they?
Oh, hang on, I may have just closed that down. Bear with me a second.
So page 48 again.
Oh, sorry,
I think they're the point. Do you remember we had the discussion as to whether or
not
not
the bus gate on Highstead Road.
Yes. No, hang on. We've got the so we're back on page 48 of 7.316.
Oh, sorry, you said bus gate. I thought we were talking at the top.
No, so I'm looking at. Oh no, sorry. They're the You've got the busway that runs alongside.
Oh, so we're still looking at the Highstead Road junction.
Yes.
Okay, the bus gate's off of this drawing to the
Yes.
north.
So you've got those two gates there. Do you remember there was some confusion early on as to whether or not that it went underneath the junction?
Yes,
but it's
sorry.
It's the
I know.
bus gates
You're
are there.
talking about the crossing of the public transport corridor
Yes.
at this junction.
Yes.
Yeah, not the bus gateway. Yeah, sure. Okay.
So, if we can just have a look at this point here, is the idea that where you have buses going up the junction at that stage, if they're coming down towards the junction from the north to the south, is the idea to have buses turn into those gates at any point to use the busway?
Yeah, I mean that's a valid matter of detail that needs to be picked up, which is how do you interact between those two. When designed, it was designed.
So, but kind of down the road.
Well, when it was designed originally, it was designed as a through movement.
And presumably because it's a matter of a detailed design further down the road, there's been no kind of swept path analysis here as to how easy it would be for a bus to swing in.
Not for the buses. No, you're right. That would need to be done. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
potentially there's an issue there that if that was to show it wasn't wide enough for a bus to swing in, that there'd need to be some kind of beefing up or enlargement.
Well, I mean,
of the
this
junction.
whole junction is going to be subject to a complete rationalisation and redesign as part of the process. So, when you say wider, I mean it's going to change
I mean, it's about
drastically.
ensuring that a bus can turn in safely. Effectively.
Yeah, but this is we're back to almost like a blank sheet of paper here. We're not with the constraints here, and we're not back looking at red line boundaries or narrow corridors.
Yeah. Did you look at that issue when you designed this?
No.
I mean, I know you say because part of what you've said repeatedly is that the infrastructure has been engineered to a worst case scenario.
That junction has certainly, yeah. I mean, so if you look at the number of lanes that we've got in various approaches, the amount of hatching generally on those two approaches, there's myriad scope, as I said in evidence in chief, to reduce the scale of that junction. Some additional corner radii to allow buses to turn in and out would be fairly de minimis in the context of that. I mean, it would be a fraction of the overall provision. I mean, I think I've made clear throughout this that the infrastructure design that is put forward illustratively dates back some considerable time in the process, and there has been evolution of things like the sustainable transport strategy overall, such as the introduction of the idea of cutting that bus gate through there. So I can't stand here and say to you that this is the finished article by any measure, and that every minor little thing like that has been accounted for. Which is why I started the conversation by saying, no, we're in the blank sheet of paper territory here when it comes to the design. Apart from the alignment,
You've helpfully anticipated a point about whether any modelling or assessments have been done in terms of how the buses are going to access, but that's for further down the line.
sweat path type of that. You were talking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bear with me one moment. Can I move on now to CD 3412.2 again?
Do you think we should have a break? It's 11.
Yes, madam.
It's on 11. Yes.
I think I can be finished before lunch. I've kind of made quite good progress in some of the points I'm cutting out anyway. So
All right. Okay. Well, I think we'll have a break anyway. It's 11, so we will break till 25 past. Thank you. now 11:25, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. And if you'd like to carry on, Mr. Bell, thank you very much.
Thank you. I was about to move on, but I've been reminded of just a couple of quick points. Staying with the junction we were just looking at.
Ah, sorry, I closed that down. Bear with me.
Sorry, 7.31.6.
Same page.
Yes, 48. So, and I just want to be clear, this is the key junction to allow buses the Highstead Road priority route.
This is the route the buses would take, yeah.
Yes.
To get there, yeah.
Now, I think I know the answer, which is always good when you're cross-examining, but have you provided any operational assessments to show that it can operate a bus priority system successfully?
As in timing of signalisation and such like. I'd have to go back and check that. I can't remember what assumptions were made in terms of intergreens within the Lindsay modelling. So the normal way of doing that would have been to have allowed some additional, either a stage or an intergreen. I think it's something that it's quite a detailed question that I'd have to go and dig into.
I mean, would it be something that you're expecting to do later on as part of looking at this junction at the detailed design stage?
Yeah, so I mean, we talked earlier about the sweat paths. I mean, like for instance, for the buses coming from the south, for instance, one of the possibilities might be you quite often sometimes see the buses get integrated back in at a signalised junction at that stop line with their dedicated lane, for instance. So you could break off, and then in that case it would be just the left turn.
Yeah, I mean,
so there's again there's a number of ways in which this could be implemented in this place. But again, I think I touched on evidence in chief. I think this junction's operating at sort of mid 60% RFC in the peak hour under the worst case scenario. So
I mean, our concern is in respect of the need to do an operational assessment, to have a look at how this is going to work.
Yep.
Is that whilst you say there are issues of de minimis that arise here, but in reality, is it possible that a proportion of the capacity may need to be taken up to ensure that bus priority is works properly?
Okay, so put it in. So if we look, let's say for instance there was a 10-minute headway bus operating through here. That would need.
Just pause a minute. So yes, and then the explanation.
Yeah, but the explanation reason for that is to contrast it. We talked about cycle times for pedestrians.
Yeah.
So we work on the assumption that for the junctions we looked at, that every cycle a pedestrian would be called. In this particular junction, buses won't arrive at every cycle. So I was going to go on to say that if you've got, say, a 10 or 15 minute headway bus service, it might get called every 5 or 10 cycles, depending on how it operates.
So yeah, but to do the analysis of that, if it turns out that you potentially lose some of the capacity, so
you wouldn't lose capacity in every cycle.
No,
so you'd lose it in like 1 in 5 cycles. So with a Lindsay assessment, which is what this was based on, that's based on a typical cycle. So it would only be every 5th, if you want it, or every, depending on what the frequency of the buses are, where you would have to make any allowance for the buses.
And this is something that either needs to be looked into or has been.
Yeah.
So, but in terms of if there is a need to have a look at increasing the capacity further because of
I can say with confidence that the answer to that is no. There won't be a need to increase the capacity over what you see here to accommodate buses.
But if there was, bear with me on this one.
Okay, all right.
If there was, would one way to do that to increase the scale of the junction to facilitate an increase in capacity?
Do you want me to go on? This is on a hypothetical journey that doesn't apply to this.
It's a very
case.
short journey.
Okay.
It's not quite the length of Highstead Road.
Depending on the frequency of the buses, if you wanted to introduce bus priority to a junction, that can come at the expense of other junction capacity, and you may need to increase the capacity of the junction for doing that.
And how do you do that? Would increasing the scale be one way?
Or you adjust the timing to the junction so that you tolerate some, so there's a whole range.
Yeah, and if you adjust the time on the junction, it makes the traffic flows less efficient.
I mean, junction design is not as simple as that. It's a complicated exercise that involves loads of considerations. So
it's kind of one for detailed design.
Well, no, I
presumably
mean,
later on.
your hypothetical situation
Yeah,
is,
but
it's not really practical to take.
The hypothetical situation is that if there is a need to increase the scale of the junction here,
Okay.
bearing in mind
For what
kind of
reasons?
it's well within the red lines. If you needed to,
Sorry, I thought the hypothetical situation was at a junction.
no, this junction.
So this junction, there is no practical reason why this junction will need to be increased in scale to accommodate bus priority of the way that's forecast. So I think the hypothetical exercise doesn't apply to this junction.
But if there was any need to look at increasing the scale of this junction, one of the problems
Any need.
Yes, one of the problems is the chalk pit acts as a constraint.
Okay, so in any hypothetical situation, for whatever reason, this junction, ignoring the forecasting under the robust traffic scenario and the operating well within capacity, you're just creating a situation where, what if we just wanted to make it bigger for reasons unspecified? Is that what the hypothesis is?
Our hypothesis is that actually, when you look at how the buses are to operate and to how to deal with the priority side of things, and also if the swept pathway analysis shows that there is a need to increase a size somewhere in order to facilitate it, that's going to be nigh on impossible to do because of the location of the chalk pit.
Okay, so should we take that as what you say, as a what if you need to extend this junction? Yeah.
Yes
okay.
or no, the chalk pit's a constraint.
Which bit are you concerned with primarily?
So it's the Highstead Road bit.
So if we look at the north-east corner, northwest corner or the northeast corner, either of those, which is the interaction point you're talking about, isn't it? So both the northeast corner and northwest corner sit within it, sort of effectively sit within a paddock there. I think that's the one where Mr. I don't know if, Mum, if you can recall.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, when we were on site, we went past that house,
Jumped over the gate.
and Mr. Vanbrugh and I jumped over the gate and went and stood in the.
With permission,
And
presumably.
I think we moved around a bit until I waved at you and said, "This
I
is
said
where I am."
I wasn't going over the gate.
Yeah. And I said, "I'm in the middle of the junction now," didn't I?
Yes, yeah, you did.
Yeah,
I
so that was in the
remember,
paddock. So I think I'm going to call it a paddock. I don't know what its technical definition is, but so the works you're referring to would occur within that space there.
Okay.
So I don't immediately see the implications of the chalk pit in that context.
So I think I'm done with that particular bit of the junction. I want to come back to, and I'm sorry it's jumping about a bit, but I want to come back to a point about the width of the Woodstock corridor highway. I'm sorry, it is coming back, and it's just a quick question, which is, I think you suggested at one point in chief that the Woodstock corridor highway could be reduced further to allow more space for a segregated pedestrian and cycle facility.
Yes. From 6.5 to 5.5, yeah.
Yeah, and there are buses that run along that corridor.
And that's why I said that was one of the the reason why we erred on the side of caution in assuming that we couldn't, because there is a bus corridor that runs through there. Whether or not that continues in the future, because of the influence that Highstead Park would have on the pattern of bus movements, it's not clear. It won't be clear what the Kent Council choose to do in terms of distribution of bus routes. It may or may not be on that corridor. If it proves not to be, or the types of bus that operate on it allow for a narrower corridor, I simply said that there would be scope to widen that.
I mean, if the width of that carriageway is reduced further, would that present a difficulty in it being used by buses anyway? Would that, if the width of that corridor was reduced further,
beyond existing or beyond as proposed?
Well, beyond as proposed.
Okay, so beyond the 6.5, yeah.
Yeah, if it was reduced further, would that cause a problem for it being used by buses full stop? It wouldn't be the easiest of bus routes, would it?
No, so the general principle for a bus route, so 5.5 metres actually does allow two large vehicles to pass. Apologies. 5.5 metres, which is the lower amount, does allow generally for two large vehicles to pass. 6.5 is generally the amount that's required for a bus corridor, because it's partly actually to do with the alignment of the road. So when you go around bends, obviously.
So 6.5 is allowancing for the buses to use it and to pass each other.
Particularly on bends, for instance.
Bends.
You know, so when you got straight
but
roads,
5.5 to 6.5.
that's within that range, buses can pass each other. So you can have localised. So I think we have a localised section of 6 metres to build out around a junction on the Woodstock corridor.
How does that reflect with, we were discussing earlier about the 4.8 metre and buses being able to pass, and you said they were just about able to pass.
No, that's what I said to you, that you get down to 5.5, 4.8, that area there, I actually said to you it probably would need to be controlled so that you didn't have, at 4.8 it would likely need to be controlled either by timetabling or by, say, signalisation. So buses that are coming out are held briefly while one comes in, or something to that effect. On the Woodstock corridor, where we are, 6 metres, which I think is the lowest point we currently have, is more than acceptable. 5.5 would be okay, but it wouldn't be normal. You know, normally we would aspire to 6.5 for a bus corridor. Hence the reason that's what we've generally tried to allow for, except for localised narrowing around junctions to get cycle priority.
I mean, this comes to the issue that we have about, it's not terribly clear to us that these proposals for sustainable kind of movement corridors are going to work.
Okay.
Because we've got issues now where you have a play-off between kind of bus access, pedestrian and cycle use, widths of the road for buses to pass and such like. It doesn't feel like it's been fully considered.
So we've got a corridor, Woodstock Road, where at the moment you've got 2 acceptable size footways and then a very large vehicular corridor. So what we're proposing to do is to rationalise that corridor space to enhance the provision for active travel, and as per the drawings, retain access by sustainable travel, if that is the route that rationalised bus services continue to use. So if you want the victim, or the thing that loses out in those proposals, is car travel. That's what's car travel, so car users. So that the rationalisation of, or the reallocation of road space, as I use in the transport assessment, is at the expense of the car primarily. So parking opportunities are reduced, except where they're used as a constraint to movement. So I don't accept that it isn't a corridor that provides an opportunity to significantly enhance sustainable travel modes in the broadest sense.
Okay, can we open now 3412.2? Find it. There we go. So this is the supplementary forecast.
Sure.
3412.2. And I want to go to page 20.
PDF page.
Yes, PDF page 20.
Page.
20. And here we've got this is the Woodstock Road, Gore Court Road junction, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, in evidence in chief, it seemed that there may be a proposal for reducing the crossing facilities here from 2 arms to 1 arm. Is that correct?
Sorry?
Are we at the junction?
We're at the junction. So you've got the 4-arm junction.
Could you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't.
Yes, it may be that, again, with the hearing issues,
Yeah.
quite hear what you said. But where is the crossing proposed here? Where are the crossings for these?
You talk at the junction.
Yeah.
So that's shown with the tactile paving makes it clear.
Sorry?
The tactile paving, which is
Yeah.
on either side. So
Okay.
that's on the we're looking at the Bell Road junction here, aren't we? Just to clarify, Park Avenue junction.
I'm looking at this one. Yes, that is Bell Road.
Yep.
And apologies, I'm not as familiar with Sittingbourne as perhaps I should be by now.
I'm probably too familiar with that. So yeah, so I think you can see the crossing facilities on there. You said something I said in evidence and chief.
Yes, we weren't too sure whether you were discussing about reducing the crossings from.
Oh, sorry. Was this? I think this might be confused with the other junction, where I talked about adding an additional lane.
So we've got there are crossings on two arms, aren't there, of the junction here? So you've got the tactile pavement.
Yes, there's a setback refuse
So
island.
there's the eastern arm, and then there's the western arm, which has a crossing in that.
Yep.
What we thought you'd said in respect of this junction is that you were considering reducing the crossing from two arms at the present, so one on the east and one on the west, to just one arm.
Oh, sorry. I don't recall
Oh,
saying
sorry.
that at all.
That has to go.
Well, there isn't a crossing there.
There's an island.
Oh, sorry. I'm just. So there's an island. I apologise. I've misunderstood a point here, but the northern arm, as it comes off of the junction,
Yeah.
there's an island there. Is that
Yeah.
right? Is that a crossing?
No.
So what is that?
It's just for location for signal heads. So
there's an existing island beyond it, which is kind of it's slightly faded out.
oh yeah, it's part of the civils of the existing. Part of the existing civils.
Is that to go as a crossing then?
So that's. Oh yeah. So where that is, yes. So that's part of you can see the grey underneath. You can see the various bits of the. You can't see the roundabout underneath there, but
So why is that going as a crossing? Is that a compromise to allow this junction to operate in a?
I think the view was that with the provision of the Toucan crossing to the south and the other facilities, and it's only a similar to the other side. It's only a refuse island crossing in that location. So I think there is potential to look at whether or not an additional crossing could be provided at the junction east-west, or possibly, maybe more desirable, will be further north.
I mean, was there any? If that is,
But there's no formal signal crossings
no,
at
and
this junction
again,
at the moment.
is this is presumably something that's going to come down to detailed design.
Yeah,
But in terms
I'm
of
not sure what the point. Sorry,
in terms of the concept here, if this crossing is going
yeah.
based on this
Well,
concept,
just point out, it is only a bit like on Park Avenue. It's not, just to clarify, it's not a signalised crossing. This is just an
but
island
it's somewhere
north of the
where
roundabout.
someone can cross the road.
Yeah.
There's no signal there. You look to see if the traffic's clear. You walk to the island and then
Yeah.
you go to the other side.
Yeah.
But if that's going, has any assessment been done as to what the impact would be of that disappearing? As in, how is it used? How frequently? Do people use the crossing?
That's a fair observation that the utilisation of that crossing would need to be considered as to whether or not it needs a replacement offset crossing, possibly on that road. Maybe it would be benefited by having another signalised crossing to the north, for instance, where the cycleway footway is, just at sort of outside 111A. So that would be quite beneficial. There's probably quite a lot of latitude to put a crossing on the southern side, actually, which would be a better environment. So, yeah, I think there's definitely opportunities for refinement and enhancement to do that, to make it even better for pedals and cyclists.
This is the area where the schools and sports facilities
Yeah.
are going to be located. So there's going to be quite a few children, people wandering around, one would think, and
Yep.
where you have a crossing like this, going from kind of one side to the other, then presumably it's quite a key crossing that needs looking at, or could be a key
I think
crossing.
it would certainly be something that will go through that design process, probably identified within the safety audit, and be looking for responses to that. Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. I'm still not quite sure. You said we've removed
the
island. Sorry,
Apologies, I misunderstood.
okay, fine.
Kind
I'll
of
leave that
the
point.
note. I think you probably were talking about, and I've conflated it with another point.
okay, sorry.
But
It's confused me somewhat. Sorry.
I mean, I think the concern about this, identifying this type of issue, is that my clients are particularly concerned as to whether or not your client and yourself, with no disrespect intended, have a thorough understanding as to how these types of crossings are used by the locals and what impacts would be if they're taken out. And where you have something like this that is identified and then you look at it and like, well, actually not sure, it probably does need to come out, we don't know. Our position is that, well, this is something that should have been considered at this stage to show that you've fully understood it, but it just seems like it hasn't.
In practice, I guess that comes down to the question of where do various points get included. Like everything else, and it is a bit tedious to repeat it over and over again, but the idea of a conceptual exercise is to see what can you achieve in the space that's available. Can you get a standards compliant junction with LTN 120 facilities and on the north-south corridor in this location? Evidently, you could put a crossing facility, say, to the north around 100, is it 11A? So you've got very wide. We've actually got an abundance of space if you go further to the north. If you look at that bulging out of the 4 metre cycleway to the north, so an offset facility comparable to that could easily be introduced.
That needs to be looked at. It hasn't been assessed yet.
But you can. I'm happy to hold my hands up and say that, with the benefit of hindsight, putting an island a few metres north of where that one was, within that space that's available, could easily have been added to that drawing. But I suggest we could go even further than that and actually probably look at options for integrating signal crossing. So if you're talking about like-for-like replacement, it would be very easily achieved. And if that should have been on that drawing in the concept, then I'm comfortable with that. It should have been in there.
Can't do it this way. Presumably when you looked at this, or whoever within your team looked at this, would have seen the crossing there. And if it had been possible to include the crossing within the signalisation at that point, it would have been left in, or it would have been moved at that stage. I know you've held your hands up and said. Yeah, no,
I suspect it's come out because when we went through this process, I touched on in Evidence Chief Mr. Bamber's reference to this band right turn, and it isn't a band right turn for any of the junctions. What I was trying to mention Evidence in Chief is we went through lots and lots of optioneering exercises, and I suspect in that particular example at one point that's an example where we may have had 2 lanes on that traffic, additional capacity for the southbound movement, and then it might have been that there wasn't as much space available to replace that island to the north. And then as we've gone through and rationalised the design and reduced it down to 1 lane and found that to be appropriate for the constraints-based approach, and to also introduce the LTN 120. As I say, hold the hands up, through the design process with all the checks and balances and safety audits, we would end up with a replacement facility at least equivalent to the one that's there in the apparent space that's available to do it as it goes through that process. One of the downsides of rapid optioneering that's been gone through where you do that is that sometimes you move around and one thing that can go in doesn't go back in again. But that's conceptual design versus detailed design, where those things get picked up. If I could see no way of delivering that, I think I'd be more concerned. But it looks eminently possible. Not entirely possible.
I'm going to move to the sustainable movement corridor, which I think the 5 parishes in particular have been referring to as the busway. So if we can have a look at CD 731.5. 731.5. Seem to have accidentally deleted my reference.
I'm there when.
Okay, and I want to go to PDF page 32. And it's figure 4.2, which shows a cross section.
Yep.
So here we have a cross section which is described as a typical section of a two-way bus guideway facility. And if we have a look at the pedestrian cycleway, it's 5 metres. You have to zoom in quite a bit.
Yep.
So why is that 5 metres there? As in, why is it 5 metres in the typical cross section? What's the rationale?
I would imagine that's because 5 metres is a useful number that gets you to segregate it between peds and cyclists. I think it's the same as we referred to on the Woodstock corridor earlier about, I think I touched on it in chief, it's a, actually getting, just keep saying LTM 120, but there is an anomaly in it where...
It's a standard, are we saying? So
No, but there's an anomaly in it. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it actually with the DFT on it. In that a shared surface is, while with your caveats, is considered less desirable. 3 metres is a parameter. You have to get to 5 metres before any kind of segregation, according to the when you interpret LTM 120. Actually, my own view is that forms of light segregation at 4 metre width, for instance, is actually quite effective and in certain circumstances makes for a very desirable condition. But in this...
Could you tell me where we're talking about?
Sorry.
I can't read the...
When you zoom, it blurs, I'm afraid.
Yes, it does.
It's really small, and the problem with doing it on a PDF is
Where
sometimes it
are
then
we-
takes you over the page.
Where are we talking about?
So-
So on the right-hand side, you can see the image of the cyclist and the pedestrian,
Yes.
and then underneath that it says 5 metres. So that's the width of that
Looks
section.
like 5.2 actually.
I think it says 5.0.
I mean, it's an indicative section.
Oh,
so
right.
5 metres
Anyway,
is
that's
fine.
5 metres.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
okay.
probably going to be
That's
3
fine.
and 2. So 3 for a two-way cycle track and 2 for a pedestrian facility, I would have thought, as a minimum.
So if we can move to PDF page 49 of the same document.
Yeah.
What actually was the question then?
Sorry?
What was the question?
I'd asked him as to why it was specified as being 5 metres in that, and the answer was that it was kind of effectively a
To get segregation.
for segregation.
Based on the
I was trying to find a way to really kind of summarise that answer.
Yeah, because the reason I was saying it is because it is this jump you have to make from a shared facility at 3 metres to get segregation at 5 metres as you interpret LTM 120, which I think
So
is
is
a little
that-
bit onerous, to be honest. But
Although onerous, is that what we should be striving for?
Striving for that's quite a strong word.
It's aspirational.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yep. I'd say that's a.
So if we
go
come
wider.
on to figure 6.1, which is on page 49,
Yep.
and this is actually the design of the SMC, isn't it?
So
Hang on just a minute.
No, sorry, the
49.
Oh, I've got the wrong reference.
Probably a different document, isn't it? I think.
I think I've got the. Bear with me, I've got the reference. Apologies, Mum. So this is. Oh, it might be. Sorry, Mum. We need to turn to 7.31.6.
Okay. And what page again? Sorry.
61.
49. Is that what?
It's page 46.
Just a moment.
52. Where is that cross-section sheet? So, pages 46 to 52. Move this onto here so I can see it better.
So, which page do you want? 46 or 42?
Bear with me, I'm just reorganising windows. Apologies, Mum, I just seem to have messed up one of my references. There. That one. There. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mum. It's page 50. And this is part of the proposed design of the SMC, isn't it? And now, if we have a look at the typical section box at the top of page 50.
MM.
Yeah. And along the bottom of that, it shows obviously the various designations. And towards the right-hand side, we can see the 3-metre shared footway cycleway. Now, within that, there's no proposal or ability to provide a segregated facility.
Within 3 metres, no. This, I think I touched on in conversation with you or in chief. So this design predates LTN 120, at a time when a shared facility like that would be considered to be not just, be quite standard and quite decent. And this section in the sustainable movement strategy has raised that bar. So it's invariable that there'd be need some reallocation of some of that corridor space.
So it would need to be widened.
Yeah, it needs to be. Yeah, it'd likely need to get to about 5 metres, I think. So the section that you saw in the sustainable corridor would be about that. But I did highlight that in chief and have done throughout, that this design hasn't been revisited since it was originally developed, because I suspect if we had revisited it, as well as increasing some of that, we would have done some of the other optimisation of design. If say, for instance, we were seeking determination, I talked quite at length, probably tediously, about the over-engineering of the vertical alignment, etc., and some elements of the parameters.
So when we say reallocation, do you think that we can fit what we need within this, or is there going to be a need to kind of scale up the road area?
Oh, in some places we've got 30-metre verges, I think, or 20-metre verges either side of the road, that are currently treated as a flat table. So in terms of the engineered works within this design, I mean, there's
So without doing that, not only would we have a non-compliant roadway, but we wouldn't be able to put this forward as
non-compliant. It would be less than aspirational.
Yes, so you wouldn't be able to say this is a model of excellence or anything.
No,
like
you'd need to be wider than the 3 metres that was in the original design there to get it to something that now LTM 120 would consider to be aspirational.
So I think there was also a further suggestion that it might be possible to put facilities for pedestrians and cyclists on both sides.
I think what I was getting at was that the busway, just for convenience of I think I was getting at that may well at some point find itself in a situation where it is better served as an active travel corridor.
If the buses weren't using it,
I think more about if I think I touched on the point, if technology innovation has taken us to a place where we might aspire to it going, and the need for segregation of public transport in this case has served its purpose, then it could potentially act as a secondary active travel corridor. So what to do with the space is what I'm
So
saying.
the proposal wouldn't be to add a completely new section to one side of the road. It would be use what's there already.
I don't know. I think again, I think if you look at the widths throughout, particularly through the central bit between Oakwood and Highstead, which is the bit that we're most concerned with being sustainable movement corridor, the engineered corridor width is significant, isn't it? You know, with those flanking verges, are really significant. So the opportunity for that, for deciding what to do with that space through the design process, not just for LTM 120, but as we evolve through the proposals, I wouldn't want to shut down the possibility of adding in other facilities. I don't think it's needed.
I mean, if you were to add them
forecasting.
if you were to add them in, and if you were looking at increasing the scale or the width of the SMC, I mean, that's going to involve kind of quite a detailed further assessment, isn't it?
Detailed further assessment of what, sorry?
In terms of the engineering works that would be needed, the land that would be needed. I mean, as you
No,
said,
so that's what I was saying. Actually, it not only that's not what we're suggesting is needed. The point I was making, Evidence Chief, was to sort of reallocate that busway space back. But the engineering actually has got, if you want, a plateau of land that could fit. In truth, it could fit an entire other carriageway in there of road in that space that's available with healthy landscape buffering. So the engineering feasibility is well and truly assessed through this work for that section.
Obviously, the concern is in respect to the SMC is if there is a need to take any more land to widen
but
the proposal, then that has impacts on ancient woodland, and
we can be comfortable that wouldn't be the case.
I want you just to turn up. I want you just to turn up Councillor Bonney's proof quickly. So that's 45.5.2.
5.2. So 45.5.2.
Yes.
Oh, is that the paragraph reference? Sorry, what's the CD reference?
It's the CD Councillor Bonney's proof. Sorry. 43.5.2.
43. So sorry, I was just trying to search for it and finding it. Oh, no, that's not it either.
And her section
42 point. Is that,
yeah,
sorry, I misheard you.
42.5.2.
Apologies. Yep.
If you go to page 23,
Yep.
this is Councillor Bonney's discussion about the busway
Oh yes.
and the issue of it being unsafe. And you will recall that there was quite a bit of discussion about this health and safety executive case in Cambridge.
Yeah.
And so Councillor Bonney deals with that at 7.3. When you received Councillor Bonney's proof, did you look at this point in particular?
Yes.
Because when we look at your rebuttal, which is 37.2.1, and we have a look at your section 5, which is on page... page 94.
94.
Yes, the summary.
Oh, summary proof.
Sorry.
Summary of sorry, apologies.
So 5.1.1.
Give me a second, I'm just bringing up the summary, sorry. Oh, now my internet's gone. Hang on. Give me a second. With the para reference again, sorry?
5.1.1 on page 94.
5.1.1. Sorry, I've got confused. I was looking at the summary of
Yes,
Summary
so-
of proof of evidence.
No, sorry.
Apologies,
Your
sorry.
summary section within your rebuttal.
Sorry, I've gone off on a. Apologies. I was looking
I
at
think
rebuttal.
it's to do with a comprehensive response.
Sorry, I'll
Yes.
find it now.
Which
bear
I
with me a moment.
presume is going to be challenged.
Apologies.
So we're going to go somewhere else.
Madam, apologies. I'll try and be more creative.
No, sorry.
Setting these things up.
Bear with me a second.
Um,
You just got to bear with me for a moment while I find it. Apologies. Open up third document, third time lucky, and it was page 91 at the end. Yeah.
yes.
Yep, I'm there now. Finally. Apologies.
So, the Cambridge case that Councillor Bonney discusses in her proof, you don't appear to address that at all in your rebuttal.
I reviewed it. I came to two conclusions when I was reviewing it. One, that it was such a focus on a matter of detail that.
So it's further down the line, effectively.
Well, yes, and I'm aware of the Cambridge bus proposals, and I the busway in Cambridge, and also the situation that Councillor Bonney directs us to, and I didn't see parallels to it. I've sought to try and respond to everything that in my rebuttal, but I think you'll appreciate there was a finite amount of time available to do so, and the evidence that I received with a 2.5 weeks turnaround time is an awful lot of things that didn't match with statements of case. You know, there was areas of things. So in practice, I can't claim to have tried to cover everything. I've done my very best in the time available to rebut. And if things have been missed, it's been done by virtue of the relevance of those points, not out of respect to the.
But in any event, your position is these questions of detail concerning
That's
what
the
measures need to be in
overriding
place.
point. Is that I don't know they can be. I don't know that I can provide information that isn't just otherwise, apart from to draw the distinction between the Cambridge situation, which I'm happy to do now, if you want, why I think it's not a relevant situation, but also how any responses, and a lot of those clarifications end up in the illustrative nature.
The short point of this is the five parishes' position is that in light of what happened in Cambridge, there's no certainty that this busway can be operated safely, to which your response is?
Well, should we go through those busway points to understand?
Well, I presume your answer is going to be yes, it can be operated safely, and in any event, it's something to be looked at.
Well, actually, it was going to be more to be focused on what
Okay,
were
well,
the
let's
problems
go
with
through.
Cambridge. So this busway is focusing on, if we call it a busway, and I'll adopt that for ease of terms, primarily connecting the two villages of Highstead and Oakwood, the sustainable movement corridor, and also connecting, as you referred to, this Highstead gateway, as we've discussed earlier on. In that respect, it is essentially a route that goes through the country park, not through the urban areas of the development. That contrasts it very much with the proposals, the works in Cambridge, which actually spend a considerable amount of time going through the urban area of Cambridge. So that you're immediately presented with a whole new raft of challenges. Secondly, one of the issues that Councillor Bonney focused on is the fact that Cambridge busway runs parallel to the railway line in one location and has a pedestrian cycle facility immediately adjacent to it. It doesn't have public highway either side of it, any access to it. So issues about broken down buses that are referred to there are necessarily being addressed by a service road so that people can get access to it. In the case of this, we know that this runs alongside another carriageway. So while I realise that to the extent where, even if I exclude the fact that this isn't a convention, we're not proposing and saying with absolute certainty this is a guided busway, even if I take that point, the differences between that and the Cambridge situation are so stark, and so stark with the problems that arose at Cambridge, which related to sort of perpendicular movements, the fact that there were some incidents because there was a footway cycleway alongside it, and because of the incidents with access for buses. So if you go through the notes that are in Councillor Bonney's evidence, and you look at that case more generally, so I don't think it constitutes a relevance to what is being proposed.
Well, the CMC, sorry, the SMC is going through a country park, isn't that
Yep.
proposed? And
It
the
is,
idea is we want more people walking through the country park.
That's very different to an urban environment.
Yeah, but you can still get access onto the carriageway,
Yeah,
can't you?
yeah, but this what I'm saying is, what are the differences here that apply in this case? It's a very, very different example, and I didn't see any particular sort of evidence from Ms. Bonney to actually kind of break down that exercise. You know, why is this relevant in this particular case? Why is this? What are the busways are unsafe. Here's Cambridge. This is therefore going to be unsafe, or I haven't been convinced that it will be safe. So that was
Well, you'll appreciate that Councillor Bonney, as she's made clear in all of her witness statements, her proofs of evidence, isn't an expert in the particular areas that she's given.
Yep.
And I think what we have here is we have the layperson confronted with a newspaper report that says this has happened in respect of a busway, and has a look at the proposals for a busway where, given the need to have kind of open access for wildlife, etc., to cross and people to cross, there is potential of, put it nicely, people coming into conflict with buses on it, and whether or not, having been alerted to this situation, you, as the designer for the applicant, or the highways authorities, need to have a look at this case and have a look at what additional
and that
measures...
could be left as a thank you, that's very useful, we will bear that in mind as we go through the process. I cannot conclude from the disparities between this and Cambridge that you'd go, therefore the whole thing must be disbanded with as a concept. And even if you did, the materiality of it within the assessment, I mean, we are looking at effectively a transport assessment that supports an outline proposal here. So we're back into the territory of, you know, what? No, but the point I'm making here is, what is the materiality? So the worst case scenario that Councillor Bonney is inviting is that we'd have to dispense with this facility. That would be the outcome.
That'd be the worst case scenario, but on the basis you look at your engineering on the worst case scenario basis.
No, worst case scenario in transport terms.
Transport terms.
So if it is the outcome of this is that it's concluded that this facility cannot be provided here.
And if it's fenced off along the whole length, that has issues, doesn't it?
But that would be, if it was needed to be fenced off, that would, this is why I didn't take it on, because of you get into the invariable questions of, if you're balancing this off against other constraints, permeability or appropriateness of landscape and visual impact of doing this, that is all an exercise that has to go through with the benefit of detail.
That is one of the difficulties with the proposal coming forward
And
in
it
this
always
way.
is with an outline
Is you have to
proposal.
look at these points.
Yeah.
And you have to decide which ones the inspector needs to know about now and understand.
Mm-hmm.
And our position here is that the inspector needs to know that the busway can operate safely. And so the position is, we say there's an example in Cambridge where you can draw some parallels about people getting access and how on earth are you going to deal with broken down buses, that type of thing. And what are the measures?
Well, I've explained that point to you, that the Cambridge guided busway does not run alongside the highway for the majority of its length. It doesn't run it runs alongside the railway line. And therefore, it is, in the event that you have problems, there is no public highway to act as a service road. So that point just falls away immediately in that context of the road we're talking about. So, I mean, I accept that I could have made these points in rebuttal, and if I think it's you touched on a point earlier. I've through evidence in chief and in my rebuttal, I've attempted to respond to not just other expert witnesses, but also to lay witnesses and also to every other discipline as well. So in my evidence, I sought to respond to comments made in landscape and I've made I would think a concerted effort to be mindful of all of the comments raised. And I think the premise of the question is on this one particular point. I haven't entertained it adequately.
I appreciate it, and no one feels your pain more as being the one man involved in a particular area of the case than I have sympathy for you. But in terms of, let's have a look at what you're saying about, well, you've got the highway running alongside it.
Yep.
Presumably the idea is if the buses need dealing with, you take them off onto that. Southern Relief Road, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's what yeah.
So taking buses off the corridor onto the Southern Relief Road?
No, sorry. So the purpose here is about accessing the event of. So how would you? I mean, so this would be an incredible amount of detail to try and get into. That would be disproportionate to the proposals we're here. I mean, what do you want me to show you? Sort of laybys and connections.
The answer is, I guess that it's not been thought about at this stage, but you're going to think about it later on. Is that right? if
Well, I think I've said to you actually that if the safety concern, I have thought about the safety concern, and I've taken the benefit of that, and I've not led to the conclusion that it needs consideration at this stage, and it's going to have a material tolerance to the proposals as they stand. They can, in my view, continue to go through the process with what we have as the concept and be subject to the appropriate determination stage. There's nothing in the information that was given that says, hold on, that's a showstopper, let's stop for the reasons I've explained. So that's what you would do with that information, wouldn't you, if it would be, is it a showstopper, is it where it needs to end?
Thank you. I think move on to a point on inclusive mobility.
Yep.
Now, and if we could have a look at inquiry document 100.34.
This is ID.
It's the inclusive mobility guide.
Yeah, bear with me.
More guidance.
Sorry, I haven't got the ID list up. Bear with me a moment.
It's 100.34.
100.
0.34.
0.34.
That's one of the inquiry documents.
I've got that, yeah, thanks. I'm ready.
Fine. Yeah. And if we have a look at this guidance, the second paragraph of 4.6 about conversion of existing footways to shared use routes.
Sorry, 4.6. Sorry,
Yes.
I hadn't gone to the page reference.
Oh, sorry, page 32.
Sorry, I missed that bit. Apologies. PDF page 32. Oh, they're both the same, aren't they? Yeah. I'm there, yeah.
So conversion of an existing footway to a shared use route should only be considered where options that reuse this carriageway or other space have been rejected as unworkable.
Could you speak up a little? I didn't quite follow
so
that.
I just read the first
Opening
sentence of the second paragraph.
Yep.
I mean, here we have proposals where there are proposals to convert footways into shared use along particularly the Woodstock corridor. I mean, how is what's proposed fall in line with what's required by this guidance?
Could you just draw me to the paragraph that you said and I didn't quite hear?
So it's paragraph 2 of 4.6.
Conversion of existing footway to a shed should only be considered when options that reuse carriageway or other space have been rejected as unworkable. Okay.
And if we read the whole paragraph, even then this option may only be acceptable if there is sufficient space available with low pedestrian and cycle user numbers along the route, low expectations that pedestrians will cross the path to access adjacent facilities such as shops. For such cases, guidance on accessible design. So we have that. So what we have here is we have a number of upgrades to shared footways. And they're upgraded on the basis that they're to encourage cyclists and pedestrians. But the Five Parish Group in particular have concerns about, well, how does that fit in with what this guidance says, that this should be a last resort?
Okay, so I think it says that reuse, when options that reuse the carriageway or other space have been rejected as unworkable. So obviously the proposals for Woodstock Road do reuse the carriageway as much as possible without falling foul of that carriageway width that we talked on earlier. I've mentioned that there is latitude within that, subject to the discussions with KCC, bus operators. There is another example there of avoiding shared space or shared use that would further reuse that carriageway space, getting the width down to 5.5. So
are you saying it is in compliance?
Well, certainly with the wording of that paragraph that you've just said, it has explored alternative options, and at the moment has said that would require other considerations to reuse the carriageway space, such as reducing the carriageway width further. So I've actually sort of presented the fact that that option has essentially been rejected as unworkable at the moment, but has left open the possibility to revisit it to make it workable, and then achieving a non-shared segregated route.
So I don't think we need to turn it up, but in respect of LTN 120,
Yep.
now you're aware that LTN 120 contains provisions, and maybe actually we do need to turn it up.
Yep.
So CD 23.1.
Yep.
And PDF page 65.
Yep, I have that. Nice to be ahead. It's nice to be ahead. Oh, falling behind a bit there, finding my references.
Sorry, it's not PDF page 65, it's printed page 65, which...
Figure 6.24 with the...
Hang on, bear with me one moment. I'm sorry, I have the wrong reference for this one as well. So if we go to... sorry, it's PDF page 62. And at 6.5.4...
Oh, sorry. I've got 6.4s on page 62.
Yeah, sorry, 6.5.4 on page 62. So I've got, for some reason, it comes up as PDF page 62 for me.
65, isn't it? Well, I'm not looking at the core document. I'm looking at another version I had on my laptop. So
Okay.
that's a bad idea. That maybe.
So, presume it says the same thing.
It starts 6.5, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so
Shared
6.5.
use.
We go to 6.5.4.
Yep.
And this is very similar to what the inclusive mobility guidance says.
Yep.
And if we go down to 6.5.5,
Yep.
it says when a shared use facility is being considered, early engagement with relevant interested parties should be undertaken, particularly those representing disabled people and pedestrians and cyclists generally. Engaging with such groups is an important step towards the scheme meeting the authority's public sector equality duty.
Yep. Yep.
Now, in respect to the Woodstock Road corridors in particular, you have explained in chief about discussions with relevant stakeholders at various points, but what we're not clear on is in respect of the public sector equality duty and what it says at 6.5.5, what groups did you consult that represent disabled people and pedestrians and cyclists generally?
Well, I would interpret, and sorry to sound repetitive on this point, but that's clearly an engagement exercise that's going to be undertaken through the order process that would go for any works on the highway network.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite-
So whether it's undertaken through Section 278 works or whatever process is gone to do this, the works on this corridor, that's got an entire process to go through of consultation.
So
and
you
engagement.
don't think that at this stage, bearing in mind that the Inspector and the Secretary of State will also be looking to discharge their public sector equality duty, that this should have been done earlier?
But this is exactly the point we came to. We're talking about the 6.5 versus 5.5 metre corridor. There's, in addition to those stakeholders, other stakeholders would be the bus operators, along with the highway authorities.
But in respect
so
of-
there's
in
a need
respect
to
of-
look at that balance between those objectives, and as is so often the case in the highway network, is to find the appropriate balance between those competing sometimes competing
I understand
objectives.
that. So are you saying that there hasn't been consultation done on this particular point because
there
it's
has
something
been
for further down the line?
There has with the highway authority, obviously,
Yes.
as you're aware.
I mean,
The public sector equality duty lies with, as it says there, meeting the authority's duty.
I mean,
to
have
engage in
you
exercise.
undertaken anything to allow the Secretary of State to have a look and say, well, the applicant has kind of undertaken an analysis of these shared footways and what these impacts will be and has consulted these people, so when I'm considering this, I can have a look at that and appraise
I
myself?
won't be able to point to any example where we've reached out to groups to do that, so it's as simple as
Thank
that.
you. Active Travel England, CD 1013. And this is a very short point, I hope. CD 1013. There's also CD 418, but I think they're in basically identical terms, and these are Active Travel England's planning responses. So I don't want to kind of read through the whole thing. I don't think we need to, but sorry, it's 10.13, and there's a identical one for the other part of the scheme at 4.18. So they're basically the same observations in respect of the north and the south side. Now you've read this, Mr. Wilde.
Yes. Yep.
So the summary provides ATE's kind of concerns, which include a lack of priority given to sustainable modes, poor access to Tenham station, severance impacts on prowls, and problems with shared pedestrian and cycles routes.
Are you reading that summary, or
No,
are
I'm just
you're making it?
summarising
Right,
it
okay,
for
yeah.
you.
Oh, just because. Yeah. Okay. Go on. Carry on.
So the point is, within this, ATE appear to be sharing a number of the concerns raised by Mr. Bamber and also by the 5 parishes.
I'd say that what this is doing is Active Travel England saying these are the things that will need to be done through the remainder of the planning process. A lot of the focus on the summary point is about the fact that further information is going to be needed on exactly how walk and cycle facilities within the site are provided for. There's a lot of discussion here about the need for more detail, but it's quite evident to me that can be through the planning process.
So would you categorise this as an objection?
I don't think they formally object because they weren't. It didn't exist at the time, I think.
It does say on the front, on the second page, that it's not an objection.
But it's not support, is it, as such?
Mike.
Hadn't even started talking. You got me before I even tried. Is it support?
It's not supportive. I mean, as you say, and as they say, the proposals need further work, effectively.
Yeah. But I don't know that. A bit like most, there isn't an option to support it. Yeah, support is a strong word, isn't it?
It's not
objection.
It's not a representation in support. It's not positively supporting it, is it? It's not positively.
I'm
objecting
semantics
to it.
here, but support. I mean, there's 4 options there, very similar to national highways, isn't it? I mean, national highways would say that they are development agnostic, a phrase they often use.
Development agnostic.
Yeah, or some sort of phrase to that effect. But the best case scenario for this one is no objection, isn't it? And that's how I read that anyway.
So I mean, the way I read it is kind of, it's not support, it's a deferral, and they've crossed out no objection.
Yep.
So, but they're not supporting the application.
I'll just give the same answer I gave before.
Implications for air quality and noise assessments.
Topic now.
Sorry, yes, we're moving on. There are a few points that I'm trying to deal with quite shortly. This is one of them.
Yep.
So your predictions about future traffic levels are predictions that have been used to help inform air quality and noise assessments. Yes?
Yes. Yeah.
And in terms of the assumptions that have been used to derive those forecasts, presumably they're just the same that were used to kind of form the basis of the assessments for predicting the traffic levels. You haven't done anything in addition in respect of noise and air quality.
So, sorry. So, do you want me to just quickly explain the process?
Yes, please.
Noise and air quality first. So the the peak hour modelling that's been used in the transport assessment is the basis for that.
It's the basis for that.
Yeah, and then, but obviously, noise and air quality isn't generally based on peak hour flows. So we have to undertake a second stage of calculation in order to derive. I touched on this briefly with on Mr. Harris-Smith's point on AAWTs versus AADTs. So there's a process to go through. I can talk you through that process at a technical level, but
let's see. I'll just put the point to you. I mean, obviously we say that if you're wrong in your forecasting and assessments, it has knock-on effects.
They run parallel.
They run parallel.
Implications of one affect the other.
So if you're incorrect here, there's potential that the knock-on effect is actually the noise and traffic assessments. Kind of the
traffic modelling underpins.
Sorry, the air quality and noise assessments would be out of whack.
In terms of the forecast scenarios,
yes.
I
so
think
they could be under forecasting levels of noise and the air quality issues. So
in theory, yeah. Just to clarify though, just noise and air quality data, just briefly, there's a whole element of traffic that informs noise and air quality related to base validation of measures. That's done on a different data set to ours. Sorry, I know it's pedantic, but it's just a technical point.
So if your sustainable mode share is overestimated, you obviously say no, we say yes. That does mean that there'll be greater or potentially greater impacts on air quality and noise.
With the big if, within the tolerances that I've set out in evidence in chief, the single digit 1%, I think I suggested, variance on a corridor, on individual corridors. Sorry, so my mic was there for 3 days. I got used to turning that way. I think the question was. Sorry, did you hear the question? Okay. Yeah. So any increases as a result would only be within the tolerances of the sensitivity of that assumption that I set out when discussing it in evidence in chief.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trying to move on quickly again. Capacity of the A2 through Tenham. The action group are particularly interested if you visited the A2 when it's rush hour.
Yep, absolutely.
And by visiting that, have you stood and experienced the level of HGVs stopping and starting?
Yep.
And have you experienced the levels of noise and pollution?
As much as you experienced as opposed to have measured. So I've experienced it by being there, yes.
So now, one of the concerns is obviously the increase in flow on the A2 at this particularly congested area, we say.
Is this in the northern scenario? Or combined?
Yes, we're kind of coming up to going through Tenham.
Sorry, no, I meant, are we referring to Mr. Bamber's evidence here in terms of, is it the combined scheme?
We're coming to Mr. Bamber's explanation note from yesterday.
Oh, sorry, I thought it wasn't the two-sided thing. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought I wasn't going to get questions on that, but sorry.
No, I was asking just some points that the action.
Oh, sorry, I
wanted
misunderstood.
to know about.
I overheard
before we move.
Well, I was past it. I to be honest, it came along with a. This is for your benefit, and you won't be asked questions on it. So I didn't read it properly. I'm afraid.
You did say you weren't going to ask questions on it, but I mean. Yeah, that's true. All right.
Okay, I'm happy
so
to.
You've seen it.
I'll have to I'll do it as I do it. I think I had it in my bag somewhere. Bear with me.
If you want to spend time.
Sorry, it's a bit dog-eared. Sorry,
Yeah,
got
no.
crushed yesterday.
Would you like a bit of time just to read it again? Well,
I'd like to get stopped.
I thought you said you were going to finish before lunch.
I mean,
Or do you want it after lunch?
no. I mean, fire away. I guess I'll carry on.
I think
Yeah,
let's
carry
just
on.
do it.
Carry on. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
As long as you're happy.
Yeah. No. Fine. It's fine. I thought this was a clarification to something in Mr. Bamber's evidence. That's all. Yeah.
It is, yes. Come on then, Mr. Bell.
Yep.
These are Mr. Bamber's model traffic flows of the A2 through Tenham.
Yes.
Now, assuming working in ECUs, do you accept the
Which scenario? You're talking about the 2,818 in the bottom right for the combined sites.
So it's the difference between the 2017 base land west of Tenham and the 2038 reference case.
Oh, sorry, that 2,000.
yeah.
So sorry, hang on a minute.
So
So-
land west of Tenham columns, you have the 18-hour column under that.
Right.
The 2017 base, 16,317, and then the 2038 reference case, 18,493.
Okay. I haven't validated this information, so
Okay.
I just take it on face value.
So, looking at the 2038 with development,
for the
we
Tenham
haven't-
West scenario,
sorry,
for the north only scenario.
so the land west of Tenham scenario.
Yes.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yep.
So you have the 2038 with development. It goes up to 25,401,
Mhm.
which is a change with development of just under 7,500.
Yep.
In the peak hours, did say I was trying to avoid maths in this bit. In the peak hours, the increases are predicted to be between 326 and 441.
Yep.
Hang on a moment. Oh, sorry. Could you just
Now,
can you just explain where you get that from, please?
Madam, those figures are in the underneath land west of Tenham.
Yeah.
You've got AM peak and PM peak. The bottom row change with development. You see in the AM peak there's an increase of 320.
Oh, you just add those together.
I haven't added those together at that point, but just saying that in the peak hours the increases are between 326 in the morning and 441 in the afternoon.
Okay.
And appreciating that you're only just looking at this now, and if you can't answer this, then do say. Given these increases identified in this table, will the A2 still be operating within or close to capacity in 2038 with the northern development only?
So is this back to the
Yeah.
TA 7999 question about how to define capacity?
Yeah.
So I think, and I have to go to this separately because it's not in here, is it? I don't think, or is it? Oh no, this is Mr. Bam's interpretation. So bear with me a second. I need to bring up the other. I'm just going to go to some of my notes actually, not on this, but just because obviously these numbers are different to what I had. So bear with me a second.
When you say TA 7999 question, it's the class of road and the
Yeah, that
capacity,
class of road and capacity.
That table.
Yes, exactly that. Yeah.
Okay.
So I just wanted to find something quickly. Wait a minute.
The CD reference for that. Yes, TA 7999. Just so I've got it here.
It is.
I'm just having some
Just
clarification on
It's
this point.
24.8.
Thanks a lot.
It's just based on.
Sorry, Mr. Bell.
Madam, apologies. This is a relatively late point that I've been dealing with, but
Oh yeah.
in terms of explanation from Mr. Bamber about these particular points, it's not a question of needing 7999. This is just something that's been derived from own experience.
Well, you were talking about capacity, and that's
Yes.
where we went to for the capacity of the road. And the question was whether it would be operating within capacity, wasn't it?
It was, and I think it may, given that Mr. Wilde hasn't had an opportunity to digest this, I think it is probably better if I ask the question, and if he kind of goes away and considers it, it's probably going to be more fair.
He might be able to answer it. I mean, he hasn't had a chance yet.
Do you want to
'cause he
try?
hasn't had the question.
Cheers. Yes. So if the question is it operating within?
Will it be?
Will it be operating with CASI in the with development scenario? So, yes. Yeah, based on the answer I gave, so using that approach, TA 7999, an analytical approach to capacity, which is what we covered in evidence and in rebuttal. So, yes, in that context.
So, I think I will move on from that because I don't think I'm going to get much further. So, kind of thank you. I want to come on to the A2 junction. There seemed to be some discussion in evidence in chief that the form of the A2 junction could be changed.
When I discussed that north only would be signals,
Yes.
and combined at the moment it shows as a roundabout, and I just suggested that given that it's illustrative, I think I started off by just mentioning that it started an indication of how, I think there's 2 points I was making about active travel provision could be enhanced, well, 3 points actually, the potential for a second access, an active travel access within the gateway, but I think I then invited the idea of saying that there is actually potentially latitude for signalisation of this junction in the future, when we go through an optioneering exercise through the determination stage. Not particularly putting much, it's not relevant to my evidence as such, it was just a point in passing really, but happy to elaborate on it.
I mean,
as
I
can.
think what we were looking at is if we go to 7.31.6 at paragraph 8.3.1, which is on PDF page 41.
Oh, pardon me, sorry, can you 3.7.6? Oh, sorry, 37.
7.31.6.
7.31.6. In volume 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Proposals, yeah.
PDF page 41. And here it's just noting that there was a rapid convergence towards a roundabout solution.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if we have a look at down the page, sorry, madam, it's 8.3.1. And then if we come down to 8.4.3 on page 42.
8.3.3.
Yeah, 8.4.3.
Oh, 8.4.3, apologies. Yep. Referring to CD 116.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so those two paragraphs together, it seems to us that here it was decided that a large roundabout was deemed to be necessary, but also needed to have segregated left turn lanes to provide the required capacity. Is that right?
So I didn't catch that bit, sorry.
So kind of reading these two paragraphs kind of together and looking at the proposal, what it seems to us is that it was deemed that a large roundabout was necessary at this point, but it was also found to need a segregated left turn lane.
Oh, yes.
And that's to provide the required capacity.
It was under the original forecast demand scenario, yeah. Again, it's another area of potential rationalisation of that design. I mean, not only is that design there predating the supplementary forecasting with higher aspiration of sustainable travel, but in fact, I think it actually comes from when the development schedule was even higher. So some of those elements may or may not see it through to the design process. But again, it doesn't hurt in that case to be on the side of caution.
So there isn't any evidence that I'll be able to find anywhere, is there, that will say that there is an LTN 120 compatible signalised junction
No.
that would be comparable to
For the combined
the
scheme.
one proposed.
For the combined scheme.
Well, for the northern site alone.
Well, the northern side junction certainly does have enhanced active travel provision on the signalised crossing facility, but again, the one that you're referring to is the roundabout. I think I've been clear in Editors in Chief that would require additional work to get it to LTN 120 compliance. One of the areas within the gateway is this that I think would be hugely valuable would be to create this alternative active travel entrance into the site. That could be useful. It's just one option, but it is one of the difficulties of working around, and I empathise with that position, that there is almost more detail than is necessary in this application for what is being determined, which can advance discussion, but it can also complicate it somewhat, can't it? I appreciate that, because you're looking at the drawings.
If we can move to page 52.
Page 52, yeah.
And here we were concerned that in respect of the western side of the junction...
This is Oakwood, is it? 52, have I got the right page?
Yes.
Yep.
So you need to zoom in to the top left.
Sheet 8 we're looking at, aren't we? Is that right?
Apologies, I didn't hear you there. Sorry, can you...
Is it sheet 8 we're looking at?
Sheet 8.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yes, sheet 8. That one there, isn't it? So it's the inset A.
Yeah, I have that.
So looking at this, the concern here is there doesn't appear to be any crossing facilities on the western side of the junction, except those northwest of the backchild access.
Okay, so what? So you're to the west of the junction.
Yeah.
So what route is that envisaged to cover?
So it's if you have a look at the
sorry, I was origin destination. I was thinking of where. So who's using it? I guess is the question.
Well, it's sorry. Well, that's a question that you might be able to answer for us. But I mean, I think what I'm looking at is on that side of the junction. Where are the crossing facilities?
So you're going further west, aren't you?
Yes.
You just touched on it. So go past the backchild.
Yes.
Is this onto the Northern Relief Road?
This is the northern. Yeah.
Well, this is the roundabout junction, isn't it?
Yes.
On the combined scheme at the moment,
Yes.
isn't it?
Correct.
And are you talking about the bit that where the Northern Relief Road comes off the roundabout?
Yes.
Right, got it.
Is there no crossing there because the provision of dedicated left turn lanes makes it difficult to provide convenient crossings?
I think it probably come from the design idea that there's not a clear desired route along there. So if you're coming from Oakwood to Tenham, the two villages, you would go on the eastern side, possibly as proposed or possibly with an additional access, as I refer to. If you're going from Tenham village as proposed, going to, say, Bapchild or onwards, you'd cross over at that point that we've shown near the junction with the A2. So I suppose it's essentially to say that that's probably the least focused desire line. So as designed there, it was considered to be the
so
least.
when you say least focused, there's more work that needs to be done.
No. Sorry. The least. The pedestrian. So when you provide pedestrian facilities, you identify. You don't put them everywhere. You put them on the routes that. So at this stage of design, I suspect the primary route choices that were being looked at were people to and from land west of Tenham and the A2 at Bapchild. So you would come and stay on the northern side of the road and cross at the A2 junction. If you were carrying on up the Northern Relief Road, the same. And if you were going south, you'd stay on the eastern side of the Southern Relief Road and the eastern side of the roundabout. That doesn't mean to say, again, that you wouldn't rationalise that.
I think it probably comes back to the point is where you have dedicated left turn lanes.
Yep.
In areas like this, does that make it difficult to provide safe and convenient crossings?
Well, you could flip that round the other way and say that the dedicated left turns and the capacity they gain have been put in the location on that roundabout where they have the least impact, or in a location where the need to cross the road is the lowest of anywhere on the junction. So it's the obvious place to put them, because you could put. Yeah, you can enhance capacity roundabout in a myriad of different ways. So I'd flip it around the other way. It's that you almost start with pedestrian crossing as your.
That's not answering the question. I mean, as a transport consultant, if you are presented with something with dedicated left-hand lanes and you're trying to put a crossing in, does the fact that there are left-hand dedicated lanes pose a problem in terms of providing safe and convenient crossings?
You have to cross more often. Yeah, at the very least you'd have to do stage crossings and probably have to open up the islands. But what I'm saying is that works on the assumption that your provision for crossing starts by a junction design and then you're adding pedestrian facilities to it. But the alternative way of doing it is that you start with where your pedestrian desire lines are going to be and you design the junction such that your enhanced capacities in locations where it's less necessary to have pedestrian facilities. So it's an iterative design process, isn't it?
Yeah. Has there been an assessment of this?
Sorry?
Has there been an assessment in terms
capacity
of,
assessment?
Well, in terms of providing the crossings and how the junction works if there is a crossing there?
Oh, no. So, no. What's been assessed is what you see on that drawing in terms of capacity terms, yeah.
On the Southern Relief Road arm of the junction, there's no pedestrian or cycle crossing facilities there, are there?
No, not at the moment. No, not as designed.
And there's an uncontrolled crossing, isn't there, on the A2 east of the junction?
Yes, that's what that's got at the moment. Yeah.
Where pedestrians are effectively having to cross two lanes.
Cross into the refuge island and then, or the splitter island, and then across again. Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, what we struggle with here is understanding where pedestrian and cycle routes between the secondary school at Oakwood and the land west of Tenham have been kind of put at the forefront of design, because this roundabout seems to provide a significant barrier in respect of sustainable transport.
Yeah, I saw that Mr. Bamber's evidence. Yeah. So, and I did respond to that in terms of the ways in which that could be improved through the design.
But it's down the road. It's to be improved down.
Yeah, but it has to be looked at within the parameters of what's achievable, doesn't it? I appreciate your position that we don't have the finished article now, and that is a necessary evil of the planning process, isn't it? That we very rarely sit here with a scheme of any size of size with all of the answers to all of the questions. The question that surely needs to be posed is, can something be provided that is appropriate and achievable and suitable? And that's the parameter, isn't it? That we're within the parameters defined in the outline determination. And I don't see, I can see this could be better on a design that was done prior to LTN 120 to go back to that again, and therefore I don't necessarily see that being a challenge within the planning determination. I
mean, in respect to the designs being dealt with before LTN 120 and recognising that the issues that arise since LTN 120 came in, or potentially arise, would it not have been an idea to have gone back and had a look at the designs? And
if there was concern as to the deliverability of that. So if you sat there and said to yourself, like this is why I talked earlier on about this, within the red line and you have a blank sheet of paper is overstating it. In many respects, actually what we have is a defined corridor, don't we, determined within the parameters. If the question was one of this is a serious point of deliverability, can this be achieved, then I think there'd be validity on that. Which is why we looked at, say, the Woodstock Road corridor, because that doesn't have the benefit of being within the red line. That sits within an existing environment, and that was an area that merited some further consideration, to particularly in light of the supplementary forecasting scenario, not only to demonstrate constraint, but to demonstrate deliverability of a scheme. I don't think that same applies to the illustrative nature of the. I know it's a sort of anticipated there might be quite a lot of this
Yes.
for determination discussion, but I don't know how to say it another way really.
Can I ask you a couple of quick points on induced traffic?
You can, yeah.
So if we can open CD 24.12, tag unit M2. And I want to go to paragraph 1.3.1, which is on PDF page 7.
Right, yep.
And the first bullet point and what we want to know.
Can you just wait, please?
Sorry, man.
Right. What page was it?
It's PDF page 7, and it's the first bullet point of 1.3.1.
Right here.
In respect of what that bullet point says in what will be done in terms of variable demand benefits being estimated and justification should be reported in an appraisal specification report, we want to know if this has been done.
Well, I mean, that you were party to the whole discussion about tag, and primarily it was a conversation between between Mr. Weaver and myself, but we were both in agreement on when tag is appropriate and the limitations to its appropriateness. The entire paragraph is premised on the principle of scheme benefits within the context of a business case, primarily functioning into benefit cost ratio calculations, economic appraisal, etc. So that component of that and the premise of that paragraph isn't applicable in that context.
This what, sorry?
Isn't applicable in that regard.
Crossing of the Southern Relief Road. If we can quickly turn to.
Oh, is that point done? So I can.
That's that point done.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to move through as quickly as possible.
I thought 4 minutes was optimistic for Induced.
I've got 4 minutes and I've got 3 pages left. So
Well, I mean, are we going to finish by lunchtime or not?
Madam, not within the next 4 minutes.
No,
I
all
do
right. Well, how
apologise.
long?
These are the shorter points that we're coming on to.
So how long do you? Because I mean,
I think
obviously Mr. Wiles been
probably
here.
another 45 minutes to an hour.
Right. Okay. Well, I think we need a break. Then we need a break.
Can we have a conversation? I'm glad to see the room's cooled down,
Yeah, it is actually, isn't it?
but we do have another problem, which is timing. Because if I look at the timetable, and probably anyone else does, Mr. Pestle doesn't start today, and it's difficult to get him started and finished tomorrow on the time estimates, which I think are about right. I've been sitting with him, going through his evidence and evidence in chief, and
So he is 2, 3. Oh, I see what you mean. Hang on a minute. So you think what? 3 hours or 2 hours?
well, I think it's going to be about 3. There's quite a lot to. I don't think I'm giving away any secrets here. His evidence in chief will be really very broadly speaking, in 2 parts. One will be setting out the council's position in terms of employment land, and the other will be dealing with the evidence that's been put in by the applicant. But there is quite a, so that you get a clear picture.
Of course.
There's quite a lot of documents to thread together and to look at.
Well, if it's 3 hours and Mr. Simon sticks to his 3 hours,
Yeah,
will you? Do you think?
that's the plan. Yeah.
Then that should be enough for one day, shouldn't it? I know it's going to.
Just, we've still got the Kent Highway. We've got this.
No, I know we've got Mr. Millard.
Yes.
I've forgotten him. But he was going to be on this afternoon. I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah, I see what you mean. Actually, is he going to be 2 hours in chief? Do you think?
Yeah, I've already indicated to Friend Simons that I think it'll only be an hour.
Just an hour.
I-
So that
I'm really keen we're going to finish that. Can I just ask how much more, realistically, cross-examination of this witness is, how long the re-examination is?
0.
0?
0.
Yeah.
Good. And so,
I've got a few little points.
okay, and how much more cross-examination did we say realistically?
45 minutes.
We said 2 an
45
hour.
minutes. Okay.
So I think I'll be about a quarter of an hour. So maybe, hopefully, we could
So
be about an
2,
hour.
3.
So 2 to 3, then an hour for Mr. Millard and Chief. That's till 4.
4:15.
His cross-examination, I assume, after all this cross-examination, because we don't want it repeated, will be quick.
I don't know.
Well, it's Mr. Bell again, isn't it? Mr. Bell, can you stick to an hour? Mr. Millard.
So, Mr. Millard, I think we put down 30 minutes, but I don't think we'll be that long. I say I don't think we'll be that long.
Good. Okay.
But
That's fine. That's helpful.
So that should work then, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it will. But by us taking an hour off our, because we've been sat here listening on the edge of our seats, as you can imagine, and everything has been covered, to death, really, for want of a better expression. So we don't need to take very long, and it sounds like Mr. Miller will be done in an hour and a half, which at least means we finish him today.
All right. So I think yes.
Yes, I think if Mr. Pestle starts at 9:30 tomorrow morning, then with a fair wind and maybe needing to shorten lunch a bit or sit a little bit later, we get him done.
Shorten lunch because
Okay.
we all need an hour at lunchtime.
If he doesn't start at 9:30 tomorrow morning, we have a problem.
Shall we? What about starting at 9?
9 can start at 9. Certainly, we can start at 9.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do
That
that.
would be work with. Would that work, Mr. Digan?
I mean, that's fine. I know these things are always difficult, and I know I was over my landscape time estimate about 8 months ago, but we're not going to get through this if we don't. I mean, like the time estimate for cross-examination of Mr. Wilde has sort of come and gone about 5 times.
Yeah.
It's just that your programme officers did say in the email recently that we were going to have to actually try and start sticking to these.
Well, I know, but on the other hand, if I don't, it's tricky, isn't it? Because obviously the all 6 parties are not. I mean, I know Mr. Bell is a professional person, but some of the points are just ones that they've raised that if we just don't let them be aired, then there's a problem, isn't there?
Madam, apologies, I didn't hear the first part of that. I didn't.
Sorry?
Did you describe me as a questionable person?
No, I didn't.
I didn't quite hear the start of that.
I didn't say anybody was a
Professional.
I don't think I said anybody was a questionable person, did I? I think it was professional. A professional, I said.
Yeah,
I said you're a professional.
that sounds better. No, I do
that
appreciate
was
it.
acceptable to say that. So, I mean, I think probably if you can, over lunch, go through your questions and see, if you can rationalise them a little bit, that will be helpful.
Madam,
All right, and certainly with Mr. Millard, don't want any, overrun on that. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Well, we will break till, we'll say 2 o'clock then. All right. Thank you. Right, it's now 2:00, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So if you'd like to carry on, Mr. Bell, for your 45 minutes or less, please.
Thank you, madam. Can we open up 9.1, CD 9.1, which is volume 1 of the ES main text. Oh, come on. For the southern site.
Just loading. Yep. I'm there.
You there? And it's page 104, PDF page 104. And this is part of table 7.28, which
Yes, I've got that.
starts on page 102, but I only want to deal with one row.
Yep.
And this table deals with development traffic flow data over 18 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the top, the first row, so row 35 on page 104, we're dealing with the Southern Relief Road east of Church Street.
Oh, sorry, it's not PDF page 104. Sorry, you're wrong.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying.
Sorry, it's document page 104.
It's PDF page 104.
PDF page 104. Okay, all right. Thank you. And the top. Ah, yes, I've got it now.
Yes,
sorry,
there you go.
one page down. Sorry. Yep.
You've got that there, and here
Yep.
we see the predicted 18-hour
Yep.
HGV flow on this part of the SSRR.
Yep.
Is predicted to be 16,585 light vehicles,
Yep.
just over 1,400 HGVs, bringing us to a total of just under 18,000 vehicles there. So if one does a basic calculation and looks at this over 18 hours, that figure of 17,987 vehicles
Yep.
Effectively equates to the 16,585 equates to one light vehicle every 4 seconds on average.
I haven't done the sum in my head, but I'll go with that.
So, when you have a look at the HGV figure, then that seems to work out to be one on average every 46 seconds.
Okay.
So, if you're standing between the two carriageways here, so having crossed, standing between the two carriageways, then you're in a position where potentially there'd be a HGV within sight and sound almost continuously all day if these predicted flows are correct over an 18-hour
Wait for that to go past. Sorry, if you don't mind.
So, standing in the middle of the carriageway.
So we're talking. We're in this. Just to clarify, we're in the section of
Yeah.
Oakwood Village, in what I call the smiley face, the sort of 20 to 30 metre landscape buffer verge in the middle. Yep.
So yeah, crossing the road.
Yep. Okay. You've stepped across. You've gone over one carriageway, and you're in the middle.
Yep, you're in the
Yep.
middle, and because of the predicted flows, if this comes true, there's going to be a HGV within sight as you cross pretty much throughout the whole of an 18-hour period.
So just to clarify, your calculation was the two-way flow.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So every
Well,
40
it's
seconds.
this table.
Yeah, which is two-way flow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So every 40 seconds.
Yes,
I think was the number.
46
Just
seconds.
going with that because I've
Yeah.
done the calculation. So.
I think the point is,
Within,
this is
what's within range? It's
So-
not right next to you, is it? So
So-
you're going to take another 40 seconds for it to come.
So
past.
I think the point here is this is just to demonstrate that by no means this could be described as a quiet road for someone to cross.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think I've used that language. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to road noise is it will be generated. Yes. Yeah.
Well, kind of road noises and also a slightly off-putting road to cross.
I'd suggest that all roads have an element of being off-putting to some people. So
Well,
yeah,
some people, but if I'm
it's
crossing,
it's hard to measure, I guess. To a certain
well,
extent.
it is, but just on a common sense approach. If you're trying to cross a road and there's a HGV going past every 46 seconds, it's it's not much of a window to cross in for a start.
Well, because these are two-way, so you've got to halve that traffic. You're only crossing it one lane at a time.
So you've got them going in front and behind you. You've got to deal with that.
If you're in the middle of a 20 to 30 metre landscape buffer,
It's not a comfortable place to.
well, no, but as in, sorry, you've got to cross half of that traffic, just to be crude, to use your assumption, and then you've got to cross the other half. So and then when you're between that, you're in an open, a widened space, aren't you? Which is, so you will be quite some considerable distance. You know, you could be at the centre point of that. You could be 10 to 15 metres. I forget the exact dimension of that.
But even with the buffer in, it's not the most attractive road to propose to cross.
Well, I haven't been, the landscape design of that central area, and
I mean,
whether it has trees.
In terms of getting across the carriageways,
it's very different, I would say, to having a single carriageway road with a refuse island, for instance, and that you're standing in the centre of that. That would be, in this particular location, that would be we just need to avoid not painting that picture. The picture here in Oakwood is one of crossing a lane, going into an area that I'm not involved in the landscape design of it. Then that will follow in terms of the detailed features. What there is there trees? Is there hedges?
I mean, in terms of the perception of encouraging more people to walk around the area and cross the roads, this is a road that presents as a particular obstacle to cross on our case.
Oh yes, in your case,
because we say the volume of traffic down this road that we agree is not a quiet road. Is not going to be the type of road that people are going to relish crossing.
I mean, I think it's comparable or lower than many sections of the A2, for instance.
I mean, how does one cross the A2 normally? It's a wider road, isn't it, than the A2?
Is it a wider road than the A2?
I mean, are we proposing the
A2 doesn't benefit
the Southern Relief Road? It's more of a road to cross. Put it that way. To the A2.
Well, no, you're crossing in two separate. The A2 is a consistent two-way road, so you're crossing it in one block. This is two separate carriageways that you're crossing with a large space. So each one of those is an individual crossing event, isn't it? That's the intimidation. So in each one of those, there's no. I don't believe there's any sort of examples of that short of the town centre area where we get that visualisation or that mitigation of the issue.
So, going to move on from that in an attempt to go through this quite.
Yeah, sure.
So, can we move on to page 114?
Yep.
And here we've got table 7.21, significance of effect on severance on the various links.
Mm-hmm.
And if we have a look at page 115, going across this, and we come to the bottom rows, so 31 down to 39.
Yep.
And there's been no assessment of severance in respect of the Southern Relief Road, despite this, on our case, being a barrier between the communities either side of the road.
Well,
we say there's a severance effect. So why has there been no assessment?
I'm just going to double check this before to be careful with what I say, but I believe that severance as defined by the A guidance is a change. A change. So you could say it's a change from 0 to something, but those residents don't exist either. So that sort of, as in terms of the residents of Oakwood Village aren't there making that journey across.
So not necessary is the reason as to why there's no assessment.
Well, not
required.
Possible.
Okay.
I'm just trying to work out how you would, because severance is about a change on traffic on an existing road. I wanted to double check to make sure that
it's in effect. One could look at it this way: we have a road that is going to be running in places between communities. So
proposed communities.
Yeah, we got proposed communities? I don't want to get back into proposed chalk streams again, but here we've got effectively built.
Oh, sorry, I missed.
Sorry, no, you missed that one.
Sorry, I thought it was me.
but here we've got built-in severance, effectively.
So you take me to the analysis within the environmental statement, to the term severance is used for that, which talks about a change in traffic flows giving rise to an effect of severance in varying degrees. And you said I haven't assessed it. So in the terms of that, because it relates to change, and there is no traffic flow and no communities to be severed in that section of Oakwood as it stands, then it can't be applied. But that doesn't mean that consideration to the severing effects of the road in terms of the proposal have not been made.
So, where are those considerations?
They're in the design considerations and the response that arises by the decision to split the carriageway into two, which we don't need to, given the time, go into. Again.
So okay, if I can move on to Lower Road, and here we come on to rat running.
Yep.
I don't think I need to turn up any documents for this bit, but in respect of rat running, kind of when you were giving your evidence in chief, the suggestions seem to be that drivers are more likely to drive through the northern site than to use Highstead Lane and Lower Road.
Well, to clarify, actually, my view was that it wouldn't take place at all.
But if it did,
But in the scenario that Mr. Bamber was, I mean, obviously it will be used by the development accessing it. But just to clarify, I'm not suggesting the road into the development isn't used. But I was just implying or suggesting or inviting the idea that if we were to postulate that this rat running, say for instance, if you were to, I guess, close the A2 at Tenham west of Station Road, where would the traffic go? And that's I'm just trying to be a to put a hypothetical scenario in.
Yeah.
And I said that the development access road might offer the more obvious route, and given that we picked up on the point about either traffic calming or even closure of Highstead Road to the north as a response, it's not been identified by KCC as an area that requires monitoring and manage. However, it is an area that could be included for that purpose, and if there is sufficient concern that might occur.
Yeah, but presumably the northern site will not be designed to encourage use by traffic as a cut through.
At the moment, the master planning simply shows it as a road, and it will be a major access road because of the scale of the development. So it will probably actually fulfil a local distributor road specification.
General traffic isn't going to be permitted to access Lower Road directly, is it? There's going to be the bus only link.
Well, we discussed on site that the connection will be to Frognall Lane.
So the circuitous route via Frognall Lane.
Well, I don't think it's a circulator's route. The reason being is that, as I think I pointed out on site, there are consented proposals to modify Frognall Lane to adjust the priority such that the dominant movement goes from Frognall Lane to Lower Road East. And therefore there'll be a minor arm for Lower Road West, as part of an overall proposal to dissuade people in the Frognall Farm scheme, I believe, land. I forget the name of it. The development to the south and to the west of Tenham, from driving along Lower Road to the west. It would then be quite perverse for the development to connect onto Lower Road into that area that's been designed to minimise that.
So I want to just think about kind of the people who are using Lower Road and Low Mass Road on the basis it provides a convenient route into the east and north of Sittingbourne.
So people, could you just rephrase that?
Did you hear that? Sorry.
No, I just wasn't quite sure the premise.
I'm kind of moving on to give some thought about the people who are currently using Lower Road or Low Mass
of the
Road.
People that use it.
Sorry?
Some thoughts on the people that use it.
Yes,
okay.
And the convenient route that it provides into east and north of Sittingbourne.
Okay.
Yep. So there aren't any connections proposed from the northern release road into the east and north of Sittingbourne until you get to the very end of the new section, are there?
So this is the Bapchild section of the Northern Relief Road as proposed, connects to the existing Northern Relief Road.
Yes.
Thereafter, there are a series of junctions to the north and east to the north and northeast of Sittingbourne, all the way along the Northern Relief Road.
But those junctions, are they not just to access the development as opposed to the proposed development as opposed to going to Sittingbourne?
Sorry, I might be talking across purposes here. Once the Northern Relief Road Bapchild section connects to the existing Northern Relief Road, then the existing Northern Relief Road has numerous junctions along it that connect to various parts of North and East Sittingbourne.
But if we can, what page is that? If we can open the composite master plan,
215 might be. Oh, that's a parameter plan. Sorry.
So if we look at I don't think this is going to go anywhere. So I mean,
8.31.
it might be 8.31. Thank you.
That's the south only, though. I think.
So what one is that one?
I think we might.
Yeah, kind of. It's not necessarily a point to deal with.
Oh, I think that's an architectural term rather than a combined. Sorry.
I want to, if we move on from that at the moment, while Mr. Bamber just double checks the reference.
Oh, okay.
The Northern Relief Road and the recent drawing. I'll come back onto that. And the recent drawing that came in. I'm just double checking the reference. Sorry, madam. This is where I've tried to cut my questions down a bit, and I've deleted these. So I think it's inquiry document 100.24.2.
Inquiry documents.
24.2. Might not be that one.
Sorry, I've already forgotten the 100 point.
So bear with me. I've just had a problem with my Mac freezing. I'm looking for the document that Duncan wants to. You know when he's doing the. Bear with me one moment. No. Sorry, madam. I can't get anything open. No. Sorry, I can't find the document entitled the Northern Relief Road Landscape Section Alternative Option.
It's 100.43. I think.
Is that 100.43?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, 100.43.
Thank you. And what I want to do here is look at the cross section at the bottom. Yes. So here we see that what appears to be proposed on the embankment is a acoustic fence that is 3 meters high, which makes the structure there coming up to 12 meters high in total when one takes into account the embankment.
Has that been scaled, has it, off of there? I say there's no dimensions. Am I looking at the right plan? Oh, sorry, am I looking at the wrong one?
3 metre high acoustic fence.
So if you have a look, there's a 3 metre high acoustic
Yes.
fence.
Sorry, I just couldn't see the scale of the embankment.
So
height
this
in
is
that,
this
at that
is
cross-section.
the piece of land that's quite close to Dean Close.
Oh yeah, okay, sure.
So and it's concerning what the residents on Dean Close will be looking out onto at this stage.
Mhm.
And so you've got the screening that's proposed on the woodland, and then on the actual embankment itself, where you've got the proposed northern relief road and the cycleway footway, that's going to. It looks like that's going to be bordered on at least one side by a 3 metre high acoustic fence. So on top of the
Are
embankment.
you asking me to confirm that?
Yeah.
I don't know off
Is
the
that
top
not-
of my head what the acoustic mitigation strategy is for that. There, I think this was picked up at some point earlier in evidence, wasn't it? I think some question about how this could be responded to, maybe by Mr. Bashforth about the.
Okay.
Sorry to.
No, that's fine. I kind of.
There was some questions.
There,
regarding
there
noise,
was a
wasn't
question about amenity that I think
was
we
it? Sorry.
agree. You said earlier that looking at this plan, that you wanted to make sure that Mr. Bashforth dealt with residential amenity points
Oh,
as part
right,
of the
okay.
plan.
That's what
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking about it from that
Yeah.
context. Apologies. Okay.
Yeah.
The last few
We finished
points.
with that one.
Yeah, I finished that.
Yeah.
I'll leave that one for Mr. Bashforth. Or Mr. Barnes will leave that one for Mr. Bashforth. Turning on to your evidence in chief, where in the very beginning you wanted to name drop Professor Phil Jones.
Oh, let me just get this back in again. Sorry. 7 point.
Sorry. Where are we going? LCN 120 are we again?
No. It's a different Professor. Sorry, it's just reference to. So this is 37 point. 37.2.2. Yep, sorry. Yep, I'm there.
Yep.
What page was it
Hang
again?
on, where are we going?
I was just going to ask that. Sorry. What para?
So
No, I don't know what the
no, I
document
haven't referred you to a document yet. I was just going.
Oh, you said to my. Sorry, you said to my proof of evidence. Apologies. I was trying to
No.
get
I
that.
said kind of in your introduction. You wanted.
apologies, sorry.
I think it's
Sorry.
the fans kicking in.
Sorry, I thought you said to go to my proof of evidence.
No,
Apologies.
Professor Phil Jones.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
And you were very keen to highlight the fact that he was involved in the design review panel.
Ah, no. So you just get confused here. Sorry. So, Phil Jones, different annoying names. So I think we're talking about Professor Jones. Sorry, Phil Jones from Phil Jones Associates, who was on the design panel and won.
So
the thing,
not
yeah.
not Phil Jones, the climatologist.
I don't know about climatologist. I think there's another.
Many are there?
Sorry, but I know who you're talking about now. Sorry,
So-
LCN 120
just-
man.
the man. Sorry, that's why you got confused.
Yes.
When you said professor, we were talking about
Does
somebody else.
Phil Jones have any qualifications in town and country planning or sustainable transport that you know of?
Which one we're talking about now?
No, we're talking about.
Are we talking about the one on the design panel or the one that...
Phil-
The design panel. Oh,
Yes.
so I see. That's where I'm mixing up
Are
why
they
Phil
different
Jones is
people?
now.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, Phil Jones on the design panel.
So,
And
fine.
he's not the one that's involved in 120?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same person.
same person.
Right, okay.
He is or he isn't? Sorry, I'm
He is,
confused.
no, okay.
He is.
Same person. I'm confused as well.
Maybe it's a long session.
So no. So is Phil
Well, I've
Jones?
confused everyone
Do you
there,
know if Phil Jones has a background in transport planning or qualifications?
Mine's his attendance with the design panel, as I recall, some time ago, is as a transport representative on
Yes.
that design panel. I believe he runs his own practice doing transport planning as well, and that's where he comes into this. And obviously he's now got a role with Active Travel England, so that's what I was referring to.
So if we can open now CD 7.6.3, which is the design and access statement.
7.6.3.
Yeah,
Hang on a minute. Have we finished with Mr. Jones?
I am. Sorry.
Yeah?
Yes. Sorry, I am trying to.
What page are we on?
Hang on.
I'm trying to get quick.
7.6.3. And if we go on to PDF page 4, oh,
Yep, got that.
now these are the initial development option footprints, aren't they?
Yep.
And these were the ones that were taken forward for review.
I'd have to go back and double check, but they look familiar. Yes, the larger massing or the development in the central area. Yeah.
And so they all show the Southern Relief Road going through the middle, effectively.
Yeah.
And none of these show kind of development clustered around one centre at all. You recall Mr. Bamber's points about actually a more sustainable way of doing it.
Oh, this isn't one big lump of development.
So that's not shown as an option here at all.
No, okay, yeah.
And if we could now open CD 7.6.5.
Yep.
And turn to page 26.
PDF page.
Have you got that?
I have, yeah.
Thank you. So, under the second subheading, it's not very easy to read, I have to say, in green. You have a part where it says, the initial concept master plan formed the basis of the presentation to the first of a series of design review sessions with a panel from Design Southeast.
Yeah.
So, it's the case that the reviewers here only became involved after the general concept came forward that did not involve the Southern Relief Road passing through the centre of the development.
Could you repeat that question? Sorry.
So, I think, right, I'm going to cut my questions down even further. The designs that the review panel were looking at,
Yep.
they weren't given the opportunity to look at or suggest a more concentrated form of development, or one that didn't involve the the Southern Relief Road passing through the centre of the development, were they?
Based on what you're showing me, I presume that's the case. I'm doing that from recollection. You've just asked a question now.
Right.
I haven't gone to look back over the background. The bit that I was referring to is the bit that I focused on, which is
Might be for Mr. Bashful, maybe.
yeah.
It may be, yes. Let me move on to the appeal decision that we handed in during your examination in chief.
We're done with the DAS now.
So yes, we are done with the dash. I am sorry, but I am dashing through a bit.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, I'm trying to keep up. Is that an ID or is it C?
It is an ID document. I do have the reference. It's 100.44. ID document 100.44.
It's like it's 40 actually, isn't it? 44.
That's Mr. Bamber's tables.
Oh, I've had it downloaded as 44.
It's 40. I think.
40.
Yeah.
This is Inspector Boniface's decision in a Mitten appeal. Now, if we have a look at page 11, PDF page 11, you can see that under the parish council as a Rule 6, Mr. Bamber was called as an expert and acted in the Rule 6 role there. And the purpose of taking you to this and taking you through these next stages is it was put to Mr. Bamber that it was strange that the highways experts, except for him, were all in a position of agreement.
I think I recall.
As a point
that.
Mr. Simons put to him. Now, if we have a look at paragraph 21, of Mitten, which appears on page 4. We can see here the inspector explaining in the second sentence that the scope of the transport assessment was agreed with the relevant highways authorities, which include National Highways, Worcester County Council and Gloucester County Council.
Sorry, what paragraph?
So it's paragraph 21, it's the second sentence. It's just confirming that all the relevant highways authorities, except for Mr. Bamber, agreed the assessment. And if we have a look at paragraph 22, this is the inspector explaining the objective of the exercise he was carrying out. And in this, he recognises that there's significant scope for disagreement between professionals, and it'll often be the case that two different assumptions can be reasonably made where justified in the particular circumstances of the case. And that there was a need to, for a transport assessment to apply a precautionary approach, making conservative assumptions and demonstrate a robust outcome. Now, in this case, the appellant had applied a sustainable transport travel discount to account for a modal shift towards some sustainable measures, which seem to ignore the realistic potential for a modal shift. I think the point is that the highways authorities didn't object to the proposals, but when one has a look at paragraph 34.
You're talking about the modal shift of 50%,
Yes.
50%, or the subsequent one of 60, whatever.
Sorry, madam, I can't.
Or the subsequent one in the revised strategy of was it?
So it's in respect of
Are you saying the
whether or not
50?
because Mr. Bamber effectively was saying that the transport assessment work didn't take a sufficiently precautionary approach,
Yeah, no,
and
I
everyone
know.
else was saying it was fine.
Yeah.
And then you have the inspector coming to the point at 34 that he did not consider the transport assessment work takes a sufficiently precautionary or robust approach. The evidence provided is not sufficiently satisfactory to reach a fully informed conclusion about the severity of impacts on the local highway network, and transport assessment does not allow for the likely impacts of the proposal to be assessed. In this case, there's too much risk of severe residual cumulative impacts to rely on the transport assessment that is not comprehensive or fully robust. So here you have a situation where all the highways authorities were in agreement. Mr. Bamber was not in agreement. We've raised points here concerning the robustness of the assessment, but just because Mr. Bamber isn't in agreement with the other authorities and yourselves, it doesn't mean that ultimately there's any insinuation he should be disregarded in some way.
I don't know if that's a question for me, to be honest. I mean, are you telling me? Are you asking me whether it's possible for professionals to disagree?
Essentially, yes. I mean, it was put.
Well, I think probably I've been to a few inquiries and been on the other side of the table for people. It's quite normal, isn't it? The whole process is about disagreement. I'm not sure I can answer anything other than to say there are differences of opinion between.
I mean,
I don't. It's not a technical question, that is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's based on how it was put as part of your kind of cross-examination, or not your Mr. Simon's, Simon's cross-examination of Mr. Bamber, that it was odd or it was strange that he was not in agreement with the other highways professionals within the sphere of this inquiry.
That's not a point I've made in evidence.
But you agree that just because
I've taken all of Mr. Bamber's points on merit, in terms of I've looked at them individually. I haven't relied upon the assumption that other people agree with me in evidence. I've taken every point that he's raised and provided a substantial point as to why I consider him to be wrong. So from my perspective, sitting here as a professional, I have not sat here and said, don't trust Mr. Bamber because someone else said I'm right. That's not been the case that I put as a professional.
I just wanted to make sure that you agree that just because he disagrees, it's not a reason to discount what he has to say.
I would suggest that the reason to discount what Mr. Bamber says is by the evidence that shows that I don't think it has substantial merit.
And then conversely, we obviously say that your assessments aren't supported by the evidence, that you need to kind of show that they are robust, or the inspector can reach a fully informed conclusion.
Looking to appeal cases for the appropriateness of something like that, the subjective case, you'd have to drive into. Are you questioning on the technical merits of the decision made there, and that has application here?
No, I'm dealing with this point that was put to Mr. Bamber.
It's just the overriding point.
It's dealing with that, and
okay.
So
I've answered that.
You disagree, we disagree. Kind of, it's a matter for the inspector to
Feels
balance.
like that after a few days. Yeah.
I want to move now on to kind of the buses again. This time, not in respect of the busway safety, but I want to very quickly clarify Councillor Bonnier's bus stop in the sky.
Ah, yes, absolutely, yeah.
So if we can turn to its CD 19.5.
CD.
Sorry, 119.5. Which is the transport assessment. And it's PDF page 43.
For the northern application.
Yeah. And this is where there's a horrible exercise in zooming in at figure 5.4, which is the proposed T2 bus route network.
What?
I haven't got the document, and I haven't got
Sorry,
the
ma'am.
page, so just hang on a minute, please. Right, page.
It's page 43.
Righty-ho, thank you.
So if we zoom in into figure 5.4, and we've got the orange dotted route, and within the middle of the figure towards the top, underneath where kind of it says T2 sit,
Ah, yes.
can you see
I can.
new bus stop?
Yes. So I can't actually clarify that's really helpful. Thanks for directing me to that. It looks as though when that's been produced, it's taken an overlay of the Trentport scheme there with its intention for locating a bus stop. Whether that's an appropriate location for a bus stop or not, as I said, would be. I don't think it's actually on the bridge, to be honest, in fairness.
So is this similar to the kind of knocking out of the crossing we were talking about
I think this is essentially an over. I believe that black line that's gone around is importing something related to the Trentport scheme, probably from another source, and that may well have suggested that they were thinking of a bus stop along the Northern Relief Road. No, it hasn't got sort of isochrones around it like the ones associated with the development. So, and if that has come in error and caused concern, yeah, it's almost invariably the case that the bus
So it's an error on this bus route.
You can take it as an error on that bus route. I would imagine there may be a need for a bus stop on the north east-west section to provide access to the Trentport scheme when it comes forward with its access. It is also outlined with the need for determination of the alignment of the Northern Relief Road from Swale Way coming in, and it may be that once that is resolved, they will locate the bus stop there.
So it's a matter for refinement later on.
Well, at that point, yeah, absolutely, and most likely with the Trentport application.
I mean, that is, even if it's not on the bridge, that's an elevated area, isn't it? So
it is. I think I'm trying to get at is I think that's not us proposing it. My suspicion is that is carried over from someone's interpretation of the Trentport proposal, and it may have that. If it's in error, so I hold my hands up to that.
Staying with buses, can we open CD 34 12.2? we go to page 36,
Carries that over, doesn't it, I think?
which is another version
Yeah.
of this,
Yeah.
again showing the bus. But also, if we could open CD, go back to CD 1.195.
Oh, sorry, I just closed that.
Sorry. So, Madam, it's page 36 in 3412.2. And then in 1.195, yep, as well. No, it's page 6. Hang on, this isn't the timetable. I mean, the point I want to ask you.
Can I just clarify, what
Sorry.
para reference was it within 119.5?
So, in 119.
Page.
35. Sorry, bear with me. I don't know if my Mac is overheating, but it keeps freezing. I mean, essentially, this isn't opening the way I want it to open. But in terms of the bus services that have been proposed, I mean, again, appreciating we're in an indicative.
We won't work that point again
Yeah.
through. Well, it's less indicative design, more in procurement of services. So it was discussed.
Have you considered the actual feasibility of those buses?
The feasibility
Of the services?
Are you talking vehicular feasibility, as in, like we were talking about earlier, sweat paths, or are you talking about
As in
viability?
the viability, the kind of the timings on the bus timetable. Has that been considered, or is that for later?
They've all been given some appropriate and due consideration based on the anticipated sort of utilisation and uptake. Have they been broken down into a full breakdown of viability, costings, patronage? Because that would involve uptake of additional patronage, etc. That falls into the remit that KCC would do in procuring the services with the 11 million contribution. Well, in this case, 2.1. But before putting them down and saying that they have, we've given consideration to the probable feasibility.
So, when one has a look at page 36 of 34.12.2,
Yep.
and figure 3.14.
Mm-hmm.
And apologies, it's not the easiest.
It might be better on the other one.
Sorry. Sorry, there are 2 points, one for the action group and one for the 5 parishes, so bear with me. So 3.1.4, one of the concerns that the action group has here in particular relates to where the buses turn around as part of this route. And you've got Honeyball Walk Stop is one of them.
Could you say that again, so I didn't quite catch?
Sorry.
Are we on the appendices to this now?
So it's the bus route plan that we have here on page 36 of 3412.2. So figure 3.14. So, and you've got the T1 Sittingbourne, Batchild, Tenham.
Mm-hmm.
Within Tenham, there's I think a proposed Honeyball Walk stop. Now, Honeyball Walk is a residential cul-de-sac, which is off Station Road.
Okay. At the end of that dotted red line.
Yeah. The issue that we have is, in order for this to run as a kind kind of a route. The bus has to turn around somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and the action group are concerned, the residents are concerned as well. If you're in a cul-de-sac off Station Road, and Station Road itself is a congested road with parking, that's going to restrict the width that the bus has to turn around in. Has that been looked at?
Just to expedite things, no. There's not, because it's not a detailed proposal for a bus service. No, it hasn't. It's identifying essentially a sort of a location that picks up South Tenham.
Thank you. And if I can turn to the 5 parishes point.
It's the one above.
It's the one above.
Yeah. That is
It's the one above.
page 35.
So yeah, if we can go above to page 35. Sorry, this is where I've cut questions down a bit.
Yeah.
We've got figure 3.13.
Yeah.
And you've got the pink route in the southern part there, and that's the Southern Village to Sittingbourne service.
Say that again, sorry, I didn't catch
So
it.
if you have a look at figure
Yes, I've got that
3.13,
bit. Yeah.
and if you have a look at the pink route,
Yes, yeah.
So that's the Southern Village service, isn't it?
Yep. Well, it's a yes.
So you've got the area down there is going to be where some of the commercial employment is.
yeah.
The issue that we have here is this bus kind of goes around the edge, but it doesn't serve the actual employment area itself, does it?
Well, I mean, in practice, that route was drawn before there was a variation in the highway design anyway that had a we talked about it at some point, the sort of bird-looking roundabout. So in practice, one of the likely responses to that when we were doing the master planning exercise is the potential for a bus gate between the employment and sort of Broad Oak Road area, because we don't really want to make a vehicular connection between there, so that you can go drive, all vehicles can come out of the employment and go to Broad Oak Road around the south of the science park. But there was some talk about the potential for a bus gate to do that instead as one alternative, which would then route through, so for both active travel and bus travel. So that route that you see there is actually indicatively aligned on a road that has been latterly, since then, removed.
So this all needs revisiting in terms of
Well, it absolutely
understanding.
needs revisit. I think this is covered off in evidence on a number of occasions. That,
and understanding how the bus routes are going to work.
absolutely, yep, yep.
So the science park has a gate-controlled employment area. Are you aware of that?
Yes, yeah. Well, we were there.
So I missed that bit of the trip.
Sorry, yeah, got confused.
So is it proposed that that'll still be closed off to the public?
So, will what be closed off?
The employment area at the Kent Science Park.
The assumption of the work that's been done is that, from the master plan, as far as I understand, is that it remains as it is. Whether that continues on, whether there's a change, that's maybe a more detailed master planning question.
Does that have impact on access for the buses?
There might be better opportunities or improved opportunities if it's a fully permanent environment. The science park has a bus service at the moment, doesn't it? That we're trying to get one, I should say.
There's no public bus service.
No, sorry.
You'll be aware that in some of the evidence we covered off the fact that bus services have failed in the past, and some have been withdrawn recently.
Yes.
In fact, and this is one of the big concerns with this is obviously where we're looking at sustainable transport and we're putting in bus routes.
Yeah, I mean,
the longevity.
8,500 houses does help when it comes to patronage for bus services, has to be said. Especially if you put employment at the other end as well, so you get that. I touched on this in evidence, where you get double trips. So a science park service, for instance, would go run empty and then come back full, or vice versa. Mixed use development overcomes that and makes a significant difference in patronage opportunities.
So last 2 points.
Okay.
I'll do them very quickly. So the new junction on the M2.
Yep.
Sounds like it's going to be a lot in terms of the questions I'm going to ask, but I'm not. I'm going to be to the point.
Big topic.
Now, you're obviously aware as to what the Department for Transport's position is in the exemption issue, if I can call it that, as to whether or not there is a it'll effectively grant permission to build a new motorway junction there, because it's going to need an exemption for policy, isn't it?
Now, I think the language needs to be careful here in terms of whether 0122 constitutes policy. I don't believe, if I understand it, the licence,
So national highways have to go after the DFT.
The Secretary of State can.
Yeah.
Secretary of State, within the terms of the licence, can direct national highways to allow a motorway junction.
Yeah.
The interpretation of the
And they've asked for advice on it, and the advice that came back was effectively it's too early to say, we don't want to prejudge the planning application.
that's
If there's a refusal to allow that junction to go ahead, it's right, isn't it, that the proposal as a whole effectively fails at that point?
there's nothing in my evidence or the assessment that tests a scenario where the motorway junction isn't delivered.
Thank
So
you.
I don't know what the outcome of that would be, but I haven't put any evidence to that effect.
I've got some points on costs, but I'm going to leave those for viability. The last bit is about the Tong Conservation Area. Now, we've seen the proposals for the road there, and you've heard the concerns about how high the bridge is going to be.
Is this the railway bridge or
It's the
watercourse?
it's
crossing?
the watercourse.
Okay.
So, and the impact that's going to have on the Tong Conservation Area. Now, as a transport consultant and having looked at designing this, did you have in mind that the impact such a structure will have on the Tong Conservation Area?
In what context? As
In terms of visual.
avoid it altogether, or
Well, in terms of visual context and the amount of noise pollution and lighting that's going to come through, or are you just literally focusing on the transport engineering solution?
well, the overall alignment that's worked on goes through the team through optioneering exercises and balancing constraints and testing whether or not, for instance, the bypass of Batchard has enough value to justify existing, because there is a scenario where you could come down to the A2 and continue to have traffic going through Batchard. So there was testing exercises done for that from with other disciplines involved, looking at the implications of it and assessing that. So yeah, absolutely that in that regard.
So I mean, the concerns that the residents of that particular area have is that Tong is effectively going to become an area that is dominated by a road on a bridge.
I struggle a bit with the road on the bridge, because the engineering design, despite being in that same category that I won't repeat again, robustly designed standards, was intended just to actually have a culvert, as I mentioned. The bridge is a response in landscaping terms to that. Yeah, the fact that it's become a bridge.
You haven't looked at that on the basis it's for the landscaping to deal with kind of dealing with these impacts.
As in other disciplines have come back and said, and I may speak out of turn here when I say this, but I believe it was heritage as along with landscape master planning and other considerations, and have suggested that a bridge is a better approach to take. Hence the reason the vignette and such other work was done to show a bridge crossing instead. That seems to me to be a response to that.
I mean, the bridge poses its own challenges, doesn't it? In respect that going over the railway line in the road, it's going to cross the countryside gap that's there at the moment.
Okay, we just jumped over there to I think we were talking about the watercourse crossing.
I've moved on to the next bit. Sorry.
Sorry.
So looking at the bridge.
We haven't got a culvert for the railway line.
No,
just so clear.
no, sorry. Looking at the bridge over the railway line and the road, it's going to cross the current countryside gap, isn't it?
I have to say, it gets out of my comfort zone in terms of the definitions for things there. So I'm a bit reluctant to say yes, because I don't know where this sits within designated or otherwise.
Where there's no road, it's going to introduce noise and pollution.
Where there's no. Oh, okay.
Where it comes in now across the countryside gap, it's going to introduce noise and pollution, isn't it, with the traffic?
There's a road on the alignment that's shown, I struggle a bit, sorry to tell you. When you say
Yeah.
countryside gap, I'm not so familiar enough with the status of the various statutory designations of that land to comment on its impact.
I think that's me come to the end of my cross-examination. I'm sorry, I did try to fire those last ones off a bit quick. I managed to somehow lose my way in them slightly, but thank you.
Are you just happy just to stay just for?
Yeah, get finished.
Shall we get you finished?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. It's not much really because there's been questions by everybody, have you? But just a couple, one or two things.
Sorry, could I ask that you shout at us?
I'll
please?
shout, but I haven't got to the questions yet.
Thank you.
I'm just muttering to myself. Sorry. Okay. So there were a couple of things that just came up where I just, rather than interrupted, I wanted to ask you the questions you were asked. Yes, Woodstock Road corridor.
Yes.
Is that actually proposed as a bus corridor?
No, not at the moment. No.
I mean, I know it might be an existing one.
Yes,
but
it's an existing local
in your
service.
scheme, would it be proposed as one?
It comes in at the northern, as we've drawn it on that plan. That's actually just still conveniently on my screen. It comes in at the northern end of that, so it doesn't go through that section. So that
Just Highstead Road.
Highstead Road, and then it comes along Bell Road, I think it is, as we've shown it. Short, no, sorry, yes. It comes in at the top end of it. Which is why I said that, that
Okay.
we kept open the possibility of the width for that
Thank you.
to change.
Okay. Other thing. Right. Okay. Yes. In terms of the bus corridor.
Mm-hmm.
So, on the at the various crossing points, the controlled crossing points and so forth, would they also include the bus corridor?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just wondered what lighting was envisaged would be needed along the two relief roads.
I think it would be reasonable to assume, as a minimum, at junctions, and likely at those crossing points as well, potentially slightly lower level. It may well end up that the more urban area through Oakwood would be lit. This is all surmising at the moment prior to a full lighting design.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I understand that. So maybe as it goes through Oakwood Village, you might have
I think
some-
that is likely to be, yes, only given the adjacent housing.
And could that presumably could be designed to have different levels?
Yeah,
Lighting, could
lighting
it?
design is the last 10-15 years has moved on
Yeah.
considerably. It's so much more useful with directional lighting. We used to always have that problem with low-level lighting was vandalised and high-level lighting had a lot of spill. But now we've got the advantage of having high-level lighting that's very directional, which is usually an ecology, helpful in ecology sense now.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Yes. If supposing I might, or Secretary of State might be a bit more concerned maybe than you are about crossing the, especially the southern relief road. I just wondered whether there have been any thoughts of lowering sections of the speed, or whether it would be possible to lower speed limits to, say, 20 miles an hour. Would that not be possible on a road such as this, do you think?
I think 30. Everything is possible, and the use of 20 miles an hour has been
It's quite widespread.
particularly
these
the
days,
Welsh
isn't
example,
it?
but it's gone a bit backwards and forwards, that, hasn't it? You know, it went a long way in Wales and has now been recovered a little bit. Maybe.
Seems to be everywhere, all over London now.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a moving feast in that context. I don't think the differential between 20 and 30 in those sections that are 30 already down to 20. If it was, I think it would be hard to justify in the section between Highstead and Oakwood, simply because I suspect you'd get a struggle with enforcement issues, because speed. Although we've moved away from a world now where the roads have to be suitable for their speeds, and we can have speeds that are lower than the roads feel like they need to be. There is still an enforcement issue if you made a road through an otherwise unbuilt up area and told people to go 20. The section again through Oakwood might lend itself potentially to it, and that relatively short section would be unlikely to have any material consequence on the value of the road. I think as we go further south, when we get into the Broad Oak Road area, again, I think you'd fall into the speed limit being inappropriate probably at 20 through there, and I think the value would be limited. But if we're talking localised in the vicinity of Oakwood, I think that would be potentially a manageable solution.
Because I think that there has been research, hasn't there, that if someone is unfortunately hit or whatever at 20, they're more likely to survive than if it's at 30.
Yeah, it's quite a significant differential. I mean, it goes all the way up with speeds, actually. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Yes,
but I mean,
yeah.
if you're dead, you're dead, aren't you? Really?
Yeah.
But you know, it's not.
Sorry. Yes, the risk I meant goes up. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So yes, no, that's a valid observation.
Yes, you said in chief that the vision-led approach has been used on a number of successful schemes.
We've been applying it successfully. Yes.
Well, could you? I just wondered what you got in mind there.
So one of the early ones, which we've.
One I could go and see, perhaps.
Oh, sorry, no. So not that they've been implemented. I mean, it's so new that these still things are in planning stage.
Well, it is new in the framework, but it's, you know, as you said, it's been, you know, it has been going for a while, hasn't it?
Sorry. So when my reference there was primarily about, as a practice, we've been applying the methodology to it to planning applications. So that isn't something that's manifest on the ground yet, I'm afraid. Although I suspect, at the risk of relying on other parties, Mr. Weaver might direct you to some examples in Pound, for example, for certain elements of design that have been led by an internalisation and a walkable neighbourhood approach.
Right.
Sorry, so my references are actually the assessment methodology that we've been applying.
Thank you. So, if this were to be approved, do you think this will be one of the first then?
One of the first to
Have a vision-led outcome?
well, because in the ones that I'm experienced on, that we've applied this to the methodology of the assessment, I think there will be others that we've worked on that will materialise sooner and come forward. They are of a more modest scale, although they're still into the sort of thousands of units. I think there's elements to this one that will be groundbreaking, particularly in terms of, this is a slightly transport geeky point, but the opportunities for this to be an opportunity to experiment within technology and innovation and the monitoring process that we've tried to set out in the framework and want to bring through the steering group and the transport strategy. I don't think we will see that anywhere immediately coming forward. So there's certainly elements of that which are, and I would see that as opportunities to go further than the forecast. You know, so that's not needed to achieve what we're suggesting now, that's the opportunity for continual improvement through the life of the development.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to home in on a couple of points that have been raised during the inquiry. The first one, I think, was the man who came yesterday, I think it was. Or was it No, it was Tuesday, actually, I think. From the nursery.
Oh, yes.
Remember? And one of the points he was concerned about was the civic amenity site.
Mhm.
And one of the points was about, I think it's Broadoak Road, isn't
Yes.
it? Yeah. The traffic that would be, and queuing of cars and so forth along that road. I just wonder what comment you made, and if you could just point me to where in the transport assessment that's actually addressed.
In terms of the quantities of demand to the...
Well, yes, the actual traffic flows or increase in traffic flows along that road.
Oh, along that... so I could do it in two ways. If you...
Because I think the idea is to stop it up, isn't it, to the south, so it doesn't...
Potentially, yes. Yeah, so it'd all be going directed to the north along to the science park. So in terms of land use specific trip generation, you can go to... Bear with me a second. CD 7.31.7. It's a big table of numbers,
I'll go there.
and then page.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. It's not opened yet.
346.
Oh, this is the one we were talking about earlier. All the other uses,
Oh, sorry. No, it's in the
isn't it?
7.31.7. Did I give you the right one?
Yeah. Well, that's what.
And page
Just
346.
opened.
It's right to the back. It's a
Right.
matrix of movements.
I've done. Sorry.
Well, actually, to be honest, it could be. Actually, just give you another reference because it might be more useful to have the headline rate. If we've got that separately, let me have a look. Yeah, that would be better.
Which one?
Sorry, if you go to table 328.
Page.
So it should say table 3.2.
Do you
want me to send?
No, I've got it. Table 3.2.
Oh no, not that one. Sorry, it should look like that.
What's the CD? 731.7.
Yeah.
Right. What page number?
328.
Oh. Trouble is, if you go too fast, it just goes blank.
I'll shout if I see it.
Yeah, well, I'm only on
It's
page
out of the text.
56 at the
You
moment.
go into the appendices.
Got a long way to go yet. Whoops.
I'm sorry, I've struggled to hear the page number.
Oh, sorry, 328.
328.
Don't worry, I'm not there yet. Getting there.
You're starting to get into the right place.
Yeah. Oh, I'm on 300s now. Right. Ah. trips.
Yeah, there we go. I think I seem to provide a note anyway on this, so it's a useful reference regardless.
You have done a note.
No, I will put a note on the overall internalisation question that we agreed to.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I'll be taking you to that. But then there's a list on there for HWRC under commercial, and it's just giving the peak
Hang on.
hour.
Hang on, it's page 328. So where am I looking on this table?
Halfway down under, well, sort of, where it says commercial. Then you see HWRC, Household Waste Recycling Centre.
HWRC.
Yeah, and if you run that along, you can see at the end of the total. Sorry about that. Taking you all over the place.
Can you highlight the road?
I don't think so, no, sorry.
So it's got 31.
Yeah, and then you can add that to the one below as well.
Right, okay, so
But in terms of the... in terms of-
31,
yeah, and then you have to go to the one below as well to add that from the other direction.
37.
Yeah,
So what's that, 37 trips?
two-way. Yeah, peak hour, AM peak hour. So in terms of the layout though, in terms of the queuing situation,
And sorry, is that 37 two-way trips in what?
AM peak.
AM?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, to be honest, you need to take that with a degree of caution because it's actually going to be a little bit higher than that in, Saturdays or something like that.
I was just going to say, I mean, most people go to the tip
Yeah,
outside.
exactly. I'm just giving you that
It's
as a
like what you were
starter.
saying before.
The peak hour is not that useful in that context, but it's just the only information. There isn't a Saturday peak assessment undertaken for the Household Waste Recycling Centre. But having worked on a number of them in the past, and there's a really good one, a good example of one actually. I didn't work on this one, but it's the one that's local to me. And if you're really bored, and apologies, and you want to go and trip to a household waste recycling site, but in near Maidstone, there's one where it's been newly designed and it operates. It's not like one of the old ones where it's just a sort of really tight little area
Right.
turning around for the tip type activity you're talking about here. That's the one that most people are concerned with, isn't it? That kind of activity that takes place there. Where we can get this really efficient operation going around and the stacking in it, and it's just a really good example of one where you don't get the problems you sometimes get with some of the historical sites with the really tight roads. So at the risk of repeating the phrase for the afternoon and the morning, the success of those schemes is the detail in the planning, the detail in the design and the layout and the way it operates, and also timed arrivals. That's something that started in COVID that's been really effective actually.
You have to book a slot.
Pre-booking slot makes a huge difference for those sites. It actually makes it more usable for the individuals as well as avoiding any off-site problems.
Yes. So you don't envisage having queues on border road?
I see no reason why that would happen. In fact, I think that would be a minimum requirement for controlling that through the access determination stage and the layout planning stage for that facility. Likewise, any elements of large vehicles.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think just nearly finished. The construction of the northern and southern relief roads, just wondered whether you had any idea how, or any thoughts as to how that will be programmed in terms of, would one follow the other, or how would it work?
Can you say that again? Sorry, apologies.
The programming of the northern and southern relief road construction.
Oh yes, yeah.
I just wondered how it was envisaged it would work, whether you do one and then get some houses sold and then do the other, or whether both would be done at the same time, or how would it?
Well, I think the northern, as we would suggest we've demonstrated, is as a standalone entity can be constructed and open to traffic in an acceptable manner and deriving a benefit and a mitigating impact. We've always maintained the southern is not the same. So the idea of the southern being opened to traffic prior to the north, I would suggest is immediately off of the...
So you think the northern first then?
Certainly the northern first in terms of any open to traffic, as opposed to a difference between commencement of construction. That could be different. Likewise, in terms of the motorway junction, the intention there would be, I suggest that have suggested in terms of phasing and implementation in discussions on this topic, that any attempt for any access to that would require the relief road to be complete before the wider network is given access to the motorway junction. So it wouldn't be practical or appropriate for the motorway junction to connect to the local road network
No.
without having the Southern Relief Road in place. That doesn't mean, and this is not something that's been tested or put in place, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't have, for instance, isolated commercial served from the motorway network or something to that effect. Isolated in traffic, I mean. It could have active travel and public transport connectivity. But it's the point being that we would need to mitigate against the risk of opening a junction that's reliant on the existing road network. I mean, you've driven down Ruinsbarn Road.
Yeah.
If that were the pipe connected to a motorway junction without the Southern Relief Road, I think it's fairly obvious that would be unacceptable.
And could the Southern Relief Road be open before the motorway junction?
Elements of the Southern Relief Road could, yes, yeah, because it would take it would serve less. It would be over-engineered for that period, obviously, but it could start, particularly to the northern section. There's latitude to start opening up potentially, and this is a theoretical exercise. This is not something that, not something that's been tested. It would be subject to that determination of that, but you could start building from the north and make a connection if necessary.
And presumably the north and elements of the south could be built out at the same time, could they?
Yeah. In that context, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Just check. Just hang on a sec. I think that's all. Another one here. No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Good. All right. Well, we'll just have a short break, and then we've got Mr. Millard, haven't we? Did we say it was about an hour and a half, or was it a bit longer than that?
No, we'll be done in an hour, half an hour, I think, maximum, cross-examination, and then we will need to finish at 5, yeah. At 5.
We won't need to finish at 5.
I'd like us to finish at 5, is what I'm saying. So,
we'll have to see how we get on.
Yeah. Sorry. My mum's in A&E, and I need to go.
Okay,
so,
fair enough.
If we could, I'm going to be quite firm about this. If we could stick to our time estimates,
right?
Okay. I know a friend has been very tolerant, but I'm less tolerant. I think it'd be fair to say.
It's only you and him, actually.
Yeah. So I've been told half an hour. That's what I'll expect. We'll finish at 5. I don't tend to re-examine much, and then we'll be done.
Okay. Well, we'll just have a shorter break then. I think we'd need just 15-minute break, and then we can change over. So we will break till 25 to 4. Thank you. Right, it is now 25 to 4, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. We've got Mr. Millard here now, so if you'd like to introduce your witness, please, Mr. Young.
Thank you very much, madam. Your name is Alan Anthony Millard, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You hold an HND in civil engineering and your principal transport and development planner for Kent County Council Highways and Transportation, the Swale area, is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
You're
yes.
going to have to pull the microphone
Sorry.
closer to your mouth, that's it?
Yes,
Great.
that's correct, I am.
You've been employed by Kent County Council since 2005 in the field of highway development control, having previously been employed by Swale Borough Council as a senior engineer in the local authority's former highway management unit, is that right?
Yes, it is, yes.
For those that don't know, it used to be in Kent that there were highway engineers deployed to each of the districts and boroughs, but now it's all within Kent County Council, is that right?
That's correct, yes. We used to work under a highway management unit.
Good. And throughout that time, you've been in the Swale area and you are indeed a resident of the borough, is that right?
I am, yes, that's correct, yes.
Good, thank you very much. Okay, now if we turn to your evidence, you tell us at 2.1 that the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road has been around since its inclusion in the Kent Structure Plan, remember those? Kent Structure Plan back in 1996, yes?
That's right, yes. yes.
Yeah.
Goes back a little while, yes.
Yeah, now that's 2 years before I started being a baby barrister, and that tells me that that is 29 years ago that this road was identified, is that right?
Yes, it's been around in conception for quite some time.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. And you tell us it was originally conceived as a link between the A2 east of Sittingbourne and the A249 in the west in order to provide new links into the town's main commercial area, which is known as Eurolink, is that right?
That's right, yes. And it was completed to its current stage over about a 10-year period.
Yeah. And it diverts traffic away from the congested town centre, is that right?
Yes, I mean it gave a different route into Eurolink estate, which is reasonably large industrial area. They gave a different route into there to take some traffic away from the town centre at that stage, but there's still existing routes in from the town centre.
Yeah, and as you and I think pretty much everybody has observed, as far as the M2 is concerned, there is only a junction for Sittingbourne on the west side of the town. So anybody coming into the town has got to use that junction if they're using the M2. Is that right?
That's right, yes. The next junction down on the M2 is at Junction 6 at Faversham, and it's actually on the eastern side of the central part of Faversham, so traffic coming in otherwise to Sittingbourne would have to generally use the A249 if they want to use the motorway. Otherwise, it's use of the A2, which is takes a lot of traffic.
So what we have is sort of a missing motorway junction, really, and that motorway junction, the one that's proposed with this proposal, would serve Sittingbourne to the east. It would serve effectively with the Northern Relief Road access to Eurolink from the east, and that at present doesn't exist, does it?
Yes, because everything that comes into the most stuff that comes into the eastern side of Sittingbourne has to come through the town centre, and we've seen through the A2 that runs through Sittingbourne. It passes the council offices just outside here, and I think we've seen the traffic that happens at the various stops around the town centre, and particularly the junction right outside these offices.
Yeah, and of course not known or not that everybody was here present for air quality, but if you're just a visitor, for example, but there are air quality management areas and routes along the A2, is that right?
Yes, there's air quality management areas along the A2 that all traffic has to go through. There's also issues at the St Paul Street, B2005 that runs out through to Bobbin.
Can you just confirm one point that I put in cross-examination earlier in the inquiry on instruction, obviously, but is that outside us we have one of the main junctions in the town, just below us here, and the traffic did flow more freely east-west along Watling Street, but the decision was made on safety grounds to take away the two-way flow, the green time east-west, west-east, because of right turners coming into the town centre. Is that right?
That's right. There was a crash record identified on the right turn movement heading for the eastbound traffic coming along the A2 because of the alignment of the junction. It was difficult to see gaps in traffic to be able to turn right. So it had identified there that there was quite a noticeable crash record. So the only solution that was available to address that was to change each arm of the traffic lights to its own green phase, which means there's no, as you say, running of the two-way stream on the A2 length itself.
Which accounts for the queuing that we can all see every day, including the queuing in front of the fire station, although most people understand that does say keep clear.
That's right, yes.
And affects the town. So although we've had part of the Northern Relief Road, as it were, to get people into, or get traffic into the Eurolink estates, the big industrial estates, there are still problems in the town centre. Is that right?
Well, that's right, yes, because the traffic coming from the east along the A2, coming past the council offices here, has to turn right into Crown Key Lane and go under the railway bridge to cross the railway line, which in itself is a restricted section of road. High vehicles have to move into the centre. So because of the restriction through there, it does add to the congestion that occurs from the queuing from the junction itself, because of that restriction.
Okay, if we think about the Northern Relief Road then, as you say, a section has been built. You say at 2.3 of your proof of evidence, the road known as Swale Way is 7.6 metres wide, carriageway, local distributor road, commencing at the A249 interchange at Grovehurst Road. Is that right?
That's right, yes, and that's the major junction that's undergoing an improvement scheme at the moment.
And those improvements, as I understand it, there is housing development proposed near to that junction between Iwade and Sittingbourne, and it's partly to accommodate that. Is that right?
That's right. Yes, that scheme's being funded through the Housing Infrastructure Fund to facilitate the growth that's expected from the local plans.
Yeah. The route that was highlighted in that work was ultimately intended to be able to stretch around to the eastern side of Sittingbourne. That is obviously part of what we're considering this inquiry, and to connect to the A2 in Bapchard. So it was always the intention, was it, that the Northern Relief Road would go from the A249 to the A2?
That's right, yes. Yes.
Good. Okay, public consultation was carried out, you tell us, in 2010 on that possible extension. Mixed reactions, subsequently agreed the scheme would be considered. And I think this is why we have a number of different routes proposed and different areas safeguarded. Is that right? Because there was not certainty, or, if you like, political certainty around what the route would actually be.
No, that's right. There was there was some discussion at the time about whether there should just be the one connection onto the A2 or two, and if there was one, which side of Bapchard it would sit. but if there were the two, then it could provide Backchild itself with a release from the traffic that currently drives through there, because that's a fairly enclosed section of road with the housing on each side of the road.
Yeah. You say at 2.5 that in your proof, figure 2 below, this is page 4, below shows KCC's preferred route from 2010 on which the northern site SNRR proposals appear to be based. So we go back 15 years, that's the preferred route, and if we turn the page, figure 2 shows us something similar to what is proposed with this proposal, yes?
That's right, yes. I mean, it's uncannily similar to what has been put forward as part of these proposals.
Yeah, and that was
barring the central roundabout to the north of where it branches off of the Backchild section, as it were, to in the proposals that are before us. There's accommodation for development to the east.
East, yeah, and that's all part of Trentport's development. It may be worth just having a look at the plans we distributed, so everybody should have those. The last plan of the 3 is a familiar one. I think it's at CD 100.29, but it shows the land control, but it also shows the route of the road. And if we have a look at your figure 2, as you say, we see a similar arrangement to what was proposed 15 years ago, but we see a roundabout, as you say, at the top section, and that roundabout is allowing access, I think, into Trentport's development site, as you said, to the east. Is that right?
That's right, yes. It's indicative of showing that the development on that side.
Yeah, okay, well, quite a helpful map in that sense. Then there was modelling evidence for the 2008 local plan. There was modelling undertaken for the 2017 plan. There was various updated modelling for the Swale local plan review and the reference case to 2038, all of which you deal with in your proof of evidence. And then you come at section 3 to the Sittingbourne North Relief Road policy, and you highlight at 3.1, local plan bearing fruit has rolled forward the designated area of search for the relief road as policy AS1, shown on figure 3, identified by the solid olive green line. So the area we're looking at there, that is an extract from the local plan, is that right?
That's right, yes. This has come directly from the Bearing Fruits local plan, so it's that the area of search is that golden polygon.
Yeah.
That you can see there.
Yeah. Okay. So the whole area in there was identified. Okay. And you talk about it being referred to in the local transport plan at 3.2, local transport plan 4, which I cross-examined upon. We had no dispute in the answers there. Local transport plan 5, no dispute in the answers there. You then come in section 4 to a series of planning applications relevant to the northern section of the Relief Road. And helpfully, if you turn to the first plan, we've got a plan showing the location of the 3 planning permissions to which your proof refers. Is that right?
That's right, yes. The plan that's been handed out. The top one that's marked in shaded out in orange is the first one on the list at 4.2 of my proof. That's the Eurolink 5 development at Swale Way. That's been built out.
And that's more extensive than the map shows, but this is an attempt to put it on a map which shows the context of the current application as well. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt at this stage. Could Mr. Millard maybe shout? We can't hear very easily. He's very softly spoken.
Oh, I do apologise. Yeah. Yes, it's
soft-spoken.
it's almost in my mouth
category.
now. So I'm,
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now, contrary to belief already, I haven't produced this plan, although it does just involve colouring, and I've got a geography degree. It's been produced at short notice at my request. I'm sure we can produce something more exciting with graphics, but it's serving a purpose. The two top applications are both Tremport, aren't they?
I think Tremport were behind both
Yeah.
areas of these applications.
So if we look at your proof at 4.2, Eurolink 5, Swale Way, the application number is SW130215, and that's the one shown on the plan, yes?
That's right, the one at the very top in orange.
And what you tell us there, because that was an application, as the inquiry well knows, for a business park, industrial, general industrial, and so on, is at 4.3 say the application was determined prior to the adoption of the local plan. However, planning permission was granted subject to a section 106 agreement and dated December 20th of December 2013 with safeguarded land for the SNRR East-West link. And we can see that on the second plan. We can see where the safeguarded land is. So, madam, in our colour conscious coding in orange, you can see that that is the area safeguarded associated with the Eurolink 5. And it's been developed obviously for commercial uses, but the applicant was Tremport, as I understand it.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the if you remember, Marm, when we were on the accompanied site visit, it's where we started the tour and walked across that band of land up as far as the point we couldn't get through the vegetation anymore to get onto the next section.
Yeah. Now it might be said, well, hang on, all of that area is to the north, and the roundabout is at the northern end or the northwestern part of that diagram. Why are Tremport going to build that out? But the fact is that if we look at the next planning application, so the one that's been helpfully coloured in blue, the blue one is application number 22502-834.
That's right. I should just point out that's blue on the first plan.
Yeah, and then shown with the blue reference on the second plan. So the number is highlighted in blue in a blue box.
That's right. Yes.
And this is Tremport again. Tremport applying for 380 residential dwellings at Tong, and the site fell within the SNRR area of search identified in the adopted local plan. And the section 106 for this site further safeguards part of the SNRR route from the point of the 130215 application to the boundary of network rail land.
That's right. If you look on that second plan, you can see there's a dashed line that covers that area underneath the blue writing with where it says Tremport, Section 106 agreement. So that's the second area that through the Section 106 agreement on the 2022 application has also safeguarded land for to allow delivery of the Northern Relief Road. I would just pick out on the in the proof of evidence, I think there may be the wrong core document reference there for the land at Church Road. We've got CD 302, but I think it's actually CD 24.7.7.
So this is at paragraph 4.4?
At 4.4, that's right,
4.4.
yes.
CD
24,
yep.
7.7.
Okay, thank you. And did you say it was Church Road?
Yes, it was. The application was known as land west of Church Road.
Yep. Okay. And just so you're clear then, madam, when you look at the blue on the first plan with the felt tip pens, that's showing the extent of the blue line for that application. But that isn't all proposed for housing. Obviously, you can see where the route of the road is to go, and that rests with Trentport.
Sorry, on plan 2,
Yep,
so you've got the hatched bits.
yeah.
So that's Trentport, but what about the bit between the hatched bit and the railway?
That is the area that's the subject to the safeguarding on the 380 dwellings.
Not the section 106.
The section 106 for the first site, the business park, is the yellow
Yeah, I realise.
and the grey. So
I see.
it's the yellow and the grey. That's how it appeared on the plan.
Oh, I see.
Is that correct?
As I think there might be a slight discrepancy there, because I think the grey actually stops. As far as I understood, I think the grey stops in line with the dashed line for the safeguarded area on the 106. But I may be standing to be corrected by our legal team, but I understood it didn't go all that way to the to overlap the area that's within the other.
The key point, madam, is that this is all Trentport. Trentport are obligated under both obligations to provide sections of the road. Their housing site is most of the blue land to the east of where the grey ends. To get into that area, they need to build that road. So that's where their houses are. It comes all the way, if I just show you, hold that up, it just comes all the way over to this lane down here. So all of this area is proposed for housing under that planning application.
But they don't presumably need that southern bit to get access, do they? Between the
No, that's
grey
right.
area and the railway line.
No.
But that's safeguarded, is it? Even so.
Yeah, that's what the obligations do. They seek to safeguard down to the railway line.
That's right. Yeah. So they're obligated to for their development. They come forward first to. It has to be served from the roundabout, but they need to build it to the distributor road standard, and in a manner that it doesn't prejudice the delivery of the southern relief road.
So they don't have to build the roundabout then?
No, they don't build the roundabout. It's just the road to serve their development.
Thank you very much.
And you say at 4.6, during the application process, this is for Trentport's housing site, so the second of the two, Swale planners identified significant concerns with the northern route option due largely to heritage protection. Now that's the one shown on figure 1. So if we go back to page 4 in your proof, madam, you can see the purple route. So page 1 of the proof.
That's right. I think if you
hang on
compare the safeguarded route to the figure 2, figure 3 on page 6 of my proof, you can see that the golden polygon is a different shape to the safeguarded land that we can see on plan 2 that we've handed out.
Yeah.
And that was because Swale planners had identified there were constraints with trying to deliver a more northern route through there. So the area of safeguarding was through the 106 was reduced, just to allow the middle or the southern route.
Just in a nutshell, madam, obviously the safeguarding and all Swales options in figure 1 contemplated a wide area, so that's why such a large area was safeguarded. The orange line or olive coloured polygon, as we've been calling it, But that large area and the extent of it was really to accommodate a northern route. And that northern route is shown in figure 1 as the purple route, and then Swales heritage experts didn't like that route because of heritage concerns. So although we've got this great big safeguarded area, we don't need it anymore, and the Tremport application put an end to that because it grants housing in the relevant area for housing, and that route is no longer safeguarded. So everybody's now, if you like, through the Tremport applications, got clarity about where that route goes from Eurolink round to the railway line.
That's right, yes.
But they wouldn't be responsible for building that southern section.
No, the southern section would be down to others to build. But as I said a little earlier, that the delivery of the first section through that first tract of land is Tremport, but they can't build it to a manner that would prejudice the delivery of the Northern Relief Road being built onto it.
Yeah, I mean, you raised a very good question about there's the difference between safeguarding and actually building, and I suspect at some stage in the inquiry you will want a session towards the end when we get to section 106 on those existing section 106s. Certainly my solicitors have been looking at them in significant detail to see what is required, what is obligated, what is consistent with existing planning permissions, hence the reference to Tremport. And if I may, then we'll come to the third application, and if we look at page 6 of your proof of evidence, you talk about land at Stones Farm, Bapchild. Now when we drive along the A2 going eastbound, we can see the housing development that's been built there. I think it's Hyde, is it? And
Chartway, yes.
Yeah.
Again, this is where we stood at the we walked through alongside the railway line and down to the A2, and it was a housing development that was being constructed there with the traffic signals onto the A2 are formed.
And the road, the A2 deflects, doesn't it? It deflects northward, which is actually part of the arrangements that are identified by LCC as its preferred route. So if we look at figure 2 in your proof, where the new road leaves Watling Street, the first part of that is in effect implemented through that planning permission, isn't it?
That's right, but the proposals before us with the northern application do take a slight realignment of the junction in order to take the Northern Relief Road to around the back of Bapchild and then up towards the railway line.
It starts to deflect away or move away in a more northeasterly direction away from the A2. The roundabout is in, and then the road would continue straight on.
That's right.
As proposed. Now,
yes.
As far as that's concerned, that's obviously being built out. That's a planning application for 550 to 600 homes. You say at 4.8, the Section 106 agreement dated the 22nd of December 2000, whilst not explicitly safeguarding the land for the SNRR, does secure a countryside gap. So if we go back to Plan 2, we can see the area that's been safeguarded with that site, with the Chartway Hyde site, yes? And we can see it's shown as a country park with a road in it, but the land is safeguarded for a countryside gap. Is that right?
That's right, yes. The development is providing that as a countryside gap as part of their development, and
yes.
Then I think that that then transfers over to the Borough Council.
So Swale will be the landowner. Swale Borough Council will be the landowner of that country park.
That's as I understand it, yes.
Yes. Okay.
That was the deed of novation, or whatever it's called, isn't it? Deed of novation. Oh, yes, I think so. There was a
Yeah.
Agreement.
I suppose the key thing is swale of the landowner.
Okay.
Right, then you talk about the motorway network at section 5, and you make the point about the separation of the junctions. Sittingbourne, all the traffic has to come through the town centre, even if it wants to get to the eastern part of the town. And you also highlight at the bottom of 5.1 the air quality monitoring areas on East Street and on the A2 at Ospringe. Just help us with where those locations are.
So the East Street is on the A2. It's just to the east of the council offices here, where the A2 alignment begins its straight run again. So there's a little mini roundabout next to the Audi, and it's along.
So broadly over there.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and a Springe.
Ospringe is through the A2 at Faversham, so right down the other end of the borough.
And you say at 5.2, Sittingbourne is the only large town along the M2 corridor that is served by a single entry and exit point, and this creates a significant impediment to the resilience, reliability and sustainability of the town's highway network.
That's right, yes. So for instance, if there's anything happens on the M2 and the traffic's diverted, that the A2 does become quite gridlocked with everything. A lot of traffic all coming through there, and obviously with the junctions that we've got along on the A2 in the centre of town, that does put quite a bit of pressure on the it's a lot of nuisance and congestion in the town centre. So the traffic has to go through there in those times of incidents.
Good, thank you. Section 6 of your evidence deals with the pre-call-in consultation. Now, I don't want to trawl through all of this. It's a process that's been going on since August 2021. There's a series of submissions by the applicant. There are consultation responses from Kent County Council. There's then further technical notes, further revisions, and so on. It's all set out there, and the documents are referenced, madam. I don't want to take up inquiry time with that. But needless to say, we get to a point where revised TA documents at your 6.8 were reviewed, and you provided consultation responses in June last year for the northern sides, and your comments were submitted at that stage, and then I think there was a further technical note in response in August 2024, technical review of the technical note in October 2024, and then I think it's not long after that it was taken to committee. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. So the application by this stage had become untangled, because the previous to that the transport modelling, as I think Mr. Wild has said in his evidence, it was all based on the one scenario with all development. So this is at the point where the applications were separated in terms of the traffic assessments, and we were able to assess them as separate entities. But obviously, as it stands, there, the southern relief road is still wholly dependent on the northern.
Yeah, and that's in fairness to the applicants, that's how they state their case. That
that's
the southern
right. Yes.
side is dependent on it. Right, there's just one issue I want to pick up on because it's important for local people. They have obviously raised the issue of traffic volumes on the country lanes, particularly to the south of Sittingbourne. At 9.2, you refer to the statement of common ground, and then at 9.3, you refer to the technical note, revision C, And if we turn that up, that's CD 34.12.1. So CD 34.12.1.
Sorry, the computer's slow. It's I think everyone's on the internet at the same time.
Are you there?
Page.
If we could go to page 2.
Sorry, that was 34.12.2, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
12.1.
12. Yeah, I think it's the referencing. It's
12.1, isn't it?
12.1.
Yes. Sorry.
The statement of common down is 34.12, and then the technical note is 12.1. And if you go to the bottom of page 1, madam, it says KCC is best reflected in the comments. Its position is best reflected in the comments in 6.22 of the statement of common ground.
Again, sorry, what section was that again?
Section 1.2.1, just at the bottom of page 1. This was effectively following the statement of common ground, setting out KCC's position. And then if we look at the next page, it summarises the point. I was going to open up the statement of common ground, but it's quicker just to do this.
Sorry.
KCC said the development model and transport assessment do not provide sufficient details to fully consider the impact of the development on the local highway network. The development model assumes a limited number of strategic connections to the existing highway network. However, the scale of the development is such that there is potential for many other connections to be made to minor roads, including designated rural lanes, which are not assessed. KCC is concerned that the southern application does not provide sufficient detail to fully consider the impacts of additional traffic on the minor roads and rural lanes, which is, I think, fair to say, a major concern for the 5 parishes and the residents. And this note was specifically addressing that point, wasn't it? This was the applicant's specific work on addressing that issue. Is that right?
That's right, yes. They provided additional work that we looked at the connections onto the network to make sure that the right connections were in the model, and that had been validated through the modelling. But we highlighted that there were a number of routes that we had concerns about that. While they were showing increases, we've decided that on a planning judgment that there would be a monitoring taken place with that, so that the effect of it could be seen, and measures taken. I'm sorry, my screen's.
The simple point, madam, to direct your attention to this is we understand what the 5 parishes are concerned about. We were having the same concerns, or my clients were having the same concerns. The modelling wasn't really showing the appropriate number of accesses. It was taking a generic approach. This is the note in particular where the applicant deals with the issue and looks at the issue. Okay. Now, finally then, because we're aiming to finish your evidence in chief in 15 minutes, is that a number of issues were raised during the inquiry, and the witness, madam, has been very diligent in noting these and then looking to provide an answer to you, particularly things that have come from the 5 parishes and Councillor Bonney. So some of these points were dealt with by Mr. Weil yesterday. Some of them are raised by Mr. Weaver, such as the queue length on the northwest gyratory of Grovehurst roundabout. But he's dealt with that. We've had his answers to that. Did you disagree with Mr. Wild at all about his approach to that issue?
No, I was satisfied with the conclusions on that. Mr. Wild spoke about the optimisation of the traffic signals. This is where the queue length was extending past the capacity on that.
Which junction was it again?
This is the junction that's under construction at the moment,
Oh, yeah.
the KCC scheme, and Mr. Wild spoke about changing the traffic signals over time once the lights are commissioned, and considered that it was a relatively straightforward exercise to carry out. I think the important thing to note on this is the northern arm that went off into Iwade, which is the red phase that would be causing the queues. That's the arm that can sacrifice some time to the circulatory route to keep things moving. So that's the area where it's likely to be the changes made to the timings, but that's all done through the commissioning and the relatively soon reviewing of the operation over time to fine tune the operation of them.
Okay, Councillor Bonney said that KCC had not requested the transfer of the bus contribution from Stones Farm. That's the one we've just been talking about. What is the answer to that, please?
Well, the KCC aren't a signatory to that particular Section 106 agreement. The agreements between the Borough Council and the developer. So I note that the clauses in that agreement put the covenants on Swale to use reasonable endeavours to procure the county council to undertake the bus service improvements, and the Borough Council have paid the Section 106 monitoring fee to keep an eye on that. We've now received confirmation that the money's been received, so we shall be looking at where that can be used to enhance the bus service and able to request the money from the Borough Council.
Good. Okay, Councillor Bonney also said KCC had used Section 106 contributions from the Science Park to fund the Arriva Click service, which had led to Chalkwell coaches withdrawing their bus service.
Yeah, so that wasn't actually the case. Arriva Click wasn't a service that KCC had any involvement with. This is all through the deregulation of the buses. We don't control where they are unless their service is operated, commissioned by KCC themselves. But the Arriva Click, which started in 2017, was actually a pilot project that was trialled nationally. There were 2 sites, Sittingbourne and somewhere up the north of the country, and these were commercially funded by Arriva, and this one was in particular in partnership with the Science Park. So we didn't have any involvement in the bringing of this service. At the time that it came in, there was the Chalkwell 9 service that was serving the Science Park. However, that was actually funded by Section 106 money from the Eden Village development, nearby, and Chalkwell had taken the decision on a commercial basis to extend it to the science park, but following the arrival of Arriva Click, Chalkwell took the decision to remove the commercial element of the service themselves, and it continued serving the Eden Village under the Section 106 payments.
Good. Okay. Councillor Bonney also said the KC Whip Route 5.
Sorry, didn't catch that.
Councillor Bonney raised an issue about KC Whip Route 5. KCWIP Route 5. We all know, if you look at CD 24.7.22.
Yes, I think this was in Mr. Wild's evidence. Where we were talking about the cycle facilities heading into Tenham, and in his evidence he presented a diagram of the Route 5, the KC whip, and it was asked. He picked up where that was in the programme with KCC. Well, the KC Whip's a 10-year plan for walking and cycling in Kent, and Route 5 is the route that goes from Faversham to Sittingbourne. It has gone through rounds of consultation. I think there's 15 routes identified in the KC Whip, and this has been ranked as 3. Now it's identified through various pieces of work, looking at socio-economic data, trip attractors, and generators, travel patterns, origins and destinations, and it did undergo public engagement through the production of it. It is unfunded. There isn't any money for it, but by having the LC, the KC Whip, it gives us the opportunity to bid for money from Active Travel England, and at the moment, the next stage of this is undertaking feasibility studies that look at how the route can be delivered. So there aren't any firm designed proposals for it. This is the next stage of the design process, and that part of that feasibility study is identifying what measures could be done to that route to enable it to be delivered. But it certainly isn't anything actually being constructed, but it gives us the ability to prioritise where we make our bids for to Active Travel England.
Good. Councillor Bonney also raised the Trentport section of the Relief Road. She discussed heights regarding Junction W and said that KCC are in pre-application discussions with Trentport, and how are KCC dealing with Trentport? Your observations on that?
This was where Councillor Bonney had the chart showing the embankment levels and looking at the height, and we were and she was referring to the section of roads that meet the roundabout. It was Junction W on the Northern Relief Road, and it was suggested that KCC would be able to give details of what the heights were on other parts of that roundabout. I think Mr. Wild spoke about this the other day in his evidence. The levels that were presented at the time were from an earlier alignment of the road that hadn't been updated. But in terms of KCC involvement with Tremport and delivering the levels, or working out the levels for the road, I think I've already touched upon this when I was saying in the section 106, the obligation is for the developer at Tremport to demonstrate that a roundabout can be accommodated within the safeguarded land to tie in with their alignment of the road that doesn't jeopardise the delivery of the Northern Relief Road, and we haven't agreed any details with them yet on that.
Good. Okay. Councillor Bonney raised issues about noise assessment and lighting, but we're not the authority to deal with those. Any consideration of reserve matters and so on is only from a highway safety and a highway capacity perspective. Is that right?
Yeah, it's the KCC aren't the applicant for the development, so wouldn't have been looking at the noise assessment levels. But the only assessment of the measures that would go in would be in respect of if it came through as section 278 or section 38 works, to ensure that what's proposed, and we were looking at the plan that had been submitted in the inquiry documents. I think this is 100.43, which shows the 3 metre noise attenuation fence on there, and our only assessment of that would be that it's suitable to be placed within the highway, and it's an asset that we would be willing to adopt. It wouldn't be in terms of actually measuring the effectiveness of it.
No, the same. Councillor Bonney also raised the drainage issue and asked about whether the local highway authority dealt with that. Again, we're not the drainage authority. Is that right?
No. Although KCC is the drainage authority, the highway part of it isn't that. But I do note that the lead local flood authority, the KCC response, is on the core documents, and they have presented their response on the application, requiring conditions to provide details of the drainage. I think this was in respect of the it was the area where the attenuation pond in the road was crossing that in the near the Stones Farm development.
Yeah. Okay. Final issue I want to deal with is the resolution of the Junction issues, which are quoted in our statement of KCC's statement of case. They're covered in John Wild's proof of evidence at 6.4.
His proof.
In his proof at 6.4. These are the issues in our statement of case. Our statement of case CD 33.3. And in that, we raised concerns about a number of specific junctions.
That's right. At the time of the call-in, these issues were still outstanding. In the 30 seconds I've got left, let's run through these quickly. Okay. Yeah.
So Woodstock Road, Cromer Road. What's the simple answer to that concern?
Well, this is where we've accepted the vision-led approach for the reasons that's been discussed at length during the course of this inquiry and explained by Mr. Wild.
Yeah, that's
And
fine for my
so-
purpose. I'm just trying to sort of
Yeah.
rattle through a quick list answer. So
Yeah.
it's a vision-led approach
Yeah.
rather than increase road capacity and junction capacity. A constraints-based
It's putting
approach is being
constraints on the,
taken.
on the network. That's right.
Woodstock Road and Bell Road.
Same as that. So it was this constraint-based approach to go down the vision-led.
Yeah, same thing. So Swell Way, Castle Road. What's been provided there?
So this it did identify a mitigation scheme for that, and that can be seen on the reference in CD 37.7.3 on PDF page 42.
Okay, so 37.7.3, page 42.
Yeah, this is in the October 24 technical note.
Okay, A2 Faversham Road.
The impact on that one wasn't considered severe. It was only added on.
No, it's the vans. Not severe.
Not severe.
Yeah.
In Highstead, it was adding a queue of four vehicles.
Okay, A2 Chalkwell Road.
That's another one where we've got a mitigation scheme devised for that one.
Yeah.
And that's on the same document I referenced just now, CD 37.7.3, and that's shown on PDF page 52.
Thank you. A2 Church Lane. I think our statement of case said Church Road, but it's Church Lane, isn't it?
It's Church Lane, yes.
Yeah. A2 Church Lane.
That's right. That was showing rather strangely that there would be an increase of traffic coming up from Church Lane, but I think it was a bit of an annoyance that it's far away from the development. But what was identified in the technical note, and Mr. Wild explains that in document 37.7.3 on PDF page 33. It was down to the crude coding of the model that far away from the development site in Newington, where it was combining three road junctions. So the modelling that we'd undertaken was based on the wrong or exaggerated amount of traffic. So it had combined three roads north of the site, north of the A2.
Crude coding in the modelling, really. Yeah. Okay. Last two: Swale Road, Rydham Avenue.
Swale Way, Rydham Avenue. There was a mitigation scheme that was shown to resolve that, to bring that back into capacity, and that is on core document 7.31.8.
Yeah.
On page 18.
Good. Page 18, 7.31.8, and then finally Swale Road, Bingham Road.
And that was another one where the mitigation scheme is shown on the same document, this time on page 19.
Page 19. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some questions.
Right, Mr. Bell.
Thank
Manage
you.
it in half an hour, Mr. Bell.
I'm going to try. I've had a few additional questions added, but I think I can deal with it. Mr. Millard, trying to deal with this very quickly, and I think the way to deal with it quickly is to take you to your conclusions section in your proof, so section 10, and I will try and put these questions to you as we go through your conclusions. So I don't think it's been disputed at all by us that the concept of the relief road has been in existence for some time. One of the things that we're concerned about is in respect of the proposed route and Stones Farm. And it seems that Stones Farm, in respect of the Countryside Gap, the Sang, and kind of the alignment of the road, that it obviously appears to have been a key piece of land in respect of what was originally looked at for the alignment. So why didn't KCC step in and look to safeguard more?
The
I mean, you were consulted on the Stones Farm planning application, presumably.
We would have been consulted on the Stones Farm. It was still it was safeguarded in planning policy.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I think the area was safeguarded in planning policy terms and the local plan, but I can't comment on the Stones Farm application details itself. I know it was. I think Mr. Wild mentioned this in his proof of evidence about how it was discussed by members at the planning committee about the alignment of the routes going through there, and there was a general discussion about that, acknowledging that they would have to consider that at a later stage if the route came through.
The problem is that the discussion didn't lead to safeguarding, did it, or anything like that? So you've now got the position where the road is going to be in conflict to a degree with a drainage solution and the attenuation ponds, in particular at Stones Farm.
I couldn't say whether it would be in conflict with the drainage attenuation. From my perspective of looking at the application, that's details that the lead flood or lead local flood authority would consider, and the design of the scheme through the submission of those details.
So, and we've got this road proposal coming forward through a developer as opposed to KCC. Is that something you've come across before?
Developers are always proposing roads. This one just happens to form part of something that's been something in policy for a while. But I wouldn't say it's unusual. I think another one where that has happened is south of City Mall, Swan Street Avenue.
Do the developers in those underwrite significant cost bills like this, effectively?
I don't get involved with the cost bills. I wouldn't be able to comment on that, I'm afraid.
Thank you. In terms of the developer's role in all of this, would it be right to describe the process in the development of the current proposal for the road that we're considering to have been developer-led rather than KCC-led?
The proposals here have been developer-led, I would say, but we've assessed them. But obviously, it's aligning with aspirations that have been around within KCC and Swale Borough for a number of years.
And you heard me asking Mr. Wild a number of questions about the SWACO model and how it came to be developed.
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge of that?
It was commissioned by KCC because we have the commissioning framework with developers, so we're able to do that. Swale and KCC jointly funded it.
Did the applicant fund it?
The developer helped fund towards it. That's not an unusual situation. Ultimately it's been developed by a third party, SWACO, and it goes through the local model validation process. It's not something that the developer themselves have a hand in putting it through, but it's to build the base model of the highway network, and then that's tested through surveys to through surveys to validate it against known known criteria, so that you can say with some confidence that it actually reflects the highway network.
And can you see where the uncomfortability comes from on my side? That the baseline model appears to have been developed by an applicant and is now being used to form the basis of an assessment of their proposal.
Well, it's not an unusual situation. The model's made available to anybody that wants to use it for a fee. So other developers are encouraged to use these.
So if
Did
we
you say, sorry, did you say it was funded by the
It was jointly funded by the Borough Council and the County Council. The applicant did understand they carried out or funded the surveys, which they needed to do anyway. So the commissioned the surveys, the traffic surveys, but that again was the surveys themselves were in locations that were identified by the borough and county council.
I mean, I think I dealt with this, Mr. Wild, so I'm going to move on. At 10.3, you set out that a variety of modelling evidence demonstrated that it would ease congestion within Sittingbourne town centre. So wait for the inspector's note taking.
Yeah, I finished. Carry on. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I was just setting out what we say at 10. Well, what Mr. Millard says at 10.3 in his conclusions, that the modelling evidenced that they would ease traffic congestion in Sittingbourne town centre. Now, one of the areas of congestion that we hear on a day-to-day basis is the junction outside this building and heading down towards, is it Crown Key Lane?
Yeah, that's just one of.
That's just
a few areas around the.
And is Crown Key Lane Bridge and the restriction there a noted problem?
I mean, it doesn't help, but it obviously depends what vehicles are going through there at any one time. It's obviously the HGVs, when they go through there, they cause a problem if they're queuing back and they block it to vehicles.
And as a particular hotspot, other than kind of considering the Southern Relief Road as being a method of easing congestion in respect of Crown Key Lane, has KCC done anything about that?
There has been improvements to that junction in the past. They have come through from developer Section 106 obligations, and there have been many years ago junction capacities there, but the problem really is it's the volume of traffic turning right to go under the bridge that's opposing the main flow of the A2.
Essentially, would it be fair to say that KCC, to a degree, view the development of the Southern Relief Road as being, if not quite a silver bullet, being quite a considerable solution to the congestion locally?
It provides the opportunity to deliver some of the aspirations that we've been looking for, and have been
more aspirations. But this is it's going towards kind of curing a considerable number of headaches, effectively, that you must have to deal with day to day.
Well, there are congestion issues. Growth is going to be happening on the highway network. I think that's been covered in the evidence so far that's been presented throughout this highway session of the inquiry, that talks about in the absence of the local plan, there's still going to be development coming forwards, and it needs, there needs to be a solution. There aren't many opportunities to do things to get constraint, of congestion from the town centre.
So that the Southern Relief Road, despite being something that's been, the Northern Relief Road, despite something that's been kind of knocking around for quite a considerable time, it's not something that until now really KCC have been able to say that someone is willing to bring it forwards and we can support that.
I think it's true that there hasn't been any funding available for anything like that.
Is that what has stopped KCC itself bringing it forward, a lack of funding?
Well, and I think the last round of the local the plan, the bearing fruits, there wasn't the evidence suggests that the first 5 years would be able to the traffic volumes would there wasn't the justification for taking it forward at that stage,
despite the congestion problems that it could potentially ease.
I think I think it was the level of benefit in what was within what the modelling was showing was within the local plan.
So you've sat through these sessions, you've seen Mr. Bamber's evidence, you've heard Mr. Bamber's evidence. Is there anything within that evidence that's caused you to think, do you know what, we didn't think about that, we need to go back and have a look again?
No, I don't think so. I know Mr. Bamber mentioned about applying vision-led to a site in Newington, but I know that was where KCC weren't accepting that approach, and I think this is a completely different kettle of fish, because I think the site that he was referring to is for a limited number of.
It's a different kettle of fish, because obviously you're getting a southern relief. A relief road is coming in, which is obviously something that's been on KCC's policy agenda for some time.
No, it was a different kettle of fish because it's the size of the development, and what it can provide in terms of internalisation and facilities,
yeah.
and active travel opportunities don't exist in the same scale of development of this size.
And coming on to internalisation and this being the justification effectively, we've got obviously Mr. Wild's assessments and Mr. Bamber's contrary assessments to the likelihood of the sustainable mode shift that the developments are going to encourage, so the 63% figure. Have you come across any other examples of sites or locations where there has been such a high increase on sustainable mode shift, so over 50%?
Personally, I haven't been involved in any myself, but I'm happy with the approach that Mr. Wild has taken in his modelling, and the methodology that he's used. That's been explained in a lot of detail through the inquiry itself, but also through the process of it being developed. We've been engaged with Mr. Wild through that process to see that.
And you're content that you've seen enough evidence that the uplift in sustainable mode share is justified?
It's I'm comfortable that it's the approach that has been as has been described through us, and it's the appropriate approach to be taken.
And if the inspector or the Secretary of State grants this and it turns out the approach is wrong, what are the implications?
I mean, it's all through the this vision and that it uses. And I mean, Mr. Wild has covered a lot, covered this in his evidence so far.
And you've heard me, it seems like weeks ago now, suggest to your colleagues that KCC's been very light touch in respect of its scrutiny of Mr. Wild's work.
I don't think so. I mean, you've heard in the evidence so far that we've been on a long journey with the applicant over a long number of years with this, and we've provided numerous responses over these 4 years to get to the stage where we have. So it's certainly been not been a light touch. There's lots of correspondent lots of response backwards and forwards in this process, and you can see by the amount of queries that have been raised in those consultation response and the extra detail that's been asked for to validate where we've picked up errors within the assessment. Sometimes they're just typographical errors that haven't transferred across from other graphs and data sources that are within the development, and it's get those corrected. So there's been a lot of review of this.
So I'm conscious I'm down to 9 minutes. I want to just confirm, or just for you to confirm, the basis that KCC withdrew its objection, is that on the basis of seeing the supplementary forecast scenario?
The supplementary forecast scenario technical note, and the information within it, and the journey that we took, but the changing of the MPPF that was promoting changing. So we are moving away from the traditional way of doing transport.
So the supplementary scenario, the changes in the MPPF, and this idea of moving to kind of more vision-led approach. When you had a look at that in the round, you then decided to withdraw the objection.
On planning judgment, looking at the information that was available and what was being presented to us, and how we're engaging with the developments, the developer, and the questions that we were asking for the clarification on points of detail.
So if the supplementary scenario wasn't justified or found not to be justified, would KCC have maintained the objection?
The approach we were looking for was the constraint in the first place, because I think you'll see from our responses initially, certainly at the time when the application was called in, we were looking at the Woodstock Road corridor, and
so is that just a yes or a no in terms of, if it's found not to be justified, would you have maintained the objection, or would you maintain the objection?
Not necessarily, because we were looking for the constraint-based approach to address the issue in Woodstock Road, because I think when originally it was looking at improving capacity on those roundabouts, the two junctions on the Woodstock Road corridor, we didn't want those volumes of traffic that the modelling was showing to be using those. We didn't want to increase those, so it was the sensible approach to go down a constraint based, and this happens to be one of the ways that it's looking at being achieved.
So very quickly, public transport, we've had the discussion on the buses.
Yes.
The Five Parishes group are particularly interested in KCC's involvement in the requirements for bus services and how that's decided upon. And so it's right to say, isn't it, that KCC has a degree of control over the bus routes that it would want to see and where they should go.
It has control. It'd have a degree of control over the ones that it commissions. As I say, that with deregulation, there's not the control that some people think we may have with it. It's probably more for my colleagues in the public transport team that have negotiated.
But you would be content that in looking at this, KCC would be looking at public transport with a view to it being run to maximise the benefits of the development to the wider community, maximising the benefit of public transport to the proposed development and the wider community.
You would want it to benefit.
Is that the public transport team that deal with that side of things?
That's right. I mean, within this development, and I think it'll come through later on in the Section 106 aspect of the discussions where there are public transport strategies and details that need to be worked through.
So moving off the buses, back onto the roads. The suggestion that the northern proposal could come first, kind of not too sure what KCC's position is on that, but the concerns here is that if the north comes first, then you get a lot of traffic suddenly onto the A2. Sorry, and through Rodmersham. Is that something that you thought about? This is something Mr. Wilde mentioned in answer to his questions put by the inspector.
Through Rodmersham
And the A2.
There's a planning balance and judgment that's taken on these. I didn't pick up on the Rodmersham issue. I think we talked about something else at the time. This was just before we came through. We've looked at the A2. There's been much spoken about the capacities through there, and we're comfortable with the interpretation in the guidance that's been used to look at that.
Just a couple of more questions. Obviously, at some point when this comes online, it's going to become your responsibility, the road network, and you're going to have to plan for budgeting, maintenance, etc. Has that been considered?
That's not the realm that I get into. I'm afraid that it's.
Do you get into the realm of kind of where there's a need to close roads and re-engineer and redirect them?
I mean, we'd be looking at that through the transport review group that's set up as through that. This is all through consultation with involvement with the stakeholders.
How long would you think that would take?
Well, through the monitor and manage, it's set out there that there's a constant review of conditions of what's going on, and there's the reaction to that, and then through the stakeholders and consultation, the solutions are worked up and taken forward. But this is progressing over the course of the development.
Last question coming off the back of that. With the monitor and manage side of things, obviously in order to monitor and manage, something has to be built, has to be operating. Is it foreseeable or possible that you could have something operating and discover that actually there's nothing you can do to manage the problems?
I think there's ways of looking at things. I mean, we've spoken about within the evidence of the different methods that you can use to constrain traffic, manage it.
Are these kind of methods that will be considered at the next stage when it comes to detailed design?
Well, some of it would, if we're talking about infrastructure that's already being considered as, the conceptual design in the development proposals at the moment. Others will be coming forward later on as part of the monitor and managing side of things.
So where you've already identified areas that actually the approach to it is going to be monitor and manage, is there nothing that can be put forward to the inspector at this stage to say what that is likely to involve?
Well, I think we discussed some of these issues before regarding in terms of reassignment of traffic through other roads, to closed roads, traffic calming, constraining the network. And in the instance of Woodstock Road, you've seen this of, it's gone the other way of trying to accommodate.
So apologies, I just have one more point has just been raised to me. So we're dealing with a busway here as well, and you've obviously seen that we've raised our concerns about the safety of the busway relating to the Cambridge case. Have you looked at that Cambridge case at all?
I have seen it. I've the articles about it and read through that. But ultimately, at the moment, we are still in outline
Are you going to tell me
stage.
it's for the detailed stages when you have a look at what kind of the safety?
Well, ultimately,
elements?
the safety element of it will, when detailed design comes through, that will be subject to road safety audit, and looking at measures that can be introduced, change the design to overcome that. That's a normal process in any review of works that are coming through as in detail. But I know what Mr. Wild also mentioned about the different environment in which these this is presented compared to.
Dealt with those points with Mr. Wild, but
Yep.
just finally, if you are going to be having a look at the busway and examining the safety at the next stage, what we're interested in is, and presumably it's not going to be the only busway in Kent, but what experience do you have of busways and looking into costs and safety and operation of?
Personally, I don't have any experience looking to the cost of that, but at this stage, that wouldn't come into the planning consideration, because we've got to look at the details. If the details aren't approved, then that.
So not you personally, but within your team, is there experience of dealing with busways?
Well, we have bus infrastructure that has gone in. There's fast track, which is
Is that the Dartford one?
that's right. This is a scheme that's operated by the county council. Whether there's anything that's comparable in terms of design at the end of the day that would be similar to that.
And you don't think that these are issues that need to be considered at this stage?
At this stage, access is still
it's an outline, it's
that's-
reserved, but
that's
you
right.
don't think in order to assess whether this is a concept that could operate safely, you need this information now. You're content that the principle can be granted and then dealt with later on?
Well, for the principle of this, it's something that we're confident acceptable. This design, well, it's not a design stage because so we're not considering access.
Thank you.
So
Slightly over, sorry.
Well done, Mr. Bell. Got no questions.
No questions?
Examination?
No questions.
Good. Right, okay then. Thank you very much. So we're going to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Does everybody get that?
Yes.
Everybody manage?
Madam, I'm just going to explain that I'm not going to be physically here tomorrow. I'll be with you in spirit and also online, but I've got some preparation to do for next week, so I'm going to be watching online, and we don't have any kind of input into questioning the council's witness anyway, but I mean no disrespect by not being here.
Well, we're doing the socio-economics, aren't we, tomorrow? And I don't think you're involved in that, are you? So, no, that's fine. Thank you very much. Anything else before we finish?
Yes, just one very small thing. It's documents completely changing, done with highways, which is a remarkable thing, really. But we're doing economics tomorrow, so at Employment Land.
Yeah.
And about a week ago, the government published an updated industrial strategy,
Oh, right. Okay.
which, we've all already obviously had lots of time to read and think about and process. But it's not irrelevant to some of the things tomorrow. It's obviously the industrial strategy is referred to in the MPPF, and it's obviously they can all talk about it tomorrow. I did send it in to the programme officers a couple of days ago, saying that we'd like it to be put in as a probably a core document rather than an inquiry document, because it's a big statement of government policy. And I just wanted to. They said that I'd raise it now and that I'd draw it to your attention. I don't know whether it's actually been given a number yet, but I just wanted to let you know. It's really one for Mr. It's for on our side. It'll be for the evidence tomorrow, really, because that's what it all goes to. The economic chapter 6 of the MPPF and all the economic stuff. So it's really just. I know Mr. Pestel's not here, but maybe just one for just Mr. Rams to pass back to Mr. Pereira. All the barristers were on the email when I sent it in, so everybody's seen it, and it is what it is, obviously.
Yes.
I mean, we'd have no objection to it going in as a core document. I mean, it's obviously a big policy
Hopefully.
that needs to be considered. Yeah.
Hopefully it'll be in by tomorrow. If I'll mention it to Yvonne perhaps if she's around. But yeah,
That's okay. I'll ask her.
thank you very much.
Yep. All right.
That was
Thank
it.
you very much. Oh, yeah, Mr. Young.
Yeah, sorry. So next week we move to the thrilling topic of financial viability, which is a favourite, I know. And a statement of common ground has gone from Mr. Spilsbury, who is my witness, to the applicant's witness today. It's a very detailed statement of common ground. It sets out all the things that are agreed, and it sets out the things that are disagreed over many pages. In a simple table form, but what I mean is it covers all the ground. Obviously, it's gone to the applicant so that the applicant can fill in their position.
Yeah.
Mr. Spilsbury's been diligent enough to set out what he thinks their position is, but obviously it's for the applicant to say what they want in reply. Mr. Mitford Slade. They have been discussing it today. I know they've been talking about some of the issues. Hopefully, we'll be able to get something to you on Monday ahead of the discussion of that.
Which starts on Monday, I think, doesn't it?
Well, no, it's your witness, isn't it, on Monday?
It's I think it's
Your quad man.
Oh God, sorry, I'm losing it. Sorry, you're absolutely right.
So
I'm so sorry.
If you think
You're
I'm
quite
gonna have
right.
time to read it, think again, because
Yeah.
I'll be involved in
No.
considering.
Well, just to say, I didn't know that had happened, but just from our side, we deeply welcome that and think it's a great
I'm
idea.
sure it's great. It's jolly late in the day.
I suppose.
We
Yeah,
just
I
have to
suppose
go through
when
it, that's all.
of course you have lots of information and you have very full days, but and I wouldn't suggest for 1 minute you'd sit down and read this over your dinner. But
That's a good thing, because I won't. I can tell you. All right, carry on.
however, it is a table which sets out lots of areas of agreement. I've never met an inspector yet who didn't like lots of areas of agreement.
Absolutely.
And there is.
We like them in good time, though, Mr. Young. That's the thing. Really.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I think you'll find it helpful. I think you'll see a lot of areas of agreements.
Okay.
There are areas of disagreement. We're obviously going to spend next week talking about those.
I'll do my best to glance through it. if that's what
thank you very
want to
much.
say.
Just one thing on that springs to mind.
Oh, actually, could you? Sorry, just before you say that, could you bring a hard copy on Monday morning,
Oh
please?
yeah, yes. Once I don't know how quickly we're actually going to get agreement or get it into an agreed form. I don't know whether doing it tomorrow is even
What do we
possible.
talk about? Viability now?
I'm talking about viability statement of common ground because what I would really, really like, you know, the Christmas morning delight would be a tripartite one because you've got three viability specialists, including the continuum gentleman whose name has just escaped, Mr. Gardner, who actually takes a different approach on lots of these sort of key inputs, and seeing all of that tabulated in the same place would be super helpful actually. But anyway, I don't know whether that'll be possible,
Well,
but once we've done the one we'll try and fix it with Mr. Young's client, and then if we can add another row on add another column on the table, and then get a three-way one going, that would be really good. But
Okay.
anyway, come back to you.
Cool. Thank you very much. Anything else? Jolly good. All right, so 9 o'clock tomorrow. Okay. Right, 9 o'clock, everybody. And so we will adjourn till then. Thank you.